just a bloke in a bar.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another episode of Bloke in a Bar. Magic round is done and dusted. Me heart aches. I'm sad it's over, but I'm happy that it happened. It's better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all, Guru. You always say that, mate. You always say
do.
that.
There's plenty of loving at Magic round.
Plenty of loving. Now, before we get into it, you may be looking at me and go, Kempy, is that a brand new hoodie? Yes, it is. So as you can see, our yearly winter drop, it's happening earlier this year. So we've got, well, not earlier, about the same time. We've got brand new hoodies. We've got brand new tees. We've got brand new. Now, OGs will know what I'm talking about here. Our shorts. OG bloke shorts. So basically, this is we've got in these colours that you're seeing at the moment. And we'll also, if you saw what I was wearing last week, that shirt as well. So we got shorts, we got hoodies, and we got shirts. Very limited number, guys. It is dropping next week, Monday, 6 p.m. And brand new designs. And the material and the design you're seeing here, usually it's going to cost you like 120 to 140 bucks. This is high quality stuff. Got pockets, everything. The shorts, any of the OGs will know these are the comfiest shorts going around. And even these have been improved. Much better material. Got a back pocket. Got the little authentic tag right there. So that is Monday, 6 p.m. Make sure to be there. Extremely limited number, guys. Way smaller numbers than we normally do. It is Monday, 6 p.m. Be there next week.
They look good.
Yeah, these are, trust me, when I say these are the most comfy shorts in the world, I am not joking. They are, ask Matty. Matty, they are unbelievable, these shorts.
I roll around in those shorts all the time.
So,
they have
all the time.
All seasons as well.
All season, you can wear them exercising, at home chilling, out to the shops, whatever you want.
Yeah, so Peter Holmes a court.
Hey? Oh, Roo, one of your best, mate. So Monday, 6 p.m, winter drop is happening. We've got our hoodies going, shorts and shirts. 6 p.m, very limited numbers. Make sure to be there, guys, because they will absolutely fly. I'd assume they'll fly quicker even than the jerseys. It's actually less numbers than the jerseys as well. So if you want to be there, 6 p.m. Monday, they're slightly oversized. So right now, this is a large. If you like your jumpers a little bit tighter, go down one size. But they are high quality material, just like our last, there could be anything drops. Really well designed, and the pockets are super warm and nice. So make sure to be there Monday, 6 p.m. We'll put some photos up later in the week of what they look like, or you can go to YouTube if you're listening to the audio and check out what they look like at the moment. Timmy's wearing the shirt, I'm wearing the jumper. Let's get into it, Ahab. Boys, how was the weekend?
It's good, mate. I've had a big 2 weeks. Auckland, Brisbane. Been good fun. Good to be back.
Timmy?
Good, mate. Not too bad this morning. The voice was, I had a case of the Darren Lockyers last night. Throat was gone. And I thought, I'm 100 to 1 to make it this morning. But like all tough podcasters do, I've shown up and here we are. So ready to rip into it.
Okay. Hammy?
Yeah, good. 6 a.m. flight this morning. Not all beer and Skittles in the content game, folks. But we made it here. I'm not going to be a lot of help on 1 or 2 games, notably the Tigers game last night.
Yeah, walk us through what happened.
I'll be leaning on you, boys. We had a little challenge on my other show, Give Me Something, a punting challenge. Whoever had the lower net result, we had a Sammy and myself. Sammy's a Dolphins fan, had to sit on the corner of the field, face the crowd, and not watch the game. We were 0 from 6 heading into the Storm Eels game, so not exactly our best weekend on the punt. The multis that we had, I had Storm head-to-head into both Storm wingers to score at 360. Sammy had the Storm to win by 30 points or more at $6. So we both won, but he sunk me, and bet's a bet. So had to sit on the field and face the music, which, as we know, is what it's all about.
It is. It's all about facing the music. And so you had to sit on the field facing the crowd with noise-cancelling headphones on. So for people that, you can go check their Instagram, and you'll be able to see Hammy watching the crowd as they watch the Tigers play the Dolphins.
Yep, and shout out to a couple of fans in the crowd there who, it's a very strange experience just watching the crowd. You really got no idea what's kind of going on, but there's a bloke in a Rabbitohs jersey. He came and gave me a flag. He was kind of doing a lot of kind of like miming and stuff of what was going on, so shout out to him, really helped me out. Yeah, hopefully one and done.
Was anyone holding up their phone like so you could watch it on the phone?
No, that's a great suggestion, but nobody did that. So.
Wow. Well, you know what? Pretty poor form from the fans there. Pretty poor form.
I think Roasty deserves a shout out too, just quietly.
He does. Surely got to be in the conversation for hungriest player.
We're going to get there. But we'll get to hungriest player eventually. But when we're talking about hungriest player, just remember the great Roasty is in our thoughts and prayers because the Roasty smashed 9 pies.
Yep.
So the deal was he would eat a pie for every try scored in the which game?
In the Rabbitohs Cowboys game.
Yes, where defence not necessarily the strong suits of either side.
Yeah.
And he downed 9 pies. How was he looking after it?
He actually went up and, this is no word of lie, he had a tacky at the khaki. Went and had a bit of a, cleared a bit of room.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
As in before or after?
After.
Oh, okay.
So shout out to the
Was it a tacky or more of an emergency one?
I think a little from column A, a little
Okay,
from column B.
okay.
So shout out to the Caxton Street Hotel steamers who would have copped an absolute flogging over the weekend.
Oh, and we want to give a massive, massive thank you to everyone to rock up to the Magic Round. Holy, it is always like incredibly humbling when we see everyone turn up. I hope everyone enjoyed the free merch. It was an incredible day. Like, we just cannot thank you guys enough for the support. Almost feels like we don't deserve it, if I'm being honest. Almost feels like we don't. Well, it does feel like we don't deserve it. So thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And a special thank you to Peter Craze, who took 1 million photos. Like, seriously, he got somehow pizzled and put in the middle of the table, and everyone was just handing their phones to him. So thank to him.
Would you say he's built differently, Peter Craig? Just tough as nails?
Oh, he's tough as nails.
Yeah, he's a Puma boy.
Mate, oh, fuck, you led me into that. He led me into that. He's tough as nails. He didn't complain. He did his job for the people. So
we're all the same.
Oh, give me a break about that. Jesus Christ. So Peter, without Peter, a lot of photos don't get taken.
Yep.
So thank you, Peter. Also, to Cameron Cortazzo, he was dressed as Woody, and he was just a butler and such a person for the blokes and the Sheilas, for the whole crowd there. I thought he worked at Caxton the whole time. It wasn't till the end where I think Matty goes, no, he's just a bloke that came to say hi. So Cameron was handing out free merch, essentially working for us, but he was so good at it and did it so well, I genuinely thought that he'd been sent from the Caxton to help us out. No, he was just a random bloke community member.
And shout out to his missus too, who was in row A1 with her arms folded for the 2.5 hours.
Unbelievable.
Thank you. Knock.
Like, seriously, thank you so much. Like, it genuinely is humbling how just the good people that you meet at these events. So thank you so much. Genuinely, the event would have been, we'll put it this way, a lot of your photos that have Matty in it wouldn't have been in it if they didn't come in and help, because he would have been taking the photos and handing out the merchandise. Also, just a quick shout out to Emily. Young Emily, she actually did me a little, don't want to break this, but look at this.
Oh, yeah.
Knitted this herself.
That's so good.
Oh, bloke,
You're
turn
kidding.
up. You beauty. Thank you, Emily. Very, very nice of you.
Emily was an absolute champion too. She was great. Shout out to her. Mate, I couldn't believe how many people had flown over from England and New Zealand to come to it. Crazy.
Obviously, a successful Kioru tour then, Roo. You brought them
Very
all back
successful,
over.
mate.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Harold Matts over at the Warriors.
Shout out. So thank you. Thanks, Emily. Got a nice little note too that she loves the show. So thank you so much for, thank you everyone, especially those 3 people you just mentioned. Just made the weekend so much better. And hopefully if Matty got your number, he'll be able to send you some beer or something as a way to say thank you. Let's get into it, shall we? It is time to face the music. Now, facing a bit of music, if you had been following me on feed, you would have got up. I went South Sydney with the line. Thanks for coming. I went Hudson Young anytime. Thanks for coming. And I did put up, this is so frustrating. I put up first try scorer, Tango, To'o, or Turuva. And in each one, I was like, whoever is attacking on that right side is going to score the first try, because the Warriors' left side was terrible last week and Dom Young tore it apart. The one person I didn't put it on was friggin' Dylan Edwards, and Dylan Edwards scored down the left side, and he could have passed as well. So, look, if punters had read my description in feed, they would have seen my explanation is that the Warriors' left side leaked a lot of points at the start of last game. So, if you had gone on Dylan Edwards, you would have got up. But so give us a follow on the feed, guys. It's really, really enjoyable to see the community getting around it, but also you can see exclusive little tips. You can see bloke multis that we put up. The multi this week was for Feeder and Crichton. Only Crichton, I think, got over. Did Crichton got over?
No, he didn't get over.
He didn't get over.
No.
But we'll do another one this week. Give us a follow on feed, guys. It's the best way for Sportsbet to see how engaged the community is. And also, it's a bloody good time. Takes 2 seconds. You press more, feed, type Denon, press follow, and boom, there you go. Let's get into it.
Follow me on the feed as well. Didn't see my rugby league that well on the weekend. My IPL, as usual. A lot of bat on ball there for the IPL.
Okay.
RCB got the job done over CSK. Speaking in the green room, Kempy and I agree that Virat Kohli got stitched up in that player of the match as well. 775.
Agreed.
Anyway, we'll get back on the horse this week. Just before we face the music, I couldn't speak highly enough of the meet and greet as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely loved it. It did take a lot out of everybody. Did anyone feel the need to go and have a snooze in a park after the meet and greet at all? Or
Did anyone feel the need?
Yeah, I did.
What?
Yeah.
you want to expand on that for
Yeah,
us?
You know what happened? I was bloody gassed because, like, unlike most of the people in this room, I actually had a crack on Friday.
Here we go.
Turned up for the meet and greet, soldiered through it, and then by the end I was sitting there. It was the back end of the Knights-Titans game. There was plenty of action to come, plenty more going on the weekend. So I just went and sat in the park for half an hour by myself. I'll tell you what I did. I wanted to just like, drop the lid a little bit and have a little bit of a snooze, but I was like, oh no, I don't want to get sea-bolted and get a little snappy bloke passed out in park, post meet and greet. So no, I did. I'll cop it on the chin. I went and sat in there for half an hour and just vegged, and it was amazing.
No, what? So which park did you go to?
Oh, just about like 50 metres up the road. There was a little park, and yeah.
Where? Is in up, like which direction?
Going
Towards the
up
stadium?
Caxton Street, you go left, around a little bend, and there's a little park. There was no one there. It was on a highway.
Did you know it was there?
No, I just Google mapped it.
You Google mapped a park.
To sleep in.
I didn't sleep.
Oh, you didn't sleep. You just chilled out.
There's 20 minutes to go in the Titans Knights game.
Yep.
And I was sitting at the pub, and I just found, I need to spell for a little bit. So I went up there and I just
You hit the reset button.
I hit the reset button for half an hour. I got my breath back, carried the last 20 minutes of the game in the park, and then went back to the pub.
Oh, wow, that's great stuff.
He's built different.
Yeah, he is built different, Timmy. It's a bit eyes up footy, though.
It is a bit of eyes up. Now, a bit of a change of tune, pun very much intended in Face the Music in the last few weeks. Instead of dancing, whoever loses will be giving a rev-up speech to their team on the weekend. So there's been some really good speeches over the last few weeks. You inspired the Broncos a few weeks ago. We saw a much more spirited Rabbitohs off the back of Matty's. So pressure's on whoever steps up this week and gives
Also
their
inspired Magic Round as well with a sports bet speech in the stadium.
Now, I was going to say, in fact, the hairs on my arms are still standing up. Move over Gus Gould. I mean, this was something special.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Yep.
Did actually really well.
It smashed the lights out.
It's pumped. And and you know what? The people got around it because no one wants to be a weak-gutted dog.
No, they don't.
They want to be a mad dog.
Yep. And you can go back and watch that whenever you need a little pick-me-up because it certainly got a lot of people through the 72 hours of Magic Round. Well done. All right, let's get into it. So, we obviously didn't have Roo to give any tips last week, so it's just us four. Friday night, Raiders 24 defeat the Dogs 20. Timmy, for once, backed his team.
Yeah, strangely.
You got the 2 points there as the underdogs. Everyone else had the Dogs winning and covering the line at -2.5, so no one else got a point.
Ooh.
Bit of an upset there, so can't blame anyone too much there. Then we had a classic, the late game in the Brisbane Broncos slot, 8 p.m. on Friday. Manly 12 were defeated by the Broncos 13. Denon, you nailed this one. You had the Broncos to win, but Manly with the start. Very well played, mate. Really good stuff.
Thank you.
Matty had the Broncos winning and covering. And then there's a few deductions here. Timmy and myself both lose a point for backing the Broncos 13 plus.
Ouch. That one hurts.
Reece Walsh.
Oh, excuses.
Would have been 20 plus if Walsh played.
Oh, here we go.
Anyway.
Selwyn Cobbo's not a very good fullback.
I'm not off to the best start. I feel like I need to go and have a snooze in a park for a minute. Knights game, we all had the Knights winning and covering, so well done. Everybody gets 2 points there. This is an upset. Sharks 38 defeat the Chooks 30. Matty was the only one who picked the Sharks. He gets 2 points. I was the only one who had the Sharks with the start, so I get 1. Souths 22 defeated by the Cowboys 28. Timmy picked this one like a dirty nose. Cows to win, Souths to cover the 8.5. So you got it by half a point.
Snuck
there, 2
in.
points to you. Denon, you had the Rabbitohs in an upset, no points there. Matty and myself had the Souths with the plus 8.5. Then we move on to...
What I said, South
You said Souths head to head?
head to head?
Yeah, Matty and myself had the Cows winning, but Souths...
Okay, sorry.
Then we've got Sunday games. This was a massive upset. Nobody picked the Warriors. Matty had the Warriors with the start. I had the Panthers 13 plus, so I lose another point.
Another point. That hurts.
Which is
Nicely
not good.
done, Matty.
Very well done. The next game, Storm 48 defeat the Eels 16. We all had the Storm covering the 9.5 points, except Timmy, who had the Eels covering, so he only gets 1 point there. Then to bring us home, I obviously had the Tigers. I believe they were robbed. I haven't actually seen that game yet, so jury is out. You and Timmy Kempy had the Dolphins and the Dolphins covering. And Matty, you had the Tigers with the start and the Dolphins head-to-head, so you get 1 point. So where do we land at the end of all of that for Magic Round? Matty, something to cheer about for the weekend, which is nice for you. 9 points, you're our winner. Well done, Matty.
Well done, Matty.
First one in a while. Denon, not bad. 8 points for you.
You look. Let's just put it out there. I get rugby league.
Bad enough.
Yeah.
Let's just put it out there.
Fuck, that's tough for you considering Raiders won. Anyway.
I'm questioning the math on
A
this.
very well rested Timmy, 7 points.
Yeah, right.
And like Icarus, I've flown too close to the sun. 2 13 pluses, they've come back to bite me. So without further ado,
So what was your points in the end?
4.
4. So you would have been 6.
Yep.
So you still would have lost though.
Yes, it would like.
Is that the lowest ever score on Face the
It would
Music?
certainly be in the conversation. not my best weekend.
Oh, that is.
So, Kempy, you obviously modelled your inspirational speech on Gus Gould.
Well, yeah. Well, the first one was the theory of relativity.
Yeah.
I don't want to mix that up.
Yep.
And that got the boys buoyed. Who would have thought that the Broncos were such science fans and physics and that? So I guess what are you going to...
Well, I've actually modelled my speech today on another inspirational, one of the great rugby league orators online. See if you can pick who it is. But without further ado.
Without further ado.
G'day, Tigers fans. It's game day. This weekend, we take on the Cowboys. Now, us and the Cowboys, we got an interesting history. 05 grand final, round 12 at Leichhardt last year, round 18 at Townsville last year. So let's pretend this weekend when we head up to Townsville like we're playing at Leichhardt. And what a week to do it. When allegedly the historic venue has been saved. So when you get out there, I want you to do it for little Albo and little Pete Volandis who have allegedly saved the club. When you get out there, I want you to do it for the little Aussie battlers who fly themselves up to Tamworth. And the little Aussie battlers who unfortunately weren't able to watch the game last night. So come on, Tigers fans, fire up!
There we go. There we go. That's going to buoy the boys. That's going to buoy the
If that
boys.
doesn't get them going,
That'll get them going.
I'm not here.
If Benji doesn't play that before the game, cancel the season.
On loop. Yeah, I think so. That'd be the only sensible thing to do. So that's Face the Music this week. Tim's
That's
coming up
Face
at
the
end of
Music.
go.
Hammy, you've had a couple of losses this year now.
Yeah,
Okay.
2 in a row. Reminds me of a certain club that I follow.
That's Face the Music, brought to you by Sportsbet, the best in the business, guys. Stay tuned for the Bloke in a Bar multi. Give us a follow on feed. Give Hammy a follow on the feed. Get around us, bit of fun, and you can see what we're putting on. And you can see what plenty of other people like Alex Volkanovski. So it's a great little feature to use.
Dan Gorringe.
Dan Gorringe, don't give him a follow. Don't give him a follow.
How does Volk go on the Rex Hunt?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen.
Anything?
His Benny Hunt's as normal as one. He's a Dragons fan, so I'd assume not as good at the moment.
Yeah, he's a Dargans boy.
He is a Dragons boy. Also, Sydney Swans man as well. Don't know how I felt about that.
Code hopper. Volk.
Volk, he was in the Sydney Swans jerseys and all that kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
he was.
That hurt a little bit, if I'm being honest. I thought he was a rugby league man. Look, I'm not going to do anything about it. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, fucking oath. He can wear whatever he wants.
Okay, let's get into it. Bloke Beer, team of the week. Make sure to grab a case of Bloke Beer from your local. Also, don't forget, Winter Drop is happening Monday 6 p.m. Blokes Winter Drop, we usually do one a year. This is it, Monday 6 p.m. You can see I'm wearing the hoodie. Also got hoodie in the colour of the shirt that Timmy's wearing, Timmy's shirt, and brand new shorts. OGs will know these are the comfiest shorts in all the land. 6 p.m. Monday, be there or be square. Let's get into it. At number 1, Armstrong. At number 2, Coates. 3, Ramian. 4, Smith. 5, Kiraz. 6, Strange. 7, Tomato Martin. 8, Tavanga. 9, Grant. 10, Tarpanet. 11, Young. 12, Lucas. 13, Carrigan. 14, Hines. 15, Tuapiki. 16, Marky Nichols. And 17, Katoa from the Storm. Wow. Some really, really good performances this week, boys. Who stood out to you?
Mate, I think Hudson Young, I think he's been the forgotten man as far as Origin chat goes.
Absolutely, yes.
I'm very confident Madge hasn't forgotten about him. But, yeah, I was really happy to see him have a big game on the weekend.
How many games has he won? Like, seriously?
Mate, as far as, like, back rowers coming out with just big moments, individual big
number
moments, he's right up there.
Well, tell me a back rower currently playing that's won as many games for their team as Hudson Young has in the last 3 or 4 years.
There isn't one.
Yeah.
He's just special for it.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Crazy.
Is he in your Origin side?
I have been guilty of forgetting about Hudson Young. And so, like, when you are reminded of it, he makes that bench decision way harder. He's not my starting side,
Yeah.
but he absolutely, depending on how you go with that bench, Whether you go, a McInnes and a Connor Watson, so you've got two smaller blokes on the bench, then you probably don't have room to have another, you'd probably go Olakawatu and Junior Polo, depending on how how you're going to do your bench. But when you are reminded of him and how well he has been playing, and also, he got his first opportunity, he got another opportunity in game 3, didn't he?
Yeah. Look, he didn't have his greatest series to start with, but I mean that's happened to many players. I just think
in the first game,
I didn't think it was that bad.
In the first game that he got picked last year, he got taken off after like 20 minutes or something because I think Queensland came out of the blocks real quick.
And he made an error. He gave a penalty away, I think, and then he made an error.
Maybe one error, but it's like, geez.
I don't think outside of that, when I'm looking at a guy debuting, yes, of course the errors matter. Like I'm not discounting that, but I'm looking at can they keep up with the speed of the game? Is the contact too much for him? And in all those areas, I thought he held his own fine in the minutes that I saw him play.
He's one of those guys that I want in sky blue for a long time, Hudson. Yeah.
What about you with Hudson Young, Timmy?
Yeah, I think he's... Look, I'd have to put the entire team together, but I think probably a bench spot. Maybe, again, need to get the bench exactly worked out, but maybe it comes down to him and Olakawatu. But look, I'd be tempted to have them both. And I suppose it's just like when Madge looks at it and says... between Ola and between Hutto, can I get some time in the middle out of one of, if not both of these blokes? And you definitely can. Ola. Hudson Young, I've never seen him play in the middle, but he's a big boy. He's agile. I think he'd be actually awesome coming on through the middle.
If you've got guys, smaller bodies like McInnes that can get through the middle work, or even a Connor Watson, there are smaller bodies getting through the middle work week in, week out than Hudson Young.
Yeah, I think I would have a spot on the bench for him.
Yeah, it's a tough one. So you'd probably go... we're going to actually do a review show. Timmy won't be here, but we'll get him to maybe send us his team. But me and Guru and Matty, we are going to do a Origin preview that's going to be released Wednesday afternoon. So we'll get to that. Hudson Young, another match winner, outstanding. But it's time for our menu log hungriest player. And as always, guys, if you're going to order food to your house, use menu log. If you use another app, and you want to give Menulog a try, but it's a little bit hard. You're not used to it. You're used to other apps. Trust me, give Menulog a try, because once you get used to it, you are not going to get these discounts anywhere else. So download the app. This week, the hungriest player, this was hot contention. There were guys like Tamade Martin, who I thought was outstanding. We all agree. What an incredible win for the Warriors. There were guys like Hines that were outstanding. Hudson Young was also incredible.
Roasty, 8-9 pies.
Roasty, as I said in our thoughts and prayers, Roasty, when we're talking about hungriest player. But this week, when you add into the factor that this player is in his third game of NRL, some of the biggest shoes to fill in NRL, and he has been electric. And matter of fact, since he's come in, the Knights have looked fantastic. Well, not fantastic. They've looked much better than they looked, 6 weeks ago. David Armstrong is our Menulog hungriest player. Use code Armstrong, 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 for free delivery this week. That's right, free delivery with code Armstrong. But look, what we spoke about a few weeks ago is sometimes I feel like teams, when they lose a key player, they focus on what they've lost rather than focusing on what can be gained by the next guy coming in. And we spoke about Armstrong. Yes, he is not on Kalen Ponga's level, and he may never be. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. But what we do know is there are parts of Armstrong's game that you could argue are actually better than Kalen Ponga's game. His speed, his support play through the middle. And so what I've loved about the Knights is they haven't sat back and whinged and moaned and we've lost our star player and, everything's going against us. They've gone, how do we get the best out of what we have? And they've played to Armstrong's strengths. And on the weekend, Armstrong was absolutely phenomenal. We get there, Matty?
He's played 4 games and they're 4 from 4, the Knights.
They're 4 from 4. There you go.
Yeah, keep in mind with Armstrong too, obviously KP got injured 5 weeks ago. 6 weeks ago, Fletcher Sharp got injured, who would have been the next fullback up. So had it not been for that injury, Armstrong, I don't think he would have got picked in that. Since then, he's played so well that I don't think Fletcher Sharp's going to be able to get into this side.
Even a guy like Will Price, who we know can play fullback, didn't get the call up. Remember when we were talking, we were saying, will you put Will Price back there? And then we looked at the stats and Armstrong had a good couple last weeks. And then we got messages going, no, it's actually Fletcher that's been going really well. He's been phenomenal. And what I love about it is that he's not trying to play Kalen Ponga's game. He's not going in there trying to be a mad ball player and, beating people with these incredible steps. Don't get me wrong, his footwork's great, but it's very different to Kalen Ponga. He has said, I've got a skill set that's different to KP, but I'm going to try and be the best I can be at what I do really well. And he's killed it.
Yeah, blokes with, I've said it like time and time again, but blokes with this electric speed, particularly little blokes in the game, a lot of what they have to do is just be on the ball, because as soon as one of these big boppers gets an offload free, you're away and gone. And Armstrong knows that. So he's just on the ball and supports, and good things happen off the back of it. Like, he's lightning. He's one of the lightest blokes on his feet I've ever seen.
Yeah,
like,
he's small too. He's quite
small, but he just moves all heart. Like, he's had a few good defensive plays in recent weeks for a little body. But I shouldn't say what a find he's been. I don't know. Is he Knights Junior or where's he doing?
I believe he is. Yeah,
but
I think so.
As Matty said, 4 from 4 since he's come in from a Knights side that was struggling prior to that, and he's got a big future.
Huge future. And he's just been, especially in today's game, I would love to have seen Billy Slater in this new 6 again era, because more space around the ruck, there's more fatigue, the ball is in play more often. Who does that suit? Extremely fast outside backs. Like, don't get me wrong, you still have room for your to'os. Obviously, he's the best in the business. But if you are like look at Reece Walsh. Like, he's electric. His speed is so good. His first 10. And Armstrong, he's just been absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Thoughts?
He's been outstanding. Hat trick, obviously, on the weekend. What do you reckon he was paying for a hat trick?
I'm going to say $20.
$61. And the reason I know that, some bloke came up to me with his sports bet app on Caxton Street straight after the game, goes, check this out. He backed him.
He backed him in.
So well done to that bloke.
Tell you what, actually, when I went to the stadium, some of the bloke community was like, Kemper, you need to give us an anytime try scorer for Knights. And I gave him Armstrong. So you're welcome. You're welcome, random bloke. I gave you Armstrong.
Same bloke said it to me, and I gave him Jacob Saifidi.
As in genuinely the same bloke, or you just...
No,
okay. You gave him Saifidi?
Would have been good too. I did not.
What's that, Matty? What do you got?
Just on Armstrong. So, born in Moree, but moved to Queensland when he was 12.
Queenslander, yep.
And played in a town, Windy, which is right on the border. And then joined Redcliffe Dolphins in early years, and then went to the Knights for Jersey Flegg. So I have no idea what junior he is.
That's Queenslander.
If he's a Moree boomerang, he would bleed blue, David
Give me a
Armstrong.
break.
No, 12 years old.
Queenslander.
Plays like he bleeds blue.
Yeah.
Wow. It's very strong words coming from a bloke that's lost 2 series in a row.
Sorry, what happened in the last Origin game? Thursday night, we fucking gave it to you. What are you talking about?
God, we're grasping at straw. That's lowbrow stuff, that. Last game wins kind of chat.
No, women's.
I don't think it's good as your last game. Thursday night, we fucking gave it to you. What's still in Thurston?
Oh, wow. Yeah, okay, you can take that. You're sweet. No worries. Series is not over, mate. Series is not over.
I wish we had a 2-game series again.
I tell you what, we've got to speak quickly about the women's game. How much has it improved?
It was unreal. I thoroughly enjoyed that game. That try that Jamie Chapman scored, that might be try of the year.
Mate, it was
in general.
unbelievable.
Amazing.
She's been a star for a few years now. And I'm not one of those blokes who that like pander to the like, oh yeah, it's just a great game, and you talk it up because you think it's the right thing to say. They have improved unbelievably, and there's a big reason for it. New South Wales were in camp for I think 7 weeks. The women, the Queensland women have been training. Part of a
They've been playing
Brisbane comp, and so it's improved out of sight. Like, you can genuinely watch that. Like, obviously, I enjoy the men's game more, but I can watch that and enjoy it. Whereas, like, if you went back 5-6 years ago, rightly so, they had less resources, less training, less women playing the game. It was sometimes hard to watch. That game the other week was easy to watch, fun to watch, high skill, good contact, and also, if you're looking for a game with essentially zero wrestle, it's the women's game. As I said, I enjoy the men's game much more, but you have to appreciate how far it's come. And also, I personally believe, although I loved the ride of the Matildas, and I still think that's awesome what the Matildas are doing, I personally believe women's rugby league is the best women's product in sport. Like, I think it 100% is.
I'll tell you what, we had pretty good seats for that game, and mate, some of the contact in that game was off the charts.
It's improved dramatically, like the tackle technique, even just some of the little plays, like the little drop-offs on their try line to score, like little things like that. A few years ago, they just wouldn't have the timing. So it's come leaps and bounds. I really think that it's an opportunity, and even like blokes that don't watch it, like I get, if you don't want to watch it, you don't have to watch it. Like people that you've just got to watch it, that's nonsense. But people that don't watch it, this is like such an opportunity to get more money into the game. If you want to think of it purely selfishly, like, okay, I don't watch the women's game, so I don't care about it. But if you think about it selfishly, you go, okay, what's better for our game? The women games grows and we smash every other women's game in the country. Because guess what happens? There are so many businesses out there that want to be attached to women's sport. So the amount of checkbooks that get opened for women's sport, especially one that's actually good and enjoyable to watch, is like substantially more than a lot of the NRL, like the men's game. And so you want the women's game to grow because that makes the men's game even bigger. That's if you're looking at it from a selfish point of view. From a point of view of like a product, it's like compare it to its equals, which is other women's sport. It's not even close. It's seriously not even close in my opinion. Obviously I'm biased. I like rugby league. But I just genuinely think it's a bloody good product to watch. I just genuinely think that.
Subject 10,000 of no one gives a fuck other than me, but I thought both the jerseys were unreal.
Yeah.
Both sides.
Oh, yeah.
The
That
Queensland
New South
jersey.
Wales one is hectic. That's what we should wear.
Light
That's
blue with the
unreal.
white collar, hey, is very cool.
They're great. The Queensland one was even better, I reckon.
Yeah, I love the Queensland one.
Sorry. Queensland one was great with like on the sleeves and everything.
People voting with their feet too. There was about 27,000 or something in the stadium.
Yep.
It was a record crowd. It was awesome. Spot on everything you said. It would be good to get maybe like a women's game as part of Vegas maybe as well.
They have to.
Yeah.
Again, like it's if you just want to be selfish and you don't even watch the game, it is good for rugby league if the women's game explodes. Now, if you watch the product and you go, I think there's something here. Like I think it can generate revenue eventually if we get around it. I genuinely do think that. I think if the NRL back it all the way in and get around it, eventually we'll be in a position where it's going to be generating, it doesn't even have to generate profit. If it's just breaking even by itself and it's being able to pay the girls full time, all that kind of stuff, that's a massive, massive win for the game. So, yeah, I thought it was great last week. Can't wait till the next Origin. And yeah, what a great show for, think about how many more young women are going to be involved in the game after watching the Origin.
Mm-hmm.
20 was it 27,000?
Yeah,
Say?
and great to see like there's so many kind of families and like young girls there watching it as well. It was just great atmosphere.
Yeah, awesome stuff. So well done to the girls, put on a good show. And I guess that's the product you get when you give these girls an opportunity to play a bit of footy before Origin. Because last year was a bludger. That first one was an absolute bludger. And so I was like, damn, that was tough to watch. But guess what? They had no camps. There was no prep. They basically rolled into a camp a week before, I think.
Yep.
And then played. So it's like when we watch preseason games, what do we always say? Oh, it's a preseason game. That's why the standard was shit. Just like that with the first Origin game last year, they didn't have any prep for it. Whereas this year they had prep for it. That's what you get, a good quality game.
And the girls said the exact same thing last year after that game too. It was a bludger because we hadn't played football.
Yeah.
And this year the New South Wales Blue, like obviously Queensland's been playing, as you said, the Blues went into camp, took it very seriously for a number of weeks and it showed.
There you go. Alrighty. Now don't forget, David Armstrong is our Menulog hungriest player. Use code Armstrong for free delivery. Guys, if you're thinking about it, just download the app. Use the codes each week. You're not going to get these kind of discounts anywhere else. Let's get straight into it, shall we? Raiders defeat the Bulldogs 24-20. This is our LDV T60 power play of the week. It's Ethan Strange and Hudson Young for their magic round combination against the Doggies. The LDV T60 has 160 kilowatts of grunt, which makes it one of the most powerful utes in its class. Auto from 38990 drive away for ABN holders. 7 years / 200,000 kilometre warranty. Whichever occurs first. At that price, why go second hand when you can go a brand new LDV? Get around it. Got a couple pictures of people getting LDV. So get around it, guys. So our power play obviously is Ethan Strange and Hudson Young. But let's get into the chat for the game. The mighty Raiders once again get the job done. Once again, Ricky Stewart's in the press conference alluding to being considered underdogs. He loves it. I tell you what, I kind of feel like if Ricky Stewart's life was just like comfortable and good, he would be uncomfortable. He enjoys being uncomfortable. He enjoys being the underdog. It's almost like the Raiders don't know what to do when they're... Because they went on the run at the start of the season and we're all sitting there going, holy shit, the Raiders are looking like genuine, like the dark horse in regards to who you don't want to play if you're trying to make the 8. And then all of a sudden, once they start getting raps, they just went, crash and burn, go for a few weeks playing poor footy, become the underdogs again that no one is wrapping up, and they have these 2 incredible performances. Amazing stuff from the Raiders, and they're a side that, you can look to the Dolphins and you can go, the team list, look at their team list, look what they're managing to achieve. But the Raiders are another team that, when you've got coaches coming out going, my squad isn't there and I don't have this or I don't have this half or I don't have this fullback and we need to rebuild here. Look at the Raiders. Like, they're playing with 2 teenage guys that are barely halves. with a fullback in Rapana who's not really a fullback, and somehow getting the job done. An incredible performance by the Raiders. What did you think, Timmy?
Yeah, they just find a way, and Ricky does. And, you know, it surprises you every year. Like, we've been very consistent since probably, 2016, 17-ish, made the 8 most years. And, like, I'm guilty of myself, started this year. You know, you look at the spine, you go, I've got a great pack, but where do the points come from? And sitting there in 6th place at the moment, and the numbers just defy belief every year. Like, last year, our point differential was so poor, but we made the top 8. It was the worst in, like, the top 14 or 15 teams or something. You look at it this year, we're sitting 6th again. We've got a differential of -10. Like, it's the worst in the top 8. The Knights are -9. Outside of that, like, we're not even close to anyone else. And we have an odd blowout loss here or there, but just find a way to do it. And as you mentioned, Kempy, like, when Jamal Fogarty went down a few weeks back, I just thought, these 2 rookie halves, how are they going to do it? KO Weeks, like, you know, is he NRL standard? Is he more of a fullback? And Ricky just goes, we'll make it work. KO was terrific on the weekend. It's very promising signs, and, yeah, we're on the up.
And also Ricky signing an extension during the week. I think, like, there's been some people that say, like, why isn't Ricky Stewart under pressure? I think that if you're being fair dinkum about the situation the Raiders are in, it's tough to recruit for the Raiders. Like, I'm not trying to knock people that live in the ACT, like, but it is less appealing to young men, a lot of young men, to go, and women as well, families that go with them, to go to Canberra when they could go to Sydney, Gold Coast or Brisbane.
Come on, you got Mooseheads, Kingsleys, Goodberries.
Hey,
plenty to love about Canberra.
Look, I love Canberra. My wife's from Canberra, so love Canberra. But I'm just speaking in reality. If you're a young man, I know when I was younger, if I had a choice between living on the Gold Coast, Sydney or Brisbane, I would choose that over. So I think that Ricky's been outstanding for the club. Yes, have they gotten to a grand final since 2019? Obviously they haven't, but I think they've done some pretty good things in that time.
And you put it like that, Kempy, you're a 17, 18-year-old living in, like, Queensland on the sunny coast, Brisbane, wherever it might be, beautiful weather. A lot of them probably never been to Canberra, and they, you know, you hear negative things about, you know, basically freezing cold, boring, nothing to do. Like, I'll stand up for Canberra and I love the place, but I completely understand it. And then, like, whether it's the Broncos come knocking or the Sydney Roosters, like a glamour club, live on the beaches of Bondi, eastern suburbs and that, you understand why they're like, no, I'm not going to Canberra. Like, I don't want to do that. And they are up against it with, you know, their ability to sign players. They have to pay players overs. And I'm so happy that Ricky has signed. I love him, what he's done for the club. And some of the rosters that he's taken to top 8 footy year in, year out, when we've seen gun clubs like the Bunnies and Roosters with stacked rosters miss the 8 numerous occasions, and Ricky just finds a way to do it. You know, he looks outside the box. He went the big route through to the UK and signings there, the back end, 2017, 18, 19, 20, etc. And people sit there and go, he hasn't won a comp in this long. It's like, there are next to no coaches in the NRL that would have been able to go over and take over the Raiders and make the top 8 as many times as Ricky's done, let alone make a grand final, make numerous preliminary finals. So if you give Ricky the roster at the Roosters or the Broncos, well, he would have a comp, but he doesn't have those rosters.
Yeah, and also you have to remember, like, Ricky Stewart is a hard, tough coach. So there are a lot of younger fellas, and I know he's softened up a little bit in recent years. And again, if you speak to the actual players that are there, they love him. They love him. But again, that is another thing where you go, all right, I got to go live in Canberra, so away from all my family and friends. It's cold, and, you know, not as much stuff to do. Ricky's a hard taskmaster. He's you know, known as being really tough. Like, it's a tough sell for a lot of young men, and you might go, oh, come on, mate, like, they're 18-year-olds, they're professionals. Yeah, but when you've got options, when you go, okay, I can go to, as we just said, the Roosters. I can, like, for example, here's a perfect, like Melbourne. Now, you know, Melbourne is a city and it's a beautiful place to live, but Craig Bellamy, known as a hard coach. But at least with Melbourne, you go, I'm probably going to be in a grand final or maybe win a premiership. Ricky Stewart has the even harder task of going, like, I can't even really guarantee you a prelim. Like, we're going to battle to get into that prelim, and we may make one. So, yeah, incredible stuff from Ricky, what he's done there. I think he's been outstanding. And also, like, people, it frustrates me. I get, we're in the premiership business. I get that. But it frustrates me when people are like, well, he had, like, this coach hasn't won a premiership long. Yeah, but what's the alternative? It's like you can push towards it, make some prelims, make some 8s, or you can be at the bottom of the table. Like, I would rather get close and make the 8 than blow everything up. And, like, look at the Dogs ever since Des left. I know that, like, how long's it been now where they have just been languishing at the bottom of the table, And look, whether you say it's Des' fault, not his fault, I don't know where you land on that. But what I can say is that the alternative at the moment has been bottom of the table footy, and they're only just recovering now, and they've still got years ahead of them. And so that's what can happen when you say, oh, well, we didn't make a grand final that year, so I'm going to get rid of the coach.
Yeah, and you look at mate talk about how players reluctant to go down there, and Ricky being a tough coach and not necessarily hard to play under, but like tough, as you said. Look at the players, and it's a testament to the club. And I think it says it all about the culture and people that do live down there who have stayed there for the best part of the decade, and the rest, like Josh Papali'i, his whole career down there. Like, obviously, Jack Whiten left last year, but he was there for, pretty close to a decade. Elliot Whitehead has been there, hasn't looked like leaving. Jordan Rapana, all right, had a small stint in Japanese rugby, then
that was salary
back.
cap issues.
Yeah, salary cap issues. It's like players who have been down there have stayed for a long time. So, mate, that says it all about the club culture and playing under Ricky Stewart.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, to the game. Strange, once again, we spoke about it in the preseason games, and we were kind of, I was probably a little bit more convinced that I felt that he could be the 6 and maybe be a spark of the difference. You were a little bit less convinced, but obviously it came around once that he, got his opportunity. I think the thing that Strange brings is is he a traditional 6? Probably not. You could understand arguments as to why he is a different position. But he's just that kind of player that just makes things happen. He's a competitor. Every time he runs the ball, he's trying to break the line or score tries. And on the weekend, that's all they needed. They just needed a guy in a key position that was just trying to make things happen. They got Rapana. He's trying to make things happen constantly. They've got guys like Strange. So I thought Strange was outstanding.
He was unreal. I thought he had a great game, Ethan Strange. And you're right, Kemp. He's not... I think his best position is 5'8". He could end up in the centres eventually, but I think probably 5'8". But even just when you look at him up and down and the skill set he brings, it doesn't really fit the 5'8" role.
Well, I put it this way. I kind of feel like if he was at a top tier club like the Roosters that are flush with halves, he probably would end up out in the centres because you'd have more typical 6s to a degree.
Same as Jack would have ended up.
Yes, exactly.
Exact same situation. Yeah.
He's I don't want to say Jack White and clone because there are differences, but positioning wise, with every game that goes on at 5'8" and with how good he plays, you just sit there and go, I think he's probably more of a centre, but he's probably going to be a 5'8" for the next decade because strong ball runner, but it's his ball playing was good the other night. It's okay, but it's got a long way to go. Doesn't really have a kicking game, but you sit there and go, for whatever reason, he just works at 5'8" because he's a big, strong ball runner, and importantly, he's a very good defender.
Yeah, good defender, willing to get his body in front. The tackles he misses are usually just purely from a read rather than him being soft and not getting his body in front. I think as well, the reason why it works at the Raiders is he's just the kind of player that you need the ball in his hands. Whenever there is an opportunity or half an opportunity, just get the ball to him. Sometimes out at centre, you just waste it out there because you can't get the ball out there quick enough. So, yeah, he's been outstanding. And, look, it's another testament to Ricky Stewart to get a guy like that, to bring him in when he's 18, 19 years old. This is multiple games now that he's been key in winning, So, yeah, I thought Strange was absolutely outstanding. We'll have to talk about the Papali'i hit drop. This one's a very strange one to talk about because when I watched it happen, I was 100% 10 in the bin. Then Kickout gets up and essentially plays the rest of the game. Now, I'm not saying that he needs to go off injured and it should be ranked on injury because I still think that it was 10 in the bin. I still think it was 10 in the bin. But I do think Kickout made it seem a lot more dramatic than it was. Now, maybe he really felt that pain in that moment, and so apologies. But Kickout didn't make it look more dramatic, but it looked more dramatic than it ended up being, and I think that did. At the time, make me feel like it was 10 in the bin more than when I watched it back again. Even though when I watched it back again, I was still yeah, that's probably 10 in the bin. But I'd love to get your thoughts, Timmy.
Yeah, I thought it was 10 in the bin, but it did piss me off because, I know you can compare a bunch of different things and you say, all right, you can find something to support your argument, but it's just like after the Caesar one the other week where, they had the stoppage, it went upstairs, and he gets away with, just on report, gets 4 weeks. And then you see that happen to Papa. I genuinely thought it was 10 in the bin. I thought it had all the signs of a hip drop, and it was.
Yep.
But you just see across weekends, and some go to the bin for it, some don't. And again, don't be wrong, I'm sure the referees and the video referees, the bunker and that, they have their reasons and they're ticking these boxes, was it, wasn't it? And I'm sure they probably justify themselves, but as an onlooker, I'm like, why is that a sin bin and then a Caesar isn't, and they've had looks at them. At the end of that, I think with the crackdown on hip drops for good reason, I think they made the right call, but I don't really know if they're going to the bin, if they're going to report what's going to happen every time a game stops for it.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think as well with what you said can be the optics around kick out. Like, you're almost, if you're a coach, like you're almost telling your players to do that, aren't you?
Of course you are. Like, again, the environment has been created by the NRL for players that, okay, we all agree it was a hip drop, but I need you to know it was a hip drop. So you're going to tell your players, if you get hip dropped, stay down and wait for the replay.
Because if they get up and play the ball,
not a penalty.
Nothing happens.
Nothing happens. Because hip drops happen way more often than we like to talk about. They happen all the time.
But they rarely get caught up unless there's an injury. And it's not like a stay down for a higher shot where like a clip on the ears where it's just going to be a penalty. It's like, no, it's a penalty and more often than not, 10 in the bin.
Yeah, which
game
is
changing.
huge. It's game changing.
Yeah, and it's exactly the same as the obstructions as well. Like if I'm a coach, I'm telling my players, anyone contacts you, you hit the deck straight away.
Absolutely.
Don't even fucking think about it.
And so I think with the obstructions, it's going to be a hard thing to, because once you open Pandora's box, because look, back in the day, every now and then you'd get head high, and look, could you get up and like stumble about but be sweet? Yeah, you could. Like even, I remember I got head high by the Raiders actually, funnily enough. And like it was a head high, I was a little bit stunned. If it's a grand final, I'm chasing the ball, obviously I'm going to get up and bloody chase the ball. But I'm like, Hodjo's like, mate, stay down. Like we need to get the penalty because it was a penalty. So you every now and then you would have like those situations where it was clearly head high, you're a little bit stunned, you probably would be able to get up if you were chasing balls a grand final. But that's a lifetime away from what we're seeing now. If you know what I mean? Like now we're seeing if you feel any pressure on the back of your leg, stay down and hold your ankle.
Do you remember that game probably, might have been 10, 15 years ago now where Jamie Soward was against the Bulldogs and they scored the try on the bell and he purposely ran into someone, fell over and Sowie copped it for months about that. Now it happens twice a game.
All the time.
Yeah, all the time.
And so it's hard to like reel it back in once it starts.
Yeah.
But I do think we need to find a way, like, for example, the fact that if you hold your head that you go for HIA these days has stopped a lot of people from holding their head. And I think the argument against that is you don't want to create an environment where people are jumping up and not protecting themselves and playing with a concussion. So I get the argument against it. But I do think, like, look, I would like this tested before it's in the NRL. Please don't just chuck it in there. But looking at ways to go, if you're staying down looking for a penalty, you can get punished for it somehow. Whether it's like you get taken off to be medical, I don't know what it is. Again, guys, we're in just the brainstorming part. I'm not in the part of like, let's implement it. But I hope the NRL is looking at ways to reduce this part of the game where players are just like intentionally falling over. And that's the thing with the kick-out situation is like, yes, it looked really dramatic. And look, maybe it really did hurt his ankle the way it looked like it did. But the hard thing is like, it was a hip drop. He was just making sure that it was 10 in the bin because, as you said, Timmy, if he gets up straight away and plays it, nothing happens. Like literally nothing happens. So like, where do you stand on that situation? It's such a grey area. So I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do.
It's a dangerous road we go down. And look, as I said, with the introduction of a new rule and a crackdown on the hip drops, there's going to be grey areas for a while. I don't know what the solution is and how they go about it, but it's going to be ugly for the next couple of months until there is a solution.
Yeah, and that's the reality of it. Like I think a big emphasis at the moment from the NRL is on safety, but when you bring this stuff in with safety, coaches just go, sweet.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm always going to find a way.
Yeah. So anyway, look, the positive is it was 10 in the bin. The negative is like the consistency for fans. It is hard when you're sitting there and you're going, wait, hang on a sec. Like a week ago, this didn't happen. And then, wasn't it like, as I said, the positive though is the ref got it right. Like this ref this time got it right. It's actually the ref that gets it wrong the last few weeks that you go, well, mate, you need to be consistent with the ref. Because I believe it was definitely 10 in the bin. Like I've got no questions on that. Okay. Anyone else stand up for you guys for the Raiders, boys?
Tarpanay, probably the other one. No, team of the week for Tarpanay.
Yeah, team of the week.
Definitely spoken about a lot. Yeah, he was epic as well. Just definitely worth acknowledging him. 158 run meters there, 58 post contacts. But again, I mean, he's probably one of the real tone setters of like the grit and the culture and stuff that you're talking about with the Raiders. He's been setting the tone for a couple of years now, so outstanding again.
Yep. Anyone else for you boys?
Just Jordan Ruppin is the other one I want to touch on too, mate. Like, I want to say playing out of position, but every time he plays fullback, I go, fuck, he's good.
He's so good.
Every time they pick him at fullback, I go, oh, they must have someone else. But every time he plays, he kills it. So
good.
You could argue the Raiders team at the moment. Could argue, and I will argue, Jordan Rapana is a winger, Ethan Strange is a centre, Ko Weeks is a fullback in our 3 key playmaking positions.
And then you got your 9 is like, not really locked down. Like if a young gun came through, he'd probably get that spot immediately.
Yeah, and it's like from Rapana to Ko Weeks, who I want to give him a rap because there's highs and lows in his game, but the dude is like not a halfback. He's been thrown into the deep end where, he's played between 5'8" and fullback. Like, to my knowledge, he was always more of a fullback coming through Manly in there. And on the weekend, like, he kicked for like 600 metres, just entirely took over the goal kicking in this Raiders side since replacing Jamal Fogarty. His running game was outstanding. I still think that he is probably more of a fullback, but to be thrown in the deep end, he's been good.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of questions around Ko were, does he have that kind of mental edge to be in the NRL? The talent was there. You could see it. Anytime he played, he's got the talent, he's got the skill set. And I think the Raiders has actually been the perfect club for him because they've forced him to have the Raiders edge, which is the only thing that was probably missing from his game was that edge. And I think he's been outstanding too, mate, thrown in the deep end. Okay, now on to the Doggies. Oh, man, what a missed opportunity. Wow. Really low completion rate, at least to start the match. I think at one point they were like at 60. These are the games that, like, they just sting so much when you look back in the year and you go, oh, man, we missed the 8 by 2 wins or something like that. And then you circle the games where, in my opinion, I think the Bulldogs rocked up and felt that they were just going to steamroll the Raiders. After all the success they'd had, how close they got to the Penrith Panthers, how good they've been playing for 5 weeks, they looked like a team that wasn't willing to roll their sleeves up and get in the grind. They just thought, you know what, we'll just outplay them. We've been going so well for the last 5 weeks, and they got ambushed. They got completely ambushed.
I hope I'm wrong, but I'm looking at Canterbury and I love what they're doing at the moment. I think they're destined to finish in that 9, 10, 11 sort of mark.
Because of games like this, in my opinion.
Because, mate, they're going to look, and it's almost going to be more frustrating when they're finishing 15th because they're going to look back at games like this and go, fuck, we let that slip. Yeah. This could have been a great season for Canterbury. And it still can be, 100%. But they're just letting so many of these key games slide at the moment.
Yeah, and, like, if they had have just completed early on, they win this game probably 13 plus. Like, when they clicked into gear, I don't know about 13 plus, but I do believe if they lay the foundation early and they didn't allow the Raiders to get out to the lead that they got out to, because the Raiders were, 12-0 up at one stage? Mm-hmm. Mm. Yeah, so Raiders went bang, 2 minutes in. It was a drop ball. I think it was a drop ball.
Yeah.
And then Sebastian Chris, 19 minutes, and then the Bulldogs went bang, bang, and then scored another one. So, so there was like, they start off the game complacent. They finally click into gear, score those tries, get complacent again, and then the Raiders come back and win it. And so they've just got to get rid of that mentality. And it's a little bit surprising they have that mentality because they're nowhere near, like, at the level yet to have that mentality to a degree.
Yeah, and, I mean, you look at it. The Raiders played with 11 blokes for a period of this game. The Doggies scored 4 tries. 3 of those tries when the Raiders were down to 11.
Yeah.
You take that out, it's like they had opportunities. They had every chance to win this game of footy.
Oh, mate, every chance.
And that's why even on, like, from that point of view, you go, fuck, you're not going to get too many golden opportunities where you play against 11 dudes.
And that's it. I had Doggies fans on the street outside the Caxton and that, and after the game saying, like, we were not robbed, but Gigi boys got lucky. The Doggies should have won. I'm like, hang on, we defended with 11 blokes for a pretty old 10 minutes, and you scored 3 tries in that time. I'm like, we were gritty as.
Yeah, no, it was the Doggies that lost that game. It wasn't luck. It was one team turned up willing to get into the grind and just play till the last minute, and another team that, rightly so, they've been, as in, I can understand where they thought that they were a better side because they've been playing so well, but they just thought it would come easy. And look, this is a natural thing to happen in a club that's trying to rebuild. Like, very rarely do you get situations like Penrith where they get, like, pretty much 5 games to go in a season and for some reason they wake up one day and it clicks and then they just never get beaten again. Like, that is an anomaly. usually as teams are building into being a better side, they'll have these dropped kind of games or situations like this happen. I mean, you even look at the Broncos, and the Broncos aren't out of the rebuild, not necessarily in a rebuild, but they aren't out of the bounce back from that spoon fully just yet. But the year before they made the grand final, what happened? They were the best team in the comp essentially, coming first, and then they just fell off a cliff. That's an example of a team that isn't where they need to be just yet. And I think the Bulldogs, a similar situation. It's evidence that although we hope they could make the 8 this year, games like this show why they might not just be there just yet.
I want to give, I know he's in Team of the Week already, but Kiraz a shout out, mate. The amount of work he gets through is just insane. 22 runs, 240 run metres, 85 post contact, 2 line breaks, 6 tackle breaks. And you speak to so many Canterbury fans, because he's a young, Lebanese bloke. They embrace him so much as their own. It's so fucking good to see.
The only thing, and I'm being critical because I feel like I agree with you, mate. He's been outstanding. Just has to take those couple of those errors out of his game. That I think sometimes they happen in fatigue.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If he just pulls it back just a tiny bit. But I agree with you, mate. Kiraz, he is a guy you build clubs around. You build clubs around blokes like him, where they every single game, even if they're not playing well, they are ripping and tearing till the death. He's been outstanding for him.
He's a guy that, obviously we're pretty deep when it comes to the New South Wales Blues for outside backs, but if you had injuries and you got desperate, he'd come in and do a job.
Freaking oath he would.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd never be let down he would never be overawed by the situation. He'd go to the game.
You have him and Brian Tuttle on the other wing. You'd be flying coming out of your own end.
Okay, in regards to negatives, I know he had 2 try assists, but just that last play, Drew Hutchison, that poor pass to Burton, it's hard to be hypercritical of Hutchison when you look at the team and how well they've gone, but I'm not sure whether he's the right 7 long term for the club. Although the club's been going well, there's just too many times where I feel like he takes bad options in the fifth and last, or he might run the ball, or has a bad play when the game's on the line. I don't know if you'd change anything now, but I do think that surely there's pressure on that spot.
Well, and I've always been a big Hutcho fan. I've always said I think that they can win games with Hutcho there. And from what I've gathered from Bulldogs fans, mate, it feels like Toby Sexton's doing really well in reserve grade. My question kind of is now, why aren't they going with Toby Sexton?
I think initially was Drew, and then after a few games, I'm leaning more towards giving Sexton a go. But it's a bizarre one though, because look how well the Bulldogs have been going. So that has something to do with Drew Hutchinson.
Yeah, I was a bit mixed because I was at the game, so you miss a few things live, obviously. But watching it, I thought Drew looked really good, particularly in attack, that put a few blokes through holes and that sort of thing. But then I saw a few comments after the game saying, I probably just didn't close out sets properly or take the best fifth tackle options. But watching live, I thought he looked good.
That's why I said it's mixed.
It was mixed.
It's mixed.
That play you pointed out, though, was a standout.
The last play was a shocker, like a genuine
Put it this way, on what I saw from that game, I wouldn't be dropping Drew Hutchinson after a game like that, but it's tight every week, isn't it? Does he stay? Does he go? Doggies are playing great footy this year, and as you said, while there's been a few question marks around him, they're getting pretty good results.
I'd love to know if it's tight there, though, because whenever I hear anyone talking about Toby Sexton, it's never seemingly coming out of Canterbury. I'd love to know where Serraldo's mindset is.
Yeah, I would jersey. Too, because I feel like with Drew, I feel like he should have cemented it by now, and that's my concern. It's he has these really good moments. I agree with Timmy. There's some good short balls and try assists, but then there's just other parts of his game where he'll run the ball instead of passing, or it'll be a poor kick. His kicking game isn't that impressive. I don't know. I don't know what the decision is for the Bulldogs in regards to are they going to go, okay, they're going to look at the wider results and go, we're going much better as a club. He's an experienced head. Maybe they're looking for experience in the spine. I agree with you. I wouldn't drop him off after that game. I guess my biggest concern is it just hasn't fully clicked when I'm watching his individual performance. I'm yet to go, you know what? Drew had a fucking gun game.
Do we think... Could he be more of a 5'8"? Like he is playing as an out-and-out organising number 7 at the Doggies. That is his role. And he said like his running game at times is decent. His ball playing has been decent. He's got a big boot on him, but his fifth tackle play is a little bit questionable. You know, with Birdo, who's an out-and-out number 6.
Well, on the weekend, he had 9 kicks for 241 metres.
Yeah, right.
And Burton had 8 kicks for 213 metres. And K.O. Weeks had 600 kicking metres.
Yeah.
And look, maybe that's because they weren't completing their sets. I don't know. But, it is a bizarre one because I think it's unfair to go... When you look at it as a whole, you'd say, look, take away his individual performance and just look where they're at right now. They're in a much better spot. But I just haven't really watched him and gone, you know what? Like, for example, even in that Roosters game they won, I thought he was pretty poor in that Roosters game. Like, I thought he just wasn't making the right options. And in regards to, like, what position is he, man, I think he's had quite a lot of opportunity to, like, lock something down. I think he's a utility.
And that's like because he's played every freaking position in his career, particularly the last couple of years between 5'8" at the Roosters, centre at the Roosters. I think he spent time coming on as a number 9, didn't he, as well?
Yeah, everywhere.
It's hard to lock down a spot and nail one, isn't it? Like, I feel sorry for utilities like that, but at the end of the day, you go, all right, is this dude just an out-and-out 14?
So, yeah, I wouldn't drop him, but I do think that I just want to see him look like... I mean, you guys can tell me how you feel. Have you walked away this year from a game yet and gone, Drew Hutchin killed it this game?
No, I haven't, no. But I also...
I don't mean by tries and that. I just mean like good kicking, led the boys around.
Yeah, no, for sure. I also do think, though, there's an argument. Like, I'm having a look through them over the last few weeks. Like, he's playing behind a forward pack that isn't doing a stack as well. Like, mate, there's been 3 forwards in the last month that have run over 100 metres for Canterbury.
Yeah, and I don't think... I think it's going to be rare that Drew Hutchinson does stand out. Like, he's in this team to get them around the park, you know, to kick well, to make good decisions. I don't... Like, the flamboyance comes from the left edge. And like, when they're in the attacking 20, it's, all right, you know, lay on the right, get it to Matty Burton, get it to kick out, get to that left edge. So I don't think he's ever going to stand out.
Well, okay, here's a good example. I've watched games and gone, geez, Kyle Flanagan's played bloody good footy this week. I have with Hutcho, I've gone, geez, he had a really good 20-minute period, and then he was... So, yeah, I'm a bit torn on it. I'm very on the fence. Like, I don't think he should be dropped at all. I don't think he had a Barry Crocker outside of that last play. I thought that was really poor. But I'm still not convinced that come round 1 next year, he's going to be 7.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened over the weekend, but Toby Sexton didn't play Cup. He wasn't 18th man either. So maybe he was just part of the extended squad for Canterbury in Brisbane. But, yeah we'll see. I'm not seeing any signs that they're going to change it anytime soon, though.
Oh, yeah, that's the thing, though. I don't even know if they should. That's why I'm so
Yeah, exactly.
torn on it. I don't know, but I'm also not convinced that he definitely will be there by the end of the year as well. So we'll see. You know, maybe I'm being a bit too harsh on him. You just got to look at the results of the team rather than his individual performance.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people wants Toby Sexton in there and all, but like I do question if Toby's going to make that much difference, to be honest with you, behind a pack that's not going forward.
I think that you've made the key point there, Roo, and it's look at the pack he's playing behind, who we had massive question marks coming into the year about and being lied on there, and they've done a job, and they're staying in contest, but Dewey's not doing this behind a Penrith Panthers pack or whatever, so it's opportunities are limited for him. So I think I'd stick with him for a while.
Yeah, I'd stick with him too, I think. As in, it would be a rolling process. You know what I'm saying? Whereas like there's a lot of 7s that if they played 3 or 4 bad weeks of footy, I'd be like, no, you keep him in there.
Yeah.
Whereas if he plays poorly for the next month, I would be like, yeah, I'm going to bring him.
I just hear a lot of Bulldogs fans talking about Toby Sexton like he's the silver bullet.
I don't think that's...
not,
yeah, he's not. Yeah, Doggies fans don't... in my opinion, he's not the silver bullet. The silver bullet is the forward pack and recruitment there.
Yeah.
And, they've got quite a few injuries as well in the forward pack. That's going to change everything for you. Once you get a couple of big boppers in there that are high quality in the middle... I think you're going to get, holy shit, this is different.
To be playing the footy that they are and being in and around the top 8.
Crazy.
With a light forward pack, as you said, they get a couple in there. Jeez, they're building
even
so nicely.
Even light's understating it.
Yes.
Like there's no middles there.
Mate, I don't think people are really appreciating, they should be getting blown off the park by most top 8 sides when you just look at that forward pack on paper. But because they've battled so hard this year, we just expect them to go out there and hang in there with some of the best teams.
I think the other thing you need to remember, that game against Canberra on the weekend, that's off the back of going to Penrith and only going down 16 points to 10. That would have taken a lot out of the tank for that forward pack.
in the wet,
Yeah.
coming up against the Raiders who were off the bye. The Raiders, certainly on their day, one of the best packs in the competition. So,
Well, this is the pack. Max King, Marnie, Hughes, Kickout, Kurtman, and Curran. I think did Curran start? Anyway, we'll just say Curran. Compared to Josh Papali'i, Danny Levi, Tarpanair, Hudson Young, Elliot Whitehead, Morgan Smithies. Like, the Raiders pack is better on paper.
Yeah,
by
For
quite a
sure.
lot.
And you have a look, like, since they had that bye a few weeks ago, like they've come up against some pretty decent forward packs there in Penrith and the Raiders that they've managed to contend with.
Yeah, no, I think the Bulldogs, outside of the fact that this was one that definitely got away from them, when you zoom out a little bit and you look at the season, it's been incredible what they've managed to achieve. Alrighty, time for Broncos v Manly. Broncos defeat Manly 13-12. This one for me, I actually felt that both teams can take a lot out of it. I'd even argue Manly could take more out of this game than Broncos did. I actually thought that Manly, when it comes to defence, grit, all the things we've been asking for, was their best game of the year. I know they've won other games, and I know that they've beaten the Roosters, they've beaten Penrith. I get all that, but I just felt this game that there's an argument made they dominated the Broncos forward pack for most of it, and the Broncos were almost on the back foot for a lot of the game, and it was the Broncos' own defence, their own goal line defence, that just somehow, some way held up to the scrutiny of the Manly attack. So I think both teams, Broncos can walk away from it looking at, okay, although we're missing, I think it was Walsh, Haas obviously went injured, but he came back on, Reynolds and Walters. We're still hanging in games, we're still beating teams that are, a top 8 side. That's a positive for Broncos. And for Manly, I think they look at this and go, this is a great game to build off. They were much, much better when it comes to grit and toughness.
Bizarre game of football.
Yeah. Oh, mate, super weird.
Like, I thought after 15 minutes it was going to be Brisbane. By how many?
Yeah, yeah.
But Manly, you're right, mate. Though I thought that they kicked really well and they just defended with grit.
Yeah.
In this game.
Line speed, great in contact, winning a lot of the contact at times. Mate, I really thought Manly played extremely well. Like, look, if Tommy Turbo was playing, they'd probably score an extra 2 or 3 tries. So that's understandable. Cooler for me. Really warmed into the game, had a bit of a shaky start. I think by the end of the game, you could see if this guy just gets a bit of an opportunity there, 4 or 5 weeks, he'll grow into a really dangerous fullback. I thought Manly were really good.
When you have a look at their back 5, Kohler ran for 253, Vega 215, Tommy Talau ran for 254 run metres, 102 post contact, and Rubik Garrick 212, Jackson Paulo 126. So Jackson Paulo was the only one under 200 run metres in a game that was 13-12.
Yeah, I genuinely thought Manly played outstanding, and they just missed a few opportunities with some last passes that went to the ground.
yeah, I can Manly take a heap more out of it than the Broncos do. And I don't want to sound unfair and talk all about, Manly missing Tommy, because Brisbane are missing Reece Walsh, who's not equal importance to the Broncos as Tommy is to Manly, but ability-wise, we know what he brings to this team. So,
Well, Broncos' depth is substantially better than Manly.
Exactly. So,
Like, we didn't even have Saylor was injured.
yeah.
So like that just shows you the depth.
Yeah.
And the young guy we brought in was outstanding.
Yeah, so you look at it and all I'm seeing is that early couple of tries to the Broncos, they didn't score a try for 67 minutes, the Broncos.
Yeah.
They scored the 2 early ones, and one of them was with Taniela Paseka in the bin.
Yep.
This is the Brisbane Broncos with, all right, sure, they were missing a few of their backline and their creators. I get that, but still, the fullback was near enough full strength, wasn't it? Like, Payne Haas was there, Pat Carrigan was there.
Yep.
Even when Haas went off, that was thereabouts when he gets his spell normally anyway.
Yep.
So for Manly to come out there without Tom Trbojevic at Magic round where Brisbane lift for, they had this massive crowd behind them, everyone G'd up. I thought Manly had a lot of attacking opportunities. Their attack looked good despite no Tommy Trbojevic. So I know it was a great result for Manly, and they were a whisker within a massive upset.
Yeah, I thought that, as I said, I thought their defence was way grittier, and I just think that, Seabold can walk away from that game and go, boys, this is it. This is a formula. The attack, if just one more pass lands, I mean, how many passes from centre to winger did they drop? Like, there was quite a few. If just one pass lands, they win that match. Against the Broncos, so you're right, like, they've got essentially a full-strength forward pack, outside of obviously Billy Walters being out. Then you look at their outside backs, like, even with Reece Walsh missing, Selwyn Cobbo, Dean Mariner, Tony Staggs, Corio. It's like friggin' unbelievable backline. And then you look at the young fella that came in, Josiah Karapani, who was phenomenal. I thought he was out really, really good for the Broncos.
Yeah, he's always been a gun, Karapani. I've got no idea what happened at South Sydney.
I think you spoke about him in the off-season about the fact that the South, not what happened, but that he was touted and then just didn't work.
Which normally means attitude, usually, when there's just no other reasoning that I can find or hear. But, mate, he's always had this sort of ability. And if I was another club, I had to say it again, but if I'm Parramatta, worth grabbing.
Yeah, worth talking to for sure. For sure. I thought he was outstanding. What do you think, mate?
I think Kempy, very brave win for your boys away from home. Don't forget as well, this one. Backs to the wall sort of stuff, missing a few key players.
Battler.
And you're lucky that you've got a former West Tigers legend who was able to sink the field goal when it mattered and get the job done for you. Look, very tight game. I think you're right, though. Manly can take a lot out of it. I think we all kind of said if Turbo's out, there's a big question mark over him. Can they kind of mix it with the really good teams? And they definitely did that here, the Seagulls. So, I think that's a really good sign for them, as you pointed out, because in the past when he's kind of been missing, they've just completely fallen apart and got hammered by the top 8 sides. But the fact that they were able to kind of hang in there with you on the big stage, Cooler looked pretty good at the back there. I think there's a lot that they can kind of take away from it. But good game. One of a stack of games that were really tight over the weekend.
Yeah. So we'll talk about Manly first. I thought the sin bin was definitely a sin bin. I thought some people were saying it wasn't. I was like, that's 100% a professional foul. I was a little bit surprised that Seibold in the press conference was a bit upset about the penalty on, who was it? Dean Mariner, maybe?
Yep.
Because wasn't it only didn't Ben Trbojevic also get a very soft head-high penalty as well?
Yep, spot on. So
I just don't get that. And also, literally the week before, Tom Trbojevic got the softest penalty in history. And that's with Seibold. I'm like, mate, okay, yeah, you lost by a point, but that's a good performance.
Yeah.
Don't worry about those calls. They weren't even tough calls. They were tough calls if you hadn't have got those other calls before it.
Yeah, you're exactly right, because it was so soft. But when you compare it to Ben Trbojevic, Tom Trbojevic last week, that I think got them out of jail the week before.
I think the game was locked up, and they would have had the ball going in 20, on their 20 metre.
Yeah.
And obviously
Dolphins.
Ben Trbojevic, he in the same game, the Broncos game, I think they were attacking Broncos line. I think. And they got that call. And also the forward pass to Olakau'atu for a try.
Yeah, I do back, again, let's just let it go, mate. Let's not end well. But far it was soft. Because that was, the Madden kicked the field goal the next set with about 5 to go. So but I can see why he was upset. It was soft penalty.
Oh, as soft as anything.
God.
But again,
we're seeing it time and time again.
Your own team has benefited off that.
Yeah.
I mean, we talk about against Penrith. What about that knock on that wasn't you know what I mean? You can go through them all. And I think DCE answered it perfectly, because then they asked DCE and he said, tough call, but sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't. And I'm like, that's the right answer.
Yeah, when it literally happened last week, you're like, just leave it.
Well, it happened in the same game.
Yeah.
That pass to Olakau'atu was outrageously forward.
Yeah.
Which is I have no issue with that, because I'm of DCE's mind of sometimes you get the calls, sometimes you don't. Of course, in the moment, I'm sitting there going, are you fucking kidding me? Rah, rah. But when everything settles down, you go, look, later in the year, I'm sure, or even later in that game, you could look at the head high that we got. We got the call back.
Man, that forward pass, watching Tom and Eddie celebrating, just pretending like they didn't see it, was all time. It was so good.
I thought Manly were outstanding, and I think they can really build on this. I think that you keep Cooler there, you keep him at fullback. I think Tommy Talau, outside of a few passes that went to ground, I thought he was really good. And I thought DCE's kicking game was a real difference for a lot of it. Every time Manly would have an average set, the kick would be perfect, and he would hem the Broncos into their corner. They'd jam up, compress, and they'd win the battle for most of the set. In regards to players that really stood out, as I said, I thought DCE showed why he's a level above. I think that if they had a rookie at 7 the Broncos did in Madden, even though Madden's not necessarily a rookie, but you know what I mean, an inexperienced 7, I think the Broncos probably run away with that. I think it was DCE's ability to wrangle that game back under control after those first 2 tries that really not a lot of players can do.
Yeah. It was awesome, and that's what he does. Like the experience shining through, especially contrasting with who we'll get to Jock Madden soon, who was terrific. But with Adam Reynolds out, like you saw the experience of DC there. Just back to Tolotau Kohler quickly. All eyes were on him going into this fixture with Tommy Trbojevic gone. We know he can run. We know he's got speed. You know his support plays decent, but really promising signs. Just his ball playing was quite good in this one. The tip on for the Vega try late, you're like, oh my goodness, like.
And the amount of times he swept and you could feel danger.
Yeah.
Like, is he going to pass? Is he not? Whereas before you'd say he's definitely going to run it.
And even the way like the Manly play, and I touch on it most weeks, but just their expansive play and the way they use the ball and use the width coming out of their own end. Tommy Trbojevic is a big part of that. So as soon as Tommy's gone, you go, all right, how are they going to change their tactics? How will their attack change? They kept doing those early shifts, and they caught the Broncos out a few times, and Cole was a big part of these. So there's signs from him first up at fullback, really encouraging.
Well, the thing with the early shifts is when it works, it's so hard to stop. And I think the Broncos had nightmares, like genuine nightmares of they were Manly, essentially every set coming out of their end would spin it to a centre. And that's why you look at these meters are huge.
When it's working, it's so hard to stop. Even when it's not working, you're still getting good yardage and you're still moving the defence around and making them work. And the meters are there when they do it. So it's like, yeah, it's a little bit risky, but you can do it in a controlled manner as well. It doesn't have to be anything flamboyant. Manly just do it probably better than anyone in the comp out of their own half.
And when it works, they are really, really hard to stop. When it goes wrong, though, like they start dropping balls, they lose field position, it can be like disaster.
It can make you look terrible.
Yeah, like why are you spreading it this early? Whereas on the weekend it worked, and I think there's the reason why it worked is because they did it in a lot safer manner than they've done it in the past few weeks. I feel like on the weekend, a lot of the balls weren't engaging the defensive line. They weren't playing late. It was pretty much just early ball. Like it was just genuinely pass, run. I
think the other thing is probably just conditions playing into it. Like the week before, wet game from memory. Oh no, sorry, it was in Queensland, but the
I think it's still a little bit wet though.
Yeah,
against the Dolphins, I think it was.
The game on the weekend was just really dry conditions. You know, early in the round, so the field was in great nick. So it was there to use the ball and play some footy.
If they can nail that, and I think that on the weekend, as I said, I think the perfect thing is it wasn't any risky out of their own half. It was early passing. Everything was set up. Wasn't trying to get to the line, hitting out the back or hitting short. It was just genuinely pass, and go. If they can nail that, it is tough to defend that because you've got two options. You do what the Broncos do, which is up and slide until you can't slide anymore, or you can press and jam. But if you do that and you don't nail it, then once, let's say they do get a quick play of the ball, you're past the ball. So getting back for the next play is super hard. But also, if they start figuring it out, they just go, boop, over the top, and then they've got a line break. So it is interesting to see clubs now that it's become extremely clear what Manly is doing. Early shifts. Like they're really the other teams do it. Like for example, Storm do it, but they usually go early shift, hit the 3 defender, and then stay down a corridor.
Yeah.
Whereas Manly have almost sometimes just go side to side. Like they'll be more than willing. It's going to be interesting to see how do teams adjust to that, and are there going to be teams that go, you know what, this is what we need to do, kind of stop that. Because if you don't adjust to it, as you said earlier, Roo, the stats on the outside backs were unbelievable.
Yeah.
Like you're looking at basically everyone had 200 metres except for Polo, who had 126. So 253, 215, 254, 212. And what's crazy as well is only one of those, out of all of those runs, so you're looking at 27, 19, 23, 15, 15, 13, one of them was a hit up. So that shows you that spinning early is just making meters from.
It's time to defend because you have to have a full line there every time to combat it and be up against it. And it's like players don't get breathers on those kick chases, but they have to be there because they will get you.
Yep, absolutely. Now, in regards to, we spoke about Caller. I'm excited for Caller because he's going to have, what do you reckon, at least 6 weeks?
Yeah.
6 weeks minimum. There's no way they bring him back early. It's a good opportunity. It could be a club-defining 6 weeks. Because if he goes out and plays, obviously not on Tom Dravovic's level, but let's say he plays 8 out of 10 compared to Tommy's 10 out of 10. That's a bloody good fullback at the back where you can go, okay, it makes it easier to bring Tom back maybe into the centres. But also, touch wood, if it is getting to the point where we just can't afford to pay a bloke $1.2 million to be injured all the time or whatever happens, you can go, there is life after Tom Trbojevic at fullback. And I know, no, that stings no one more than me, like with Tom Trbojevic. Like, he is such a good part of our game. If you're a young fan of the game, he is the guy that you want your kid looking up to. He is a superstar. He puts bums on seats. But the reality is, like, Manly would be having conversations internally of, do we need to look at other long-term fullbacks? Is that too far? Am I being silly? Or
No, I don't think at all.
Nah, I don't. I think the conversation, it's so hard because I think the conversations around, like, can we afford to pay him over $1 million every year? Because they'd sit there and go, all right, we'll still absolutely give Tom 800 or 900 or like 800 as opposed to say 1 or 1.1, 1.2, whatever he's on. Because when he's fit and on the field, he's worth 1.3 million
Easy,
in a season.
easily.
Easy, and the rest. But so many injuries now. But the question is, if they say we can only afford him 800 because of the amount of games he misses, and hopefully he takes that, another club's going to throw it at him and go, we'll give him the 1.3 that he's worth.
will be the difference, yeah.
That's the conversation.
Yeah, it's so true.
It's hard.
Every club feels like they know how to get like the best out of certain players.
And like, as a Raiders fan, I would, if Manly would have said to him, we can only afford 800 for him, if the Raiders said, we'll throw 1.3 at him, I'd go, beauty, let's take that risk.
Yeah, take the risk because he could be literally could be anything. Okay, other players. I thought Ola Kawatu really warmed into this game. Did not put much of a foot wrong when it comes to putting his foot forward for the Blues. I've got to say, this has probably been Ola Kawatu's most consistent year.
Mate, I was just about to say, like, this time last year and about 3 weeks before when he was in the Origin conversation, is it Ola Kawatu or Hudson Young? And I personally thought Ola Kawatu had his worst month of footy yet at that
just
period.
really quiet.
And just played himself out of it, in my opinion. This year, he's in the conversation. Look at his last 4 weeks. 24 tackle breaks. He's averaging 135 run metres. He's had 4 offloads. He's had 3 try assists. He's missed a grand total of 3 tackles in the last 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Like, he has just put his hand up and gone, I want that fucking jersey.
No, he has to be in the side.
Has to be there.
If he's not in the side, it's an outrage. Like, genuinely. Like, what are they doing?
Yeah.
Ola Kawatu is... Him coming off the bench through the middle is a nightmare. Is an actual nightmare for defences. 20 minutes. He plays essentially 80 minutes on the edge most weeks. 20 minutes in the middle for him is nothing. Like, that would be nothing for him. He'd be able to pump that out easy.
Do you reckon he'll come off the bench on...
I reckon they'll
We
start
save
with
for
Crichton
tomorrow.
and Martin.
Okay.
I agree.
Yeah, I think they'll start with Crichton and Martin.
I think a month ago he would have been starting,
Sure.
but with what Crichton's done, I think that's...
And also the fact that Crichton's already done it in Origin and done it really well in Origin, I think that gets it. And Martin, you know what?
Man, I reckon he might be a sniff to get it over.
Martin.
I reckon they could bring Martin off the
I was
bench.
about to say, if there is one player that is under pressure on that edge, I think it is Martin because of the Cleary factor.
Yeah, bloody oath, yeah.
I think that changes a lot. Although Martin is still one of the better back rows in the game, he's not out and out the best back row in the game. Like, individual performances, sometimes Martin's relatively quiet.
Yeah.
And so I actually think if there is a position under pressure for the starting role, it's Martin, and Martin may... I mean, look, there's a world even where Martin misses the squad because of the Cleary situation. I still have him in my squad, but I'm saying I think that would be under pressure.
Gerbo in your team?
Yes, because I would have Gerb on my team because of the way I would want to play. You know what? We'll save it for the review.
Week in, week out, there's like, you'd say Crichton and you'd say certainly Ola Kawatu at NRL level, probably more often than not have bigger performances than Liam Martin. You get into the Origin arena, I want Liam Martin starting that game for me. That first 20, that dog where it's just a grind, it's line speed, it's how hard he hit in defence, all these things that set up the series. I absolutely want Liam Martin starting.
My starting is Martin Crichton, but I actually think Martin is closer to not making the side than Crichton. I think Crichton's a lock.
Crichton's got his chin in front at this stage.
Well, he's always had his chin in front. He's always had his chin in front. I think Crichton's a lock. I really do. He is
Definitely.
playing so friggin' good that he's undeniable.
Yeah.
But we'll get to that in the preview tomorrow. Yeah, so Ola Kawatu, I think he's a lock in the squad for sure. In regards to some other boys that went really well, I thought their forward pack did a really good job, and you look at their stats in regards to meters made. They actually didn't make that many meters, but guess what? That freshened them up for defence. And so that's where I really do feel like the blueprint has been laid for Manly in the way they should play. It's a little bit different to Penrith in the sense that it's the spreading of the ball early rather than the outside backs coming in for scoots. So there's difference there, but when you zoom out and look at it, it's essentially the same in regards to resting your big boppers in attack and then line speed in defence. And I think that's the good balance for Manly. I really do.
Yeah.
Anyone else before we head to Broncos?
Isn't having a guy like Jake Trbojevic can play 80 minutes there such an advantage? Like, you have a look at their bench and you go, Corey Dell played 36, Bullimore played 18, Matty Lodge only played 11 minutes, and they ran with a 2-prong hooker attack.
Against Hassan Carrigan.
Yeah, it's insane.
Crazy. Okay, now to the Broncos. Now, he was extremely close to making our team of the week. And if you had had him in there instead of one of our front rowers, like, we would not have pushed back against it. Jensen. Absolutely phenomenal performance. And he, for me, is the biggest smoky, and I think he's going to be on the bench for Queensland come game 1.
Really?
Yep.
Mate, I remember sitting here after that Broncos trial against Wynnum last year, and we sat there, and he was the standout front row forward in that game. He didn't do anything overly special. He just played tough and went forward all day. And I think we said after that game, like, he would be as effective in Q Cup as he would be in first grade.
Yeah.
And if he went and played Origin, he would do exactly what he does every single week and he'd have the exact same impact.
Yeah,
he's just a battler that you need in your side.
And he's doesn't carry on. He's not looking for offloads. He's not looking to step anyone. He's looking to run hard and straight and tackle hard, and that's it. This is his stats on the weekend. In 47 minutes, mind you, 47 minutes, 21 runs, 209 metres, 78 post-contact. In that, so 209 metres, 78 post-contact, 1 tackle break. So that's pure grit. That's just fucking straight and hard running. There's no fucking fanciness about it. 1 tackle break, and 22 tackles without a miss and no errors. Like, I personally think, at the very least, I think he'll be in the squad. I think it's, him and Hopgood might sneak their way into it. But, mate, obviously Carrigan and Flegler deserve all the raps they get. There's no one that loves them, more than me. But I think a guy like Jensen, he is almost the yang to their yin. Like, without him to have that foundation to allow them to do what they do, then they have to get through more shit work, because if he's not there doing all the shit work, all the hard yards, then they don't get the plays in the middle of the field. Like, for example, when you see Haas having the run on the 3rd or 4th tackle where he's allowed to go overs and, fend people off and look for big offloads, you don't get that without Jensen on the 1st tackle or 2nd tackle just going fucking straight and hard.
I love that this whole forward pack, they're either internationals or they look like just absolute 10 out of 10 models, and then you've just got Corey Jensen who just jumps in there and goes, fucking, I'll just truck nut all day.
and look at the Cowboys that let him go.
100%.
The Cowboys would absolutely froth to have him right now. So great signing by the Broncos.
When you have a look around this competition, it's what, the value of some front row forwards in this comp and compare them to Corey Jensen, he'd pull the pants down of plenty.
Mate, the Bulldogs, if I'm not sure when he's off contract, but if I'm the Bulldogs, I am fucking going hard after him. He is exactly what they need. So, 20 at the end of it. And I tell you what, I reckon he's going to get a fair wicket. How old is he? Is he about 30? So he's still got a couple of years left in him. I reckon he'd get a 2-year deal that's decent, like maybe 600K.
And I think Tom Flegler is a fantastic player, but when I watch Brisbane, I don't often think about, they miss him because of Jensen.
Yeah, he's just doing so. And because Willison has played fucking phenomenal as well since coming into the side. So, Jensen outstanding. We've got to speak about him now. Get on me here, boys. Patrick Carionis. 26 runs, 265 metres, 100 post-contact, 2 tackle breaks, 33 tackles, 2 misses. Mate, it's just week on week with this bloke now.
How many one-on-one manhandles did he have in there?
Mate, that tackle on Madden. And then who else did he hit? Lodge. He hits Lodge to dislodge the ball. No pun intended.
Very much intended.
You calling me a liar?
Oh, sorry.
Mate, Patrick Carrigan, lock him in for captain of the Broncos when Reno goes. Lock him in. He was actually captain, I think, for this game. Lock him in for the next captain of Queensland and lock him in for the next captain of Australia, in my opinion.
No pushback whatsoever.
Just lock him in.
I had a convo with someone over the weekend talking about, all right, who's the Australian captain at the end of the year if Nathan Cleary's not there, probably DCE, I guess, but to the next one to come through. And a few names were thrown up, and I was like, it's just lock and load Carrigan, isn't it?
Yeah, lock him in.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Basically, captain of the Broncos now when Reno's out, and if Reno was... when Reno moves on, he will be the captain. They look like they're going to continue doing what they're doing. They're getting wins without Reynolds as well. So I thought he's outstanding. Just want to send a shout out to Payne Haas. Like, with everything he's going through in his personal life, he might be the most mentally tough player I've ever seen play the game. And I don't mean as in toughness, the physicality of it. Like, we've seen like guys like Gal and that. But with the stuff happening off field for him that he's had to deal with, that is nothing to do with him in regards to his fault. It's not his responsibility. And yet he continues to turn up and never play bad rugby league. His mental fortitude to be able to put that all aside and focus in on his job, it's some of the best I've ever seen in my life.
It's remarkable. Like, you see off-field incidents, even it's not like anything to do with the players, like personal, their fault, anything they're caught up in, how much it impacts them on field. Payne Haas is remarkable because it tears most people apart when there's shit going on off the field, and it can... and you see it in a downward spiraling performance. Payne Haas comes out week in, week out, and just like almost looks like he gets better with every game. But all the stuff off field, you think it'd impact even his attitude and his manner and all that, but he never looks frustrated. He never looks angry. He's so composed out there. He's a remarkable bloody athlete.
Yeah,
and
human being.
Yeah, human being, I should say.
Remarkable human being.
Yeah.
Like, I cannot stress enough. Like, we're not talking about, little family dramas. Like, we're not talking about like, oh yeah, my mum's not speaking to my dad, and a little bit like, or they got a divorce, even though that's a big thing, like things like that. We're talking about life-altering, traumatic events, one after the other.
Yeah.
One after the other. It's an incredible testament. I mean, we don't even talk about the fact that when he goes through Ramadan, he plays footy, and I don't think he can even drink water. Like, it is just amazing. Like, the mental fortitude of Payne Haas is seriously incredible. But outside of that, in attack, we weren't anywhere near what we could be, the Broncos. But I just love their grit. I think it doesn't get enough appreciation. I say it to people, like, what is the difference between Broncos and some of these other squads? I think the special thing about the Broncos, and it's obviously Penrith do it the best out of anyone, this is just a young group of players that love rugby league. Like, they love playing the game of rugby league. Like, when it gets tough, they enjoy it. And Paddy Carrigan is a symbol of that. Payne Haas is a symbol of that. Reece Walsh, they love it. And that's the thing what makes Penrith so special as well, is like, every time they go out there, they love tough games. And I think the Broncos are very similar like that. Melbourne Storm similar. Whereas some of the lower tier sides, like, they don't enjoy it. It's not fun for them, which is, I get it. When you're not winning, it's not fun. But I think the special thing about the Broncos is they just love it. Like, they absolutely love it.
Do you think part of that comes from the tough period that they went through?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I think that it's definitely built up almost a callus for them. I think also the environment that, guys like Paddy, Payne Haas and Renault, obviously coming in a little bit later. But like Paddy and Payne Haas, they're the ones that have been there since, pretty much the Spoon era.
Yeah.
And so they've created an environment like where they just love it. Like, they're always playing like that.
That's right, I think, and you'll be able to touch more on it. But I think that when you guys won that Spoon, like, you have a look at like the senior playing group, there was no, outside of Alex Glenn, there was no Broncos that had been there for 10 years.
No.
Like that's where I personally think, when you look back on the history of the Broncos and where you got in real trouble, the injury to Matt Gillette, because he was the connection to that old school Broncos aura to pass on.
I think also, and I apologise because I'm bringing up old stuff when Seibold's now at Manly, but I do think when Seibold came to Broncos, he didn't appreciate the old Broncos culture enough, and I think he went too far in the direction of new, improved, and new ways of thinking, and some of the stuff coming out of the club, like with traditions that kind of got canned. And look, I don't know whether that was him or someone else. Maybe it was the admin. I don't know. And so during that period, usually it's the old heads that you lean on and be able to look towards, and you can look across. Like, I remember when Paddy Carrigan was made captain and he was like 21 years old. And at the time, OGs will know, I was like, this is way too early for Paddy Carrigan. When I look across and we're under the pump, they've just scored a try, and Paddy Carrigan's trying to tell me what to do when he's played 20 NRL games. Like, what are we doing here? 20 NRL games? Like, mate, you've barely even played first grade. And so I actually thought it was bad for Paddy's development. And even back then I said, he's going to play for Queensland, he's going to play for Australia. Now, that Paddy compared to the Paddy we're looking at now, it's boy and a man. Like, he's a man now. He absolutely, if I look across and Paddy Carrigan's got something to say after we're under the pump, I'm listening. He's earned the right to say that. So
Isn't it funny how quickly things can change in rugby league? Like, I remember looking back to when Brisbane winning that spoon going, my God, this is the worst thing to ever. And I'm sure it's different for you, but like, I almost now forget that happens sometimes.
It's like a race. It just, it doesn't feel like people in this same squad were a part of that.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah.
How was it, boys? I strolled up after the Raiders game for this one to your live show, Kempy, and no idea what to expect. Matty and Guru said they were there. I'm like, sweet, I'll pop in. Walked into an absolute zoo.
Fucking wild.
The show was unreal. Manly do something mad. Tom needed to go ballistic. Broncos would do something good. You'd go ballistic. When Payne Haas went down injured, there was just a collective oh shit across the whole room. You boys all dropped your heads. The room went quiet. Blues fans had lost Payne Haas. Broncos fans had lost Payne Haas. Everyone was like, shit, we're all screwed.
Yeah.
Then when he came back on and started warming up, the whole room just went, you beauty.
Yeah, absolutely. Mate, that was a zoo. Man, leaving that, I was like, that was intense because they're almost hovering over you, and it's like the environment is a loose environment. Like, that's part of it, and it was just like, yeah, because you're like sitting down almost, and they're like above you, but it was a sick time. Like, the good thing was it was loose and rowdy, but genuinely like, I think there was like one guy that got kicked out. Outside of that, like, there was no dramas, literally no dramas. And usually with like, beers flowing like that, there's Kevin Nangamas.
Wasn't that moment with Payne Haas just so unique? Like, I was trying to think, is there any other player in this competition that could have had that, as far as being a New South Welshman, being a Bronco, like even players all time that could look at, it's probably only Lazarus.
Well, even
like realistically.
Well, even guys like, even if you're not a Broncos fan and also not a New South Wales fan, even I felt like there were fans that were like, oh, Payne Haas, he's such a gun. Like, he's so good to watch. You just don't want him out of the game. So, anyway, look, gutsy win for the Broncos. Plenty to work on for sure. Selwyn Cobbo, obviously we haven't mentioned him, but he was also outstanding. But these are the kind of wins that you can just, if you can just keep jagging them, Reynolds comes back and you make your push towards the finals. Now, on to Knights defeating the Titans 28-24. Let's get to the controversial call just off the back. The try at the end with Kelly. The thing that surprised me the most, it went up as a try, didn't it?
Yes.
What I'm not understanding is was that inconclusive evidence that it left his hand before it was scored?
That's where it gets tough. For me, because they sent it up a try,
Yes.
I didn't think it was a try, but because they sent it up as a try, I don't think they had enough evidence to take it off them personally.
Because the rule is, guys, it doesn't matter what happens, as long as it stays in contact with your forearm and you touch it down, it's a try. So that's why you saw a couple of weeks ago, Philip Sammy, that try he scored where you're like, for 100 years it's been a knock on. They give it a try because the new rule brought into this year was as long as it keeps touching your hand, it's a try. With the Kelly one, I personally thought, without everything, if you just looked at that without it going up as a try, no try, I thought it was a knock-on. I thought it came out. I thought it looks like it hit someone else. But with the new rules and the fact that it went up as a try, I just don't know how you could have enough evidence to go that 100% wasn't a try. What do you reckon, Timmy?
Yeah, I thought it was probably a try. And I
It was a
thought
try?
because it went up a try, I thought there was definitely not enough to overturn it and say it wasn't a try. I think Desi Hasler had every right to be filthy at it, especially what the Titans had gone through with lost players and digging into this game.
And he got another tough call against the Raiders with the offside, I think the field goal was it, or whatever.
Yeah.
Now, in saying that, he also got a try against the Melbourne Storm with Phil Sammy. It was similar. So it's swings and...
So you thought it was a try?
I
Or
was
because
happy,
they
I was
sent it
happy to give it a
upstairs.
try, but like very close.
Yeah.
I'm with you in regards to... I was happy to give it a try.
Yeah.
But because it went up as a try. Whereas
Definitely,
if I'm just looking at that, just normally, I would say I probably would have given it a no try.
Yeah, I think when you look at a couple of weeks ago, Appy Coruscant getting taken a try off him.
Yep.
I mean, if that's a no try, this one's a no try.
Let it go, Hammy.
Let it go, mate.
I'm
4
over
weeks
it.
ago, mate.
I'm over it. Really.
No, but it's true, like the consistency.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. So,
But yeah, I'm probably would be inclined to agree. There wasn't enough evidence there to overturn it, considering it went up as a try. But given some of the other ones we've seen given a no try,
well, I
Put it this way, if it was no try on field, there's not a hope in hell they overturn it.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think also, I don't know why they changed the rule, because no one was sitting here going, you know what I've been pissed over the last few weeks, the last year or so, or the last few years, is the amount of tries that don't get called that aren't knock-ons. Like most people go, yeah. Like as soon as you see a bobble, it used to be the case of, yeah, no try.
Yeah, well, but even like going back further back, I reckon 2 years plus ago, and you could ground with your torso and it only had to be touching any part of the body, and there were these ridiculous tries, like this is so stupid, like he clearly has no control. Then a couple of years ago they said, no, like you have to have downward pressure and all that sort of stuff, and have to
I thought that was a good spot, the downward pressure one.
Yeah, and you have to be in control of the ball.
Yep.
And for a few years, I thought it had been really good, and then now they've just sort of gone back to, it's rolling up your arm, but it hasn't left contact, so like he has no control of the ball.
I just feel like they opened themselves up to more grey area rather than control and pressure. I thought that was a pretty good medium ground to be at.
Yeah.
I really did. Now, saying all of that, yes, I understand that, there were bins and, they both had bins, but the Broncos did let in a bunch of tries. Not the Broncos, the Titans, sorry. The Titans led in a bunch of tries when the second half turned up. Like when they came back out for the second half, the 46th minute, the 50th minute, the 67th minute, they basically didn't score any points after the 36th minute. So like that's where you lost the game, not that last
Mate,
quarter.
I fucking hate how quickly the word robbed is thrown around now.
Oh my God.
It is an absolute joke.
Yeah. Robbed calls like these days. It's even in boxing and that as well. Also, shout out Joe Apatow defeating Braidis, becomes IBF World Champion, Cruiserweight World Champion. Again, he was genuinely robbed of the belts. Massive congratulations to Joe. What an incredible performance. Like, he had that fight in the bag, completely dominating that fight, and then he gets a massive headbutt to his nose, and you could tell he was rattled after that. And so the last 2 rounds, he was on his bike a fair bit, just trying to finish the fight and win the belt. But before he got headbutted in the nose, and Braidis was trying everything, all the old school tricks to get Apatow off his game. Before that, he absolutely schooled Braidis. So massive congratulations, Apatow.
Yeah,
And
but on the Rob's crap,
Yeah.
please.
Mate, they do it in fighting too.
Fuck.
They do it it's like a close fight that goes to the other person, they go robbed.
Yeah.
And it's like in footy, like, how are you robbed when you didn't score a try in the second half?
Yeah, I was going to say, possibly if it's like an 8-6 grind and high completions and there's a dodgy call that separates them. But when you concede 5 tries each, it's like, there's a lot else that could have impacted this result.
I mean, like you had a try taken off you in the final moment of the game. Sorry, you conceded 28 fucking points. What are we talking about?
And you had 55% of the possession of the ball.
Fullback could count his first grade games on his hand. He scored 2 tries in the opening 7 minutes.
They had more than 6 minutes more possession than the Knights.
And when both Hastings and Shop went to the bin, it was the Titans who scored 2 tries in that time. So they made the most of it.
And also, who would you rather go to the bin? A centre that's being brought up from reserve grade, or your number 7 that's your main man? I'll tell you which one I'd rather go to the bin.
Ridiculous.
Yes, I don't like the robbing bit. Anyway, let's get to the Titans. Even though it was a really disappointing second half, far out they've come far compared to the start of the year. Like, the amount of injuries they had heading into this game, I thought they were going to get absolutely pumped. And the fact that they were ahead, beating the Knights, going in at halftime, I was sitting there going, I cannot believe how far they've come as a team. So, yeah, disappointing loss, and they definitely lost it themselves. But, geez, they've come a long way. Holy.
They've been awesome, haven't they? That the Desi Hasler ticker and grit, it is right there on show at the moment with the Gold Coast Titans. And as I said, despite those negatives we just mentioned, like for them to be in this, the Knights were 3 on the trot coming into this. No Brimson, no Foran, no Tino, no Jaden Campbell. They had a hooker in the halves.
Tanner Boyd also gone.
Tanner Boyd also gone. So many injuries. Completed 89% possession to almost jag this win. I gave him next to no hope in this one, just purely because of all the outs. And, they've also been up for the best part of a month because of their slow start to the season. They were great.
Mate, this is their spine. Clark, Verrills, Randall, and Kinney.
Yeah, Weaver came in.
Oh, sorry, apologies, yeah.
But that's how it's named.
That was how it's named. So they're going into that game when we did our Face of Music.
Yeah.
That's what we were essentially assuming was good. Remember we were saying, like, I think I said Aaron Clark would be 6. So they're heading into that game with basically they name essentially that side, and they somehow managed to have the, like, what I'm so surprised at is the mental toughness. Like when they started that game, the kickoff, they didn't look like a side that had just named like essentially a Queensland Cup, spine. And I know Weaver came in, but he's obviously also, Queensland Cup. The fact that they did that, I will say, Weaver's kicking game is phenomenal. For how young he is, some of those bombs that he put up, and just like he kicked for 603 metres, he had 21 kicks. I don't know how he's going to go long term. He's a bit of a smaller half, but his kicking game is unbelievable.
Yeah, he's a good player, Tommy Weaver. Australian schoolboys a couple of years ago, very good. I think it's worth noting too, I don't think he should have played in that game. He was injured.
Doesn't he have a wrist problem?
And I was under the impression that he wasn't going to play in that.
So you know what? And they said in the commentary that he probably shouldn't be playing, but he's only playing because they have absolutely no one.
He shouldn't have been playing in that game, yeah.
Isn't it crazy? Like with all those blokes we mentioned out, Brimson, Foran, etc., Campbell, he's down the pecking order a fair bit, but even with the injury, what a great opportunity for him to be like, no, like stick with me. I can be your guy going forward.
Yep.
Tanner Boyd out as well. So Foran a chance to be back this week from a hammy injury, but it's a big opportunity for him.
Massive. I know he missed some tackles in defence, but Brian Kelly's attack, mate, seriously, is he just attack? Is he top 5 attacking centres in the game, form-wise? I'll go top, I'll go top 8.
Yeah, give me 8 or 10. I can have the conversation. Yeah. On his day, he's right up there.
Just attacking-wise.
Form-wise, attacking-wise, top 5, yeah, I think definitely.
Mate, his friggin' attack is unbelievable. Yeah. Like, if you genuinely watch the Titans closely, and you obviously disregard some of the defence in that, like, he puts his opposing centre to the sword pretty regularly.
I loved the moment in this one from Brian Kelly. So I had the try disallowed, potential match winner there. Then the last play of the scrum, they shot to him, the camera shot to him, and you saw him screaming, get me the ball, because Dylan Lucas had shifted to centre and was defending wide off the scrum. He goes, he just backed himself to beat him. It didn't eventuate. Took him on one-on-one. Lucas, who we'll get to shortly, made the tackle, but just the confidence of Kelly to go, no, I'll back myself and get me the ball.
Yeah, mate. He's, again, he desperately needs to sort some the defensive deficiencies out, but geez, in attack, he's bloody unbelievable. I thought David Fafita had an outstanding game. Also, they lost Jamin Jolliffe. Fucking 7 minutes into the game.
Mate, he's their best forward, not named Dave Fafita.
Yeah.
He was a huge loss for them.
And so the fact that they were even in this game, it's genuinely phenomenal. Genuinely phenomenal. Yeah, I thought Dave Fafita was outstanding. I thought Beau Fermor, I think he had an error or two that not an error. I'm trying to think. I just remember thinking Beau missed something. Anyway, regardless, I thought he had a really good game, reminding us why he was quite close to Origin selection for a period there.
He's come back from an ACL injury, missed a lot of footy.
18 runs, 180 metres, 79 post-contact, 1 tackle break, 42 tackles, only 2 misses. I thought he was good as well.
Fuck, his leg speed is impressive, Beau Fermor, especially coming off an ACL and whatnot. He moves.
Yeah. Very explosive on that edge there. Yeah. Look, Titans, great stuff.
Keanu Kinney as well. Pretty impressive how much depth they got at fullback. These guys just keep popping in. Obviously, he got the try, but Dizzy's quick.
Yeah, really light in his feet as well. And, probably didn't start the year maybe the way he expected he would coming into first grade. Or not he expected, but we all had hype for him. But I thought he was much better on the weekend. Now, on to the Knights. We've already spoken about David Armstrong, but incredible. The player for me that I thought was outstanding, well, there were quite a few, but Dylan Lucas, jeez, he was phenomenal. That try assist that he had for Armstrong, the footwork that he showed he's quite a big boy now. He's obviously put on quite a bit of muscle mass. I thought Dylan Lucas was outstanding. And even that one-on-one tackle in the end there, playing centre, I know it's only a one-on-one tackle, but it's an important tackle against a pretty good attacking centre.
Forward one-on-one with space, and that back is Brian Kelly with some of the best footwork in the game. It's a good tackle.
Yeah.
We've been saying it for a while, and I think Tyson Frizzell needs to be used as a middle forward. They did it over the weekend. I think that, Kai Piss-Paul and your mate in particular, they can definitely hold down those edges. I think Newcastle have to run like this moving forward.
Oh, yeah. When you said Frizzell to the middle, initially I was like, I don't know. And then I'm like, you know what? I think he should be in the middle. I think he offers, I agree with it. I think it's a good call. I think he offers a dynamic explosiveness that sometimes they lack a little bit with such big boppers in through the middle. And I think Dylan Lucas and Kai Pearce-Paul are playing well enough to, obviously not going to play to Tyson Frizzell's level, but they're playing well enough that you're not weakening the edges too much and you're going to have him in the middle, making yardage. But also, I think another key thing of having in the middle, like, don't get me wrong, you're going to miss his communication on the edge for sure, but his communication in the middle, because sometimes I look at the Knights forward pack, and some of the tries they let go through the middle, like, it's just pure, like, laziness, lack of communication. If you have Brazil in the middle, that's one more person that's going to be constantly talking, constantly holding people accountable. I don't mind it.
I'd say on Kai Pearce-Paul, just on that, he's just got to cut those errors out of his game. They're just sneaking in the last few weeks. I think he's had 1 to 2 errors most weeks, and they are sort of just clean drop balls. They're not even really in contact most of the time. And if he can just clear that out of his game, fuck, he's a good footballer.
Well, it's a natural thing to happen for a bloke from Super League. Because in Super League, there's probably 4 teams that are, genuinely tough games. And so you can kind of afford to like fade in and out of seasons. But with NRL, every single week, whether you're playing wooden spooners or the top tier sides, it's hard, it's tough. And you can't afford to kind of clock off a little bit.
Yeah.
And so I think it's just a natural learning curve. And I think you would say the same thing. Just a natural learning curve for a guy like Kai Pearce-Paul.
He made 47 tackles on the edge on the weekend.
That's the one thing that I've been the most surprised about, how good his bloody defence has been.
Yeah, it could make, like, he's incredibly fit.
Right.
Like he looks the same in the first as he does in the 80th. The way that
For
he's
such a
moving,
big body,
it's incredible.
Like, if you had said to me, what's got the lowest odds for what's going to be Kai Pearce-Paul's problem, I would have said a bloke that's like 6'6" or whatever, hasn't played in the NRL, in the forwards. It's going to be his fitness. Like, he's going to get caught out constantly in defence. It's actually been the one part of his game that I haven't questioned at all.
Yeah,
like, there's never been a part where I've gone, geez, doesn't Kai Pearce-Paul look gassed? Now, I'm sure there have been moments, but there's been no more apparent than players that have been playing NRL for a long time.
Well, I mean, he's played now 11 games of NRL. His first 11 games of NRL. He's missed 18 tackles in 11 games.
On the edge too. That's
Pretty
a tough
handy.
gig. Absolutely. Now, some other guys, I think Jaden Bailey, hasn't he just staunched them up like
So
substantially
much
in the middle?
Yeah. He's been, and like back to 80 minutes, back to full fitness after an injury, played a couple of years. It changes so much, and we sort of touched on it a little bit last week, I should say, but I really like what Phoenix Croston does in the middle, and with Brayley back to playing big minutes, it allows him to do that. You just spoke about the mobility of Frizzell as a middle. Phoenix Croston, his line speed defensively, he's pretty solid for a small bloke in the middle. It's becoming a very balanced team, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I just, the thing that I have been so impressed with the Knights is just their gritty determination. Yes, okay, their first half was terrible, but they come out in the second half and they go, all right, let's put that behind us. Let's hang in there. And that's exactly, it's really their grit that won them the game. It really was. Like, as I said, they were without Hastings for 10 minutes. The Titans were without Shop, which was a centre, and they still managed to find a way to get back into the game. I've got to say that the Hastings with the niggle the last few weeks, just unnecessary. I don't know why.
It's too important to your side to be doing shit like that.
And it's just like, it just hasn't been like, I've never watched a Hastings over the last few years and said, one of his weapons is getting in blokes' heads. Hastings, for me, his weapons is his calmness, his structure, ability to play to a game plan. Niggling players, like, I just don't get it.
Especially David Fafita.
Yeah.
That was only going to end one way.
Fafita was lucky there's no more biff in the game.
And that's what I mean. Like, the only reason Hastings is niggling Fafita is because he can't get punched in the head. When I'm not expecting, throwing banter around, I don't want anyone getting penalised for banter. That's part of rugby league. That's whatever. If you want to do it, great. Now, I don't necessarily say I want... we'll put it this way. If they had sent Hastings to the bin and not Shop, I would have been okay with that. Because that was all Hastings initiating that, holding onto his jersey and pushing him first.
It was just an ugly little period, wasn't it?
Yeah, and so he'd already been warned. The Fafita thing happened. Shop... all he did was push him back. So in that situation, I'm like, yeah, okay, like I'm not, furious that Shop got sent to the bin or whatever. Like, teams had been warned, I get it. But at the end of the day, there was one bloke that initiated, and the reason why he initiated again is because he didn't get punished the first time, either by the ref or by Fafita. And as I said, back in the day, he wouldn't have done either one. Like, back in the day, there's no way Hastings does that, either one.
Are you saying he should have just shut up shop? Is that
and so...
He's happy with himself.
Yeah, I thought it was great. Mate, it worked on so many different levels.
Oh, no, it worked. It worked.
You get that one on the way home.
Yeah.
It's like an onion, though. It's got a few.
It's got a few layers. It's got a
There
few
was a
layers.
few layers to it.
But yeah, I thought that moment that like it's just so unnecessary. And you know, if the Titans would have had, you know, with all due respect to Shop and Brian Kelly, like a good goal kicker in their side, they could have gone in at halftime up 30-10.
Yeah.
And then it's very tough to come back from.
Yep. So yeah, hopefully gets rid of that niggle. Yeah, we spoke about Armstrong. Brodie Jones had quite a few runs, and I was like, damn, he's tough to take down. He's tough to take down.
He's a real Newcastle player, isn't he, Brodie Jones?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. Marju as well. Holy, 105 post contact, 250 metres, 8 tackle breaks. Geez, when he's on, he is just unbelievable. Unbelievable. So look, great signs for the Knights. Like really, really good. They're sitting in the 8 now, I think.
4 in a row.
4 in a row.
4-peat.
They're going for a 4. They're going for a 5p. I think they're sitting 8th now. I'll just check. Yeah, so they're sitting 8th.
Bye this week as well.
They've got a bye this week.
5-peat.
They've got the 5p. Going for the 6p.
6 again.
Do you reckon that'll be the theme for the week?
I think
Just
so.
O'Brien going 6 again,
AOB
boys?
will be doing that.
Yeah, I think so.
All week.
And that's okay.
They're 325 to make the 8, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
And so for like, look, 5-6 weeks ago, I'm looking at the Knights going, it's almost disaster areas. Like this could spiral into a season where Adam O'Brien's under pressure again after last year. I think they deserve massive raps for turning it around.
Well, off the back of that bye this week, they're going to go. They're not going to lose anyone to Origin, are they? Gagai, maybe.
I think
but-
Kaipius Paul's at Queensland.
That's what I heard.
You're in.
The only one to be maybe Bradman Best, but he's hammy and a bit doubt anyway. So.
Yeah. Well, after that, they take on the Canterbury Bulldogs in round 13. If Matty Burton gets picked, that'll be a Canterbury side without Burton. Good shot there. And then they played the Melbourne Storm after that, who are missing troops as well. So Newcastle's going a little run here.
They could. So I think O'Brien deserves massive raps. I think that squad deserves. Like, what's crazy is, so they had KP, and I'm worried about the Knights. He gets injured, and they turn it around. Like, so it wasn't like they just turned it around with KP. They've done it without him, which is even more
I
impressive.
feel like with KP there, there's a lot of get KP the ball, he'll weave magic, he make things happen. Without KP, it's like, all right, we all need to lift to compensate for the lack
point.
of that superstar.
That's a good point.
Because this has happened before, hasn't it? Like they've lost him and gone on a run.
Well, they lost him and they nearly beat Penrith last year.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, massive congratulations, Knights. And, it's a testament to that squad because, like, what have we been asking? Like, has it been flashy? Like, have I watched the Knights and gone, whoa, this is the Knights that we saw at the back end of the last year? No, I haven't. But at the same time, I've watched them and gone, the steely grit they had last year, absolutely I've seen that in the last 4 weeks. So great stuff from the Knights. Now, on to before our next game. KO's got you covered this footy season with every game of every round live and ad break free during play. Some key games this coming week. Cowboys versus Tigers, exclusive to Fox Leave, available on KO. Sharkies versus Panthers, match of the round. That's exclusively on Fox League and available on KO. Broncos versus Titans, exclusive to Fox League, available on KO. But you can watch all 8 games on KO. Now, let's get to this one. For me, it made me the happiest just because I'm happy to see the Sharks go back-to-back against top-tier sides and get victories. The Sharkies defeat the Roosters 38-30. Look, yes, for the whole season, it doesn't matter who they beat. There will be questions. When they get to finals, can they win those big matches? But I tell you what, the Sharks could not have done more this year to show that they are the real deal. This is an incredibly important win for them over the Roosters. And although it was a high-scoring game, the most incredible stat for me out of this game was so in last year's grand final, we all agree that was like one of the fastest games. That was almost Origin speed.
Yep.
Even in Origin, I think the average play the ball speed, I think it lands around 3.2 seconds, 3.1 seconds. In this game, the Sydney Roosters had an average play the ball speed of 2.9 seconds. Wow. And it's been rounded up to 3 seconds now. So it was 2.9, but it's been rounded up 3 seconds. But let's say 3 seconds or 2.9. And they still managed to beat them. Average play the ball speed. So they're on the back foot constantly. What does that say to me? That says to me that this Sharkies defense, I know it's a 30 points, I get that. But when your team are playing a team with an average play the ball speed of 2.9 seconds or 3 seconds, and you're finding a way to win, like that should really be 60 points. The Roosters did that to the Dragons. Look what happened. Like they just got completely blown off the park. They did the same thing to the Warriors. Really quick play the ball speeds. The Warriors couldn't go with them.
Adding to that, 84% completion, the Roosters, like.
Yeah, so this isn't... They didn't play a Roosters side that came in and played poorly. I thought the Roosters played really well. And they still managed to get the win. I think this will go down as one of Fitzgibbon's better wins since he's taken over the club.
I've been probably more, I wouldn't say critical, but I've just questioned the Sharkies probably more than most over the last year or so. And I'm loving what I'm seeing at the moment. I don't want to go off early, but I kind of feel like they have turned a corner.
Mate, I agree. I personally believe that they've shown enough this year to show that they are a substantially better side than last year.
Yeah, and I love to, one of my criticisms of Fitzy over the last 2 years is that he's been hesitant to make big calls in his side, and he's made it this year, moving Talakai to the bench. How good has Talakai been coming off the pine?
Wow.
3 weeks in a row.
Full credit to him. Like, if I was Talakai 6 weeks ago, I would have gone, are you fucking for real? I'm one of the best centres in the comp.
He could get a big wicket at a lot of clubs playing centre.
Yep.
And what I love about Talakai, and it reflects a good club environment, is he has not dropped his bottom lip at all. Like, he hasn't gone on the bench and sooked. I mean, there's an argument to be made that he could say, hang on a sec, all my stats at centre are better than Iro's.
Yep.
Like, all my stats. You can go and look at my try assists, my meters made, and yet he goes onto the bench and plays with just as much enthusiasm and does his job for the team. That's a team player. Like that is impressive. He deserves all the raps he's getting because he, off the bench, has been phenomenal. It reminded me of when they had that Harry Grant Cheese rotation at Melbourne Storm where Cheese would come in off the bench and just blow teams apart. That's what Talakai's doing.
Things just happen when he comes on the field every single time. He's so hard to stop. And, you got to try for a third week in a row. He's paying about $7.75 as well. So there's a bit of value there. And just speaking of prices and the Sharks, they're now the $2.10 favourites to win the minor premiership.
Wow.
Mate, they were $2.60 before that Penrith game. I had a look at it and I thought, the Penrith won't lose to the Warriors here. So bye. Got on it then. Nice little value.
Far out.
Because, mate, they'll lose Hines, Cam McInnes, maybe.
Yeah, I reckon they'll lose Hines, Cam McInnes for sure.
But, like, you look at the teams around them, Melbourne, Penrith, like, they're going to lose a stack of players as well. And
2 buys to come.
And Penrith, have been looking not Penrith-like for at least a month. As in, they've been look Penrith-like, but just a bit flat.
This is the Sharkies' biggest challenge, is that are they peaking now?
Yeah.
Can they do it for another 20 weeks is their challenge.
I just think as a Sharks fan, like, let's say they get to finals, they win the first one, they get bounced out. Like, I still think you got to be happy with that. Like, This is a tough competition. The Sharkies, when Fitzy took over, they were 10th. Mate, they had no direction. Like, it was like SJ was in and they moved him on, and like there was no clear path of where they were heading. Fitzy goes out and signs Nico Hines on massive unders, like gets him before he blows up. I think he can sign for like $600,000. Turns him into a Dally M player, gets Dale Finucane, he lifts the standards. I think he also brought Cam McInnes. Like, look at all the people he's brought in to build into this. I think also that Fitzy deserves credit for is, I understand the Sharkies' frustration where we haven't won the big games and all that the last couple of years, but like every squad has like what's the word? Like a cycle, and I think that in Fitzy's defence, he's in the 3rd year with this squad, so you would expect that usually it's going to take 1 to 2 to 3 years to get them to where you want them to be as a squad, and I think he's been patient. I think he's made mostly the right decisions. I mean, put it this way. We haven't spoken once about their left edge defence this year.
No.
Whereas we couldn't stop speaking about it last year. Like, that's incredible.
I don't think they've had a problem with their left edge defence since roughly around 2021 last year. Teague Wilton got injured, I believe. Wade Graham came in, then they dropped Matt Moylan. There was a few little dominoes that fell there, a few different things. I think they've had an issue there since that time, really.
Mate, it's just been, what a win from Nico Hines. I think he kicked 1 out in the full or 2 out in the full, but then he kicks that 40-20. I don't know what Tedesco was thinking. He must have just switched off.
Yeah.
But huge kick by Hines. It completely shifted momentum. And Hines, although the question still remains, can he step up to Origin? Like, from club footy, he can't really do much more. He's leading the Dally M, equal Dylan Edwards. From the evidence we have at club footy, he cannot do much more to put his hand up to be selected for New South Wales.
If he doesn't get picked this year, just don't worry about ever picking him again.
Yeah.
Because we've lost Cleary. Mitchy Moses is maybe going to get one game to press his case. Nico has been absolutely firing for the last 4, 5, 6 weeks, and the rest, he can't do anything more. And my favourite thing about it is, like, I was pretty keen to have him in there in the halves, whether it was with Mitch Moses, whether it was with Cleary, but you see the role he plays at the Sharks and why he's been so dominant. He just runs the show. He controls. He gets all the ball. He gets the ball when he wants it. Could he do that with Nathan Cleary or Mitch Moses? Probably not. So there was a bit of a query there. But the way it's looking now, he might end up with someone like Matty Burton next to him in the halves, which should complement each other really nicely. So he'll get a chance to go into the Blues and essentially play like he does at the Sharks, where he'll just be such a ball-dominant half. It's exciting.
Yeah, and I think something that hasn't really been spoken about that much, and you spoke about that on the captain's run last week, is that going in with Hines, let's just say Edwards gets that fullback spot, or Tedesco, Burton and Robson at 9. How do you plan for that? You can't. You just, like, you don't know what style of footy they're going to play. Whereas going in with the Penrith system, you've got literally hours, hundreds of hours of video to watch and go, this is how they're playing. And so although Cleary would absolutely get that jersey, and you'd probably pick a few Penrith players around him. So there's not to say that they can't win with the Penrith system, but it is one factor in favour of Hines at 7 is you don't really know how they're going to play.
Yeah, I think it will be the one interesting thing, and I would pick him 100%, but see how Hines combines with a bit more of a ball-dominant 13 like Isaiah Yeo. So they don't really have that at Cronulla.
Do you actually think that Hines, Cleary being out, Hines definitely at 7, well, not definitely, but most likely puts McInnes at 13 to start because he plays the club?
Could. I don't know. That's my only worry is that, and I assume they'll go with Isaiah Yeo at 13. Maybe they won't, but I assume now with Cam Murray out and whatnot.
Surely Madge says to him, Yeo, and Yeo is a team player. He says, mate, whatever Hines says you do. You don't overcall him at all. Surely he does.
But I wonder that if you're not going to pick Isaiah Yeo to play that role that he plays at Penrith, do you pick him in the side?
Yeah, okay.
It's incredible the impact of that Cleary injury to the Blues side. Because straight away you just go, like, I still want Dylan Edwards as my fullback, but you go, all right, well, that probably gives an edge to Tedesco over Edwards. Jerome Luai, who's certainly still in the 5'8" conversation. There's not a chance I'm having Jerome Luai there without Nathan Cleary. The Blues selectors might see it differently, but I wouldn't personally.
Yeah.
You boys mentioned Liam Martin there. His combination on the edge at Penrith with Cleary. Again, we'd all have him there, but the question's asked. Whereas before that, it's 100% Liam Martin. Big impact.
Just one thing on the Sharkies, and without looking too far down the track, but they're sitting in first at the moment. Do we all think they're a top 4 side?
Yeah.
Oh, as in like we consider them that they could be
they'll
top 4 by the end of there.
Yeah.
I think they have the team, like they're playing well enough to be considered a top 4 side by the end of the year. Yes. Yeah. Whereas last year I was like, no, I don't think.
Yeah. So if they can hold on to that top 1 or 2 spot, you have a look from round 24 onwards. They play at Shark Park, Wollongong, Shark Park, Manly. They have a home final week 1 and they win that. They don't leave Sydney for like 8 weeks there on the trot.
draw.
That's a huge advantage to have for the Sharkies.
What's their draw like for the next month of footy?
Tough few weeks. Panthers and
Panthers
Broncos.
next week.
Panthers, Para at Para, Brisbane at Brisbane, then Dolphins back at home into a bye. Honestly,
They could win all those matches.
After their next few weeks, they're cruising.
But like Penrith right now, looking a bit flat. Yes, they'll obviously bounce back. They're without Cleary. The Broncos without Reynolds. Like they genuinely could win those 2 matches.
they come out of that bye and go Canterbury, Titans, Tigers, bye.
It really is. They've put themselves in like box seat.
And they're sort of, with where their buys are placed and whatnot, they sort of break the rest of their competition down into 3 or 4 periods.
And because they've gotten through, because they've started the season so red hot, won a few of these tough matchups, if they have peaked a little bit early and they go through a lull at some point, they can afford it and they can afford to lose games at some point. So
looking at that draw, you'd almost say it's disappointing if they don't make top 4 now.
Well, their winks like $1.08 to make the top 4.
$1.08. Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Exciting times, Sharkies. Okay, Jesse Raymond.
Oh, yeah.
Jeez, I tell you what. When I've always been, as you know, I've been a massive fan of the Sharkies outside backs. When they said his name was being tossed up for Origin, I understood it to a degree where I was like, yeah, like he's a bloody good player. But I was like, geez, like in front of guys like Bradman Best that have been there and played well, Critter, even Tungel's name would be there. And at this stage, like, I think Latrell is still up for selection. I think also when this was getting tossed up, Tom Trbojevic was still up for selection. Like, he didn't do much wrong on the weekend to... It's a big game against one of the best sides in the competition. Maybe he is look, put it this way. I think Critter is a lock on one side, locked in as centre. I don't think that other edge is completely locked in. Obviously, there would be Bradman Best was probably the front runner. But I think there's a real world where Jesse Ramian is playing well enough to jag that centre spot.
I've always been a massive advocate for, Jesse Ramian, rep teams and just how good he is. I think he is maybe not the most underrated player in the comp because he's at centre. There's some very underrated players, but right up there with the most underrated players in the comp. And mate, my number one take from this game was just sitting there going, all right, Bradman Best has just gone down. You mentioned the players who there's no Turbo now. Is Latrell even making himself available? We don't know. If Bradman Best isn't right, Latrell's not made himself available, I think Jesse Ramian plays Origin. You look at Gatoni Staggs there, and I see two pretty similar players in there, both like really strong defensive players, powerful, have big plays in them. But Jesse Ramian, he'll run for, he runs for big meters each week. You add in the combination on the edge with Nico Hines now as well.
I think he's a front runner.
I think he's. I have so much confidence going into Origin if Jesse Ramian's at centre. I really do.
Yeah, I think, and also with Ramian, he's been consistently playing good footy for years now. Like, it's not like he's just, some of the other centres, like, for example, Staggs, even though I think Staggs has had a good year this year, we have seen seasons or half a season where Staggs been a little bit quiet, where he's just kind of, we were speaking only, at the start of last year, we were going, gee, Staggs really needs to up his work rate. Whereas we've never really had to say that with Ramian. We've never really had to say, oh, geez, I think Ramian needs to get involved in the game more.
I don't remember the last time I came on here and critiqued Jesse Ramian for anything.
Yeah, he's super consistent. And look, I know what you mean. Like, is there an argument that he's the most underrated outside back in the competition? I think there is an argument for that. If you actually watch the Sharks play, tell me when he plays poorly.
Yeah, unreal defensively, beast in attack, averaging 150 metres a game, does the same thing year in, year out.
Yeah.
What can he do?
Super strong in contact, has the footwork that we saw on the weekend, that in and away that he pulled off, so silky.
Disgusting.
Like, for a guy that big, and that's what's so special about him and Gatoni Staggs is, like, when they are on, they are on. Like, they do some special things.
Who are you blokes picking out of if it comes down to Staggs and Ramian?
Hey, stay tuned. We've got the Origin preview Wednesday. So stay tuned.
Be nice if you would show up for your state occasion.
Oh, wow. In a turmoil in the
I
state.
can cop Supercoach stick from you, club stuff from you, but mate, don't bring New South Wales Origin into our relationship. That's the one thing we agree on, and we get around together.
Wow. Okay.
If we don't have that, what do we have?
So yeah, look, great performance. Tommy Hazelton, once again, outstanding. Mate, pretty much everyone played well for the Sharkies. Pretty much. Howard Tapua off the bench. Jeez, he's a big bopper. Howard Tapua off the bench.
Mate, once you add AFB to that side next year, that forward pack is going to be off the fucking charts.
When AFB gets there, mate, that roll-on that he's going to be able to get Hines, holy. Quick question before we move to the Roosters. Has Atkinson cemented his spot?
Yeah, I think
he's locked in.
I think so.
I don't think locked in, but
Well, if Trindle's back next week.
Yeah, I'm picking Atkinson.
Yeah.
Short term, definitely.
That's what I mean. Not locked in as in he's got the 6 jersey for the next 10 years. I mean, Trindle's back.
Yeah.
Who do you go with?
Atkinson, for sure.
Yeah, I think you have to go Atkinson. Just before we move on, mate, little shout out to Edo. When you have a look at, he's played only 7 games now, but he's leading the competition for metres run by a centre on average over the last, in the games that he's played. So he's, we give Talakai all the raps and everything, but Ero's, and mate, to be honest with you, I've spoken about him for years, but I didn't realise he was going to be this sort of a centre. I thought he'd have the highlights and all that sort of stuff, but man, he's hardly had any highlights. He's just been playing fucking tough football.
Yeah, and just what he's doing, everything he does is 8 or 9 out of 10. It's high quality, and also his ability to hit contact. I'd love to compare his post-contact meters to other centres because far out, he just keeps leg driving all day long. He must be a nightmare to defend. Ido's been outstanding.
When you have a look at the Shark side, and without when you have a look at teams that have won premierships over the last 10, 15 years, they always have one or two young guys that really step up and play heaps far above their pay packet. And I'm looking at Hazelton, I'm looking at Ito. They've got, your Wiltons of the world. They've just got a number of guys that are just playing to their peak at the moment.
It's like, okay, look at this. This is their full pack. Hazelton, Korfusi, Nikora, Wilton, McInnes. This is the Roosters. Hargreaves, Lindsay Collins, Angus Crichton, Nat Butcher, Victor Radley. Like, on paper, they are not even comparable. Like, they're genuinely like light years away from each other. And yet this Sharkies pack managed to hang in there and get the job done. You even look at their outside backs. Like, I know they've obviously got Joey Manu was out, but like Dom Young, Suoliti, Tupou, James Tedesco against Kennedy, Katoa, Ramian, Ito, Mulatalo. Like, again, on paper, it's incredible what the Sharks have done.
You mentioned Ito, mate, post-contact meters for players that have played more than 6 games this year that are centres. The only 2 that are in front of him, Herbie Farmworth, who's averaging 2 more metres per game, and Matty Timoko, who's averaging 4 more metres per game.
And he's in his 7th game of NRL.
Yep.
Crazy.
Sorry, and Roger Tuivasa-Sheck, who's averaging about 10 more, to be fair, but
that's
crazy.
RTS.
Yeah.
Okay, now on to the Roosters. Look, it does take a little bit of steam out of the Roosters' kind of like hype to a degree. But in saying that, what I love the most is there is a very clear Roosters style of rugby league. It's been for about a month now. We know what we're getting from the Roosters. They are absolutely a premiership heavyweight. They absolutely, if they continue to play like this, can push for a premiership. And although they didn't get the win on the weekend, and I think that it's a mixture of, okay, did they play as well as they had the weeks before? No. But also I think it's a mixture of people underestimating just how bloody good the Sharks have been for the last couple of weeks. So I wouldn't be too disappointed from the Roosters' perspective.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too disappointed either. I think they just came up against a good footy side on a good day.
And yeah, I think that if I had to be critical, I think they were a little bit shocked at just how long the Sharkies were going to hang in there. I think that the Roosters have kind of gotten used to just blowing, like not used to, but last few weeks just going, mate, we are too big, too powerful, too strong. And I think it probably came as a bit surprise where they kind of looked up 60 minutes in going, mate, the Sharkies are still here. Like, they are not wilting at all. So maybe that's a little bit of a lesson of you can front load your energy, but when you get up against the guys like teams that are really at the top of the table, like your Sharkies and that, they're going to be there around for 80 minutes to a degree. But look, still a bloody good performance in my opinion.
Yeah, like there's no doubt Trent Robin to be concerned with conceding 38 points, but they've been up for a fair while now, the Roosters, over the last month with just some outstanding performances. Like the Sharkies, as you said, you've got to give them a bit of credit. Like going into this week, the Sharkies had the best defensive record in the competition. It's now they've conceded a tick more points than the Panthers now per game on average. They've gone out for 30 points on the Sharkies, who are conceding about 14, 15 per game leading into this. So in attack, they'll be going, all right, we're humming, boys. Fine-tune a few things in defence, but all in all, it was a pretty good performance.
Yeah, pretty good. There's not really much to be negative on. I mean, maybe you could argue the kicking game of Walker in regards to his long kicking game, that will always, well, not always, but it seems like that's always going to be a bit of a pain point.
Yep.
Is the fact that they don't have guys like DCE or Reynolds that can just fucking bomb down the field. So you could look at that and go, look, the one thing that Sam Walker has done, and to his credit, is all the little parts of his game where like he's goal kicking or making the right decisions. Like he has slowly improved to the point where, I mean, even his long kicking game, like a few years ago, it was almost like a little pop gun. He could barely bloody get it down the field. So he has improved on it. But I guess, as I said, if you're going to be super critical, that's the one area where they just don't have it. They just don't have a big boot in the halves.
Mate, Sam Walker's goal kicking, a couple of years ago, we were like, he was so bad, technique looked poor, everything. So back 4 seasons ago, he converted 54%. Then he went to 77, 76, not bad numbers, don't get me wrong. This year he's at 88%. You think how many tries Dom Young and Tupou are scoring on the wings. So they score a lot of tries on the edges. He doesn't look like missing at the moment. Like, what a credit to him that he's gone out and gone, no, I need to work on this. Not only has he worked on it and become better, he's like
One of the
informed
best.
goal kicker in the competition.
And mate, like a few years ago when when he was kicking goals on the sideline, like not only did he look like not getting him, I was far from confident he was going to make the distance on those
It
kicks.
was like honestly a little pop gun.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't have the technique or like the strength in his boot to get it there. And as you said, like credit to him, like we have to remember, this is Sam. I know the hype has died down a little bit, but when he came into grade, the hype around him was crazy. Like we had after a few games, we had blokes like calling him the next this person, next that person. So it would have been very easy for him to just get caught up in that. But he has truly worked on his game.
Speaking of Sam Walker improving his goal kicking, I'll tell you what, the bloke on the other side of the field, Nico Hines, he couldn't have hit water out of a boat a few years ago when he first started goal kicking. Like in all seriousness, like
His whole kicking game wasn't great in the first year.
yeah, like he kicked 7 from 7 the other night.
Yeah. His kicking game has improved like out of sight. Seriously out of sight. So yeah, like I agree with you, Timmy. Like, you know, Robbo being the elite, you know, premiership winner, 3-time, all that kind of stuff, he's not going to be happy with 38 points. But from a fan's perspective, like I just think that Sharks are one of the best teams in the comp. Roosters are one of the best teams in the comp. Few calls may have gone their way. Like, for example, if Teddy makes that catch and it's not a 40-20, they genuinely probably win the game. Like, I'm not saying it's Teddy's fault they lost. I'm just saying, like, that's a momentum shifter. Like, most weeks Teddy catches that.
Yeah, and I think the thing is that we know that the Roosters can defend. They've got a good defensive system. So it's not a cause for concern at this stage. If there's a few weeks of 30-plus points conceded, sure, but at the moment, their defence is fine.
Another thing, I love Victor Radley's come in, and he has truly just gone, you know what? I can ball play if I want, but it's tuck the ball, run hard, tackle hard, really simple game.
Yeah. What's the most I can do for this football team?
Yeah.
I'd seen them live before on enough occasions, but just sitting there and watching end on and looking at Suoliti and Dom Young paired together,
Mate.
I'm like,
It's a
they
joke.
are enormous.
It's a cheat code.
Yeah.
Like them coming out of their own end is outrageous. Like actually outrageous. I thought Connor Watson once again gets through a mountain of work. They started with Connor Watson and they brought Brandon Smith on the bench, I think.
Yeah,
I
they
believe
did.
so, yeah.
Which was really interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, how good for Connor Watson that he has played so well that they've switched roles and he is now starting. It's a guy that, you know, he's the curse of the utility, then also the injuries. I think he's not even 30 yet, so he's actually still got a bit of footy left in him. Mate, I genuinely think he's a smoky for Origin. Now, I don't know whether you get him in the first...
27.
He's 27. Oh, he's got ages left. Look, I don't know whether you get him in the squad if you've got McInnes there, because then maybe it's a small bench. But I tell you what, if anyone goes down injured, I wouldn't be surprised if he does make his New South Wales
What
debut.
about 18th man? Like,
Maybe 18th
if you
man,
can't
yeah.
squeeze onto the bench as the utility, 18th man covers everything.
Yeah.
I'd even start to put him out of the smoky category. I reckon if he's not there, he's going to be a little bit unlucky.
Yeah, okay.
I think he's done incredibly well.
Yep. Yeah.
Just as 14 straight up.
Yeah, I reckon he fills so many spots.
Well, he suits the modern era of an Origin player perfectly because, like, it is the last 3 years of Origin have been carnage. Like people HIAs, injuries, and so the biggest criticism of probably Freddie was some of the bench selections. And look, it's easy hindsight to have criticism. Like, but going in, you didn't know certain people were going to get injured. But I do feel like when a coach is selecting a side now, he's having a very different thought process to his bench than he was 5-6 years ago. I genuinely think, like, me personally going into Origin, I'm picking at least one guy on the bench purely from the fact that he can play a lot of positions.
Yep.
Oh, it's so fascinating because you know how big of an advocate I am for that bench utility that can cover the outside backs. And Connor Watson, we also spoke about like wanting the dual hookers in the Origin. I know you're very big on it, Kempy, but Watson covers hooker, can cover the whole back line essentially. Like he ticks every box for that role, doesn't he?
Yeah, it depends. Like the reason why, like if I have one side where it's got a certain game plan, it would be McInnes and Watson on the bench, with Yo starting at 13.
That was going to be my question. Would you take McInnes and Watson because they both cover hooker?
The reason why I would go both would be not necessarily because of the cover. It would be the speed around the ruck, in which that if that was the game plan I was going for, where you get to the 20-minute mark and you just want to up the tempo crazy, that's what I do. But if I'm going for a game plan where, bit bigger boppers, that's when I have to make the hard choice of you go McInnes or Watson at 14.
And also, McInnes has been a lock forward and a middle forward for a long time now. we're not looking at him as a hooker who can spend time in the middle. It's like, no, he's a middle forward who can deputise at hooker.
Yeah. Whereas Watson is like an out-and-out hooker at the moment that then goes on to play 60 minutes of hook 13. So, yeah, it's a tough question, but, props to Connor Watson for fighting his way back into the conversation.
Shout out to try scorer in this game, Daniel Tupu. He's played 250 games. He's scored 150 tries. He's 3 tries away, boys, from having his 11th season where he scored double-digit tries.
Wow.
When we talk about most underrated outside backs maybe ever, Tupo's got to be up there. His resume is nearly as good as any winger you could talk about.
It's like Alex Johnston, who's going to be one of the top try scorers of all time. He might be 25, 30 odd tries off where Alex Johnston is, but you add about an extra 120 metres a game of yardage coming out of his end.
And you add 3 premierships,
Yeah.
Oh, did Johnson win one in 14? He did? So you had 2 premierships to that. Mate, Tupou, does he do what Toto does to the degree Toto does? No, he doesn't. But, geez, when you talk about consistency over a long period, delivering what he's delivered, so bloody good. And that's why, when people were talking about, and look, I get it, Dom Young and Suoli'i, they're both incredible, but, mate, Tupou's been there and done that. You can, mate, he is guaranteeing you 8 out of 10 every single week.
Yeah. And you have a look throughout his career, he's only had 1 season where he's scored less than 10 tries.
Far out.
Crazy.
Alrighty, it's time for fan questions with the big fella, Dwayne Bennett. What is the fan question this week, mate?
Comes from a human being named Ryan. He's a Storm supporter, and there's a Storm brewing. I'm telling you right now with next week. This is the question. Who are you choosing for the halves for New South Wales game 1?
Ooh, who are we choosing for the halves for New South Wales game 1? Well, I would say Nicho Hynes is absolutely locked in. He was probably locked in for me maybe 4 weeks ago. Mitchell Moses was also going to be a lock-in for me, but he's basically been ruled out. I'd be very shocked if he does come back and play. If he does come back and play this weekend, against all odds, looks good. I would bring another half into camp just to see how he goes through camp, but he would be. I know it's a short preparation, but with the current situation New South Wales are in, with the fact that they're already missing Cleary, I think you have to go with Moses, even though he's only played 1 game. He's the type of player that will keep himself extremely fit. We've never watched a Mitchell Moses game, being away from injury for a while, and he's come back underdone. He's always stayed really fit. If it isn't Mitchell Moses, if he is injured or he doesn't play well on the weekend or whatever, that's a tough one. I mean, honestly, I'd be looking at the number 6 with the best defence, and I'd be picking the best defensive 6. So whether that's Burton or Luai or Cody Walker, that's who I'd be selecting. Gurut?
Yeah, I think Nicho Hynes is just about locked in there. If Mitch Moses is playing this weekend, I pick Mitch Moses straight away. Outside of that, mate, I am probably leaning towards Cody Walker at the moment.
Okay. He's been good the last couple of weeks. I know the Rabbitohs haven't been that great, but he's been pretty good.
He's been good in a poor side, and I think Cody, Origin's all about just those guys that react and think the quickest, and I think Cody's that guy. And
there's been a bit of pushback with Cody and because of the form of the Rabbitohs. But we have to remember, Hynes and Cody have played All-Stars together multiple times. So if you're looking for a partnership that, yes, they haven't played a season together, but they've spent a lot of time together, that is one partnership that could do that. What about you, Hammy?
Nicho, we're aligned on. I think he's locked in. I don't know if you can risk a half-injured player. What happens if you get out there and 5 minutes into the game, Moses redoes his injury again? I don't think you can risk that, I reckon.
Even if he gets through 80 minutes and plays really well this weekend?
I don't think 1 game.
Okay.
Have a look at what happened with Cleary a couple of weeks ago. Different case, but it's the same thing. I think you'd be careful rushing guys back. I reckon they're probably going to go with Burton. I think he might have found a spot in there anyway. Even if everyone was fit, he might have been the 14, but he's been there before. Hasn't played 6, but I think he's been pretty good for the Dogs this year.
Well, when I saw Serraldo talking about Burton, needs to kind of, round out his game to be selected for Origin, that's when I started getting a bit I think Burton will be selected in this side because usually when a coach comes out and starts talking about a player that needs to be better to be in the side, again, usually, not all the time, the coach has been tipped up by the selector of mate, you need to get such and such to play a certain way. Okay, gun to your head, the selection happens. Who do you think is going to be selected? Where we stand right now?
I think Hynes, Walker, but this Burton chat does not go away.
I think that I think I don't know what I would go because I'd have to wait to see how they go this weekend. I do think they go Burton Hines.
Yep. Gun to my head, I'd probably go Hines Galvin, but I think they're going to go Hines Burton.
But you know what? I think that Walker, Luai, and Burton are all playing for a spot this week. If one comes out and kills it, I think that might be just enough to get him in the squad. What do you reckon, Dwayne?
Gun to my head, new underwear first. I would cry.
Okay.
I would choose Walker and Hinesy.
Walker and Hines.
Great minds.
And I mean, look, we have to remember Walker killed it. He was a man of the match in game 3 last year. So, he's been playing pretty good footy for the Rabbitohs, not near his heights. So the people that completely rule Walker out, I don't think he's completely ruled out at all. I think he's genuinely same with Luai. Luai was great on the weekend. He was really good.
Yep.
Okay. Now, Dwayne, up in Magic Round, how'd the Dolphins go, mate?
Well,
Where'd they
mate,
go?
big news. Hey, look, it's been great on the weekend. The weekend was beautiful. It was like a dream, but I pinched myself. I was awake. We had a good result. Dolphins all the way. Can't stop, won't stop. Beautiful win. I mean, the Tigers put up a good fight. I reckon that was a great game between Dolphins and Tigers. But, mate, I heard some big news about you. Dancing with the Stars is waiting for your application, Dan. But you might not be getting your shoes or your dance shoes on yet. But we all know Cuzzy Wayne. This is the big news. Cuzzy Wayne is heading south next year.
Yep.
It's all good though. Like I announced last week, I'll be staying behind to support the mighty Dolphins. People do not have to worry. Don't fret. There will always be a Bennett with the Dolphins.
Oh, I love that. I love that.
Promise.
And so how do you head to finland.com and sign up to be an official Finlander to get your pass? And there's some new prizes coming very soon, correct?
Oh, mate, you know it, Dan. And for anyone else looking for a second team to support, we all know you secretly have one. Just jump on board and become a Finlander. And like you said, just go to finland.com.au, download your digital passport straight onto your smartphone, then keep an eye out for my special announcements that could see you winning some great exclusive prizes. We've seen 5 couples in the box last week against Manly. Mate, they were having a great time. They even had cash. We give cash. We give flights, accommodation, and it's high-end accommodation. They've even got sheets on the bed.
Oh, mate, stop it. It's too good to be true. Too good to be true, mate. Thanks so much for joining us, brother. Really appreciate it, and we'll see you next week. Alrighty, Cowboys defeat South. Don't forget, guys, Bloke Winter Drop, Monday, 6 p.m. Hoodies in this colour and the same colour as Timmy's shirt. And obviously we've got Bloke shorts, the most comfortable shorts in all the land, in the same colours. Make sure to be there Monday, 6 p.m. Very limited supply. It's our winter drop. We do it once a year. Cowboys defeat South 28-22. This is ironically, I actually think South get more out of this than Cowboys, but I say that because I feel like South's season has been such a disaster, and I see such good signs from this game. And Cowboys, I just look at them and I just think they're underperforming so dramatically compared to their roster that, as I said, I feel like South's got more out of this. I don't really feel like Cowboys walk away from this. Obviously, great win, that's good, got the 2 points. But I don't think Cowboys walk away from this with any kind of newfound confidence or we're back or, it's all good. I think they walk away from it going, oh, thank God we got that done because we nearly lost that.
They are the most frustrating team in this competition by far and away, the Cowboys. I said on social media the other day, people messaged me, try being a Manly fan. I'm like, fuck. You build your salary cap around one dude and he's injured. Of course you're going to struggle. Try being a Parramatta fan. You've lost your halfback and your fullback. What's the Cowboys' excuse?
Mate, it is bizarre. That side on paper is unbelievable.
The amount of teams that would kill to have an experienced halfback that's over 30, a gun fullback, a gun hooker, gun edges.
Origin 6.
Outside backs are weapons. They've got an Origin centre. They've got an Origin winger. Kyle Felt's, been playing for a long time, comes up with big moments. Why aren't they better?
Completion rate, 69%. After the footy that they've just had. I just don't understand it. I am genuinely, when I was watching the game, and this is like pure speculation. Last month, when they first made the announcement that Dearden and Cotter would basically be captains of the club, I was like, you know what? Yeah, I understand that. They're the next generation. Yeah, they're probably next in line. After watching the last month of footy, I think they made the decision too early. I just don't think that either player is ready to be the main guy to lead them around, especially when Townsend and Taumalolo are still in the side. And I think that because they've taken the leadership away from Taumalolo and Townsend, it leaves them in a bit of a weird spot where they don't, when they're in, behind the try line or something's going on right, it's not really their place to step up and start speaking. And so I reckon they're in this very weird spot where Dearden and Cotter, they seem to me like players that lead by their actions rather than, being a speakers. And I think he might have made a decision 1 year too early. At least 1 year too early. I don't know if it was the right call to make Dearden and this is me saying it in hindsight. When it happened, I was like, yeah, I can see that. I think it was too early. I think there's a lot of that playing group that actually still do look to Townsend and Taumalolo as leaders. I would argue even Dearden and Cotter would look to them as their leaders. Like, for example, if they get in a room, I don't think Dearden and Cotter feel comfortable speaking down to Townsend and Taumalolo because they still see them as leaders. I'm just not sure if it was the right call.
Yeah, and I didn't agree with you. And obviously in hindsight, because at the time I really liked it as well. The Cowboys, we're going into round 12. How many times do you reckon they've left Queensland this year?
Once.
They've left Queensland just 3 times
in
12 weeks.
Jeez.
And they're still like, this is what I just can't put my finger on with this side, mate. I just cannot work out why they are underachieving so much.
Well, I really do think it comes back to that decision. I think that when I watch them play, they're not being held accountable to each other.
Yeah.
And I think that Cotter and Dearden, they're still relatively young. I just don't know if they're old enough to be able to have enough runs on the board to be able to go, don't do this, do this. I know Dearden will grow into a leader in Cotter. Like in 4 or 5 years for sure. Like there's no doubt in my mind. But right now, can I see them blowing up at an older forward for dropping the ball and maybe they do. I'm not sure. What do you got there, Matty?
Cam Munster ruled out of Origin. He's going for scans today to see if he'll be out for 2 months with a view of making it back for the finals or out for the year.
Yeah, wow.
Shit.
Jeez.
Yeah, wow. I mean, we were already the underdogs, so just another part of being an underdog, really. Yeah, massive out. We'll get to that. We'll speak about it now. And in tandem with Dearden stepped straight in for you boys. Some people said
wonderful timing.
I think
Timing.
Dearden stepped straight in.
I think so as well, but a lot of people suggesting Ezra Mann.
No, I think Dearden locked in for me.
But
Yeah, I did 100%.
And it's not even a decision to be
Done
made.
it before.
I think Ezra is at least a year or so or 2 away from Origin. He's still, unbelievably talented, but I just think Dearden at the moment, he's already played Origin. He's actually been playing well this year.
There's a moment in the game that, whether or not he's an out-and-out leader and a captain at the moment, jury's out. But late on in the game, it was a really slow play of the ball, and I was not far away from it. I think I was end on, and they were like, was it 3-on-3, nothing on, and Dearden just goes, game on the line, give me the ball. And I went, what are you going short side for, mate? There's nothing on here. And he just busted through a couple of tackles, went over, scored, basically the match winner, might have been the match winner. And I just went, that is a bloke going, all right, I'm going to get the boys off the canvas here with just a tough carry. Nothing is going to stop me because he's not a big boy, obviously. 70th minute, it was the match winner. He said for all the downfalls of the Cowboys, I think Dearden's had a lot of good moments this year. It's got to be him.
No, I agree with you. For all the pitfalls the Cowboys have been this year, I think Dearden's been quite good. And when I say, I think he's a leader with his actions. That's a leadership play like that.
Yeah.
But is he a leader at the stage of his career that the Cowboys need right now? I'm not sure. I just don't know if this playing group... I don't know if he's developed enough to deal with the issues this playing group has. We have to remember, this is a guy that... What's he, third year into his full third or fourth year into a full season of NRL. And so he's a guy that leads by actions, and at the moment he's got players that clearly aren't responding to that. So it's not necessarily the fact that, whether he can be a leader or not. It's whether this playing group was ready for this type of leader. Whereas a guy like Chad Townsend, you can tell he's much more of a speaker. He's much more of a guy that, can, when you're behind a try line, he's won a premiership, so you're going to listen to him. Tamalolo's similar. But yeah, in regards to, I think Dearden slots straight in. I think he slots straight in. Obviously, a massive loss, Munster. I saw some comments when it came out that he was injured. Oh, all good. Dearden's going to come straight in. Munster's literally one of the best Origin players of his generation. Like, we're not talking about just any six getting dropped. We're talking the six. Like, Dearden may go on to be a fantastic Origin player. There are guys in that 8 in a row side that haven't had the big moments that Munster's had in Origin. Like, this guy is literally made for Origin. Like, it's bizarre to me how easy. It's all good. We've got Dearden. Dearden might be great. Munster's a massive loss, like gigantic loss.
There's no comparison between the pair of them, and especially at Origin level. Like, with all the injuries the Blues had had, I thought, we're going to have to pull off some miracle. As soon as Munster went down yesterday, you saw that and just went, oh, this is not good, and groins are hard to get right. I just went, here we go. We're right back in this now.
Yeah, I cannot believe for the life of me that people would just like, all good, we'll put Dearden in. It's like, they are like lifetimes away in regards to experience. Again, maybe Dearden will grow into that player, but Munster has literally won Origin series himself, essentially. Like,
look at impact on the Cowboys now as well. Round 13, that first Origin week, they'll now likely lose Tommy Dearden, probably Reece Robson, Val Holmes for that week. That becomes a very, very difficult week. Fortunately, they do have their 2 buys on those Origin weeks, so they'll be missing players, but it won't matter. But even still, Tommy Dearden, Val, Robson, these blokes backing up, probably Jeremiah Nanai after Origin, it makes this period even tougher.
I will say this about the Cowboys, though. Do you remember this time last year they were also going like a busted, then Origin arrived, and it just galvanised them?
Yeah,
I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, because Nanai went in and killed it.
Yeah. They beat Melbourne 45-20. They beat Penrith 27-23. They beat the Rabbitohs 31-6. They beat the Tigers 74-0. Remember that one? No. They beat Manly Seagulls 19 points to 18. They beat Parramatta 24-16. They won like 8 games in a row. It was smack in the middle of Origin.
Yeah. For me though, it's like, I'd love to get excited about that, but it's just patchy footy. Like it's,
I'm clutching. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But
Drew Clutchinson over there.
Drew Clutchinson. Look, we've been really negative on the Cowboys. They still won.
Yeah.
They still won. They got the job done. Some positives for them is obviously Braden Burns, like just coming up, killing it. Great stuff for him.
Bit of a loose carry by the Bunnies there. Let him go.
Good vindication for the boys. Get plenty wrong, but even throughout the preseason, we're sitting there going, like, Braden Burns, he's an NRL player, surely.
Yeah.
And the Bunnies with the injury crisis, their backline, and he wasn't in the top 30. Seems like a legend of a bloke. He's been through a lot as well. To see him go up there, and, mate, he was tremendous in this game.
Yeah, he was outstanding. And the bloke we were just speaking about, Dearden, I thought was outstanding as well. I actually think Dearden's had quite a good year. Matter of fact, there's an argument to be made he's been the most consistent 6 so far this year. I'm trying to think of another 6 that's been as consistent as Dearden. Any other 6s that stand out?
I think he has been.
Yeah.
So
that's a positive. That's a real positive. As I said, I just wish the team would respond to, how he's playing. As I said, a win's a win. They got it. I thought Fini Fuaki had some good runs towards the end of I think it was towards the end of the match. Reece Robson got through a mountain of work. And what I liked about Reece Robson is his running game as well this week, which seems to be coming along quite well. I think Reece Robson's another guy I think has actually played quite well this year, got through quite a bit of work. If he was at another club, I do think he'd be getting more raps for how well he has played. He ran for 127 metres, 31 post contact, a line break, 45 tackles, only 3 misses, no errors. So I do think Val Holmes is just having a very, very strange year. He just seems to kind of switch off at times, but then he gets through a bunch of work. So hopefully Origin can turn that around. I've got to say, Nanai, one of their misses for their tries was just like, that defence is really concerning me for Origin.
I was going to ask you how you feel about that going into Origin because we know Woody can probably the best attacking upside backer in the competition, probably not give or take Dave Fafita. Defensively, he's been very poor this year. Like it's every week there's a miss for a try.
Yeah, it's It's very concerning. Like initially, when it happens once or twice, every few weeks, it's just like that's rugby league. Tries are scored on the edge. It's a tough position, but it's been pretty poor this year.
Come Origin time, I don't know what sort of. He'll probably be on the bench, I guess, and we know he'll grow another leg when he gets there and probably kill it. But when he's on the field, I'm going, there's my game plan. Get your back rower or whoever it is, get straight at an eye.
Well, I do think that if you have Hopgood and Jensen on the bench, and you got a guy like Sewer who's in form, there is a chance. Now, I do think Billy Slater's confident enough in his own ability that he'll probably come out and rip because it's Billy Slater.
Yeah.
But maybe he misses out altogether just because of the form just hasn't been
on
there.
form. He doesn't deserve to be there, but we've seen him go into Origin like this and just kill it. And that I think in Billy's head, he'll come in, he'll kill it, he'll do a job.
Yep.
I think they'll pick him off the back of that, but he hasn't done enough.
And there really hasn't been any Cowboys forwards that have actually, outside of Griffin Neame, who I don't expect the world from, I actually think he's been quite solid, but outside of that, they haven't really fired this year, the Cowboys forwards.
Yeah. Is Val Holmes a certainty, do we think? Or
Well, he wasn't. I was the one last week going, I think there's a bit of pressure on Val Holmes. And people were like, you're off your head.
Yeah, I think there's still some pressure.
I think there's pressure. I think, Selwyn Cobbo's been outstanding at centre. You've obviously got Coates. Gagai's been really well. I still think he'll make it because I do think Billy Slater is so confident in his ability to get, good footy out of him. But I do think he's under pressure. Him and Talangi, I think they're under pressure.
I think Talangi is. I think Val is locked. I think off the back of what he did last year, he hasn't been at his best this year, particularly in defence. But I don't I just mentioned that Nanai probably comes in and Billy will be confident he does a job. Billy, I think, will be certain that Val Holmes comes in and does a job there.
Yeah. Another guy that I thought really showed his upside is Vailea. One of the tries, I'm pretty sure it was the try scored.
Yep.
Mate, big and explosive. Holy.
He's always had a lot of potential. He's just got to round out the other parts of his game. But yes, so much ability.
Crazy if he can find that way.
Yeah.
We'll say Townsend's kicking game, not the greatest, which is surprising. So look, it's a win. I know we sounded super negative, guys, but unfortunately, scraping by the Rabbitohs at the moment for a team with about 6 Origin players, it's just not good enough.
See their missed tackles column? My God.
The Rabbitohs are 1-9. That's reality, with a lot out.
And we're talking about a side with 6 Origin players in it. So Robson, Dearden, Holmes, Talangi, Nanai, Cotter. That's 6 right there.
Yeah.
Arguably, they're all current as well.
Yeah.
That's far out. You'd be doing that. Okay. Onto the Rabbitohs. I actually thought, even though they still lost, they looked substantially better than they've looked in previous weeks. Yes, they still leaked 28 points. Off the bat, though, okay, so what's funny is this is Latrell's stats. A try, 2 try assists, 14 runs, 70 metres, 10 tackle breaks, a line break, 2 line break assists. And then you go back to last week, and, sorry, just get up real quick. And he had 2 tries, a try assist, 12 runs, 116 metres, 37 post contact, 5 tackle breaks, a line break assist. I thought this was much better from Latrell this week. And it's funny because he had more metres last week, but from the get-go, I thought he was highly engaged. I thought he, basically, without Latrell, they get beaten by maybe 20 points.
How weird was it? Latrell's stats are just, you cannot compare them in any way to any other fullback in the game because he's such a different player. And I was saying, I thought he was really good in this game, had some great moments, particularly in attack. And I went through the stats and was sweet. Yep, 10 tackle breaks there, 14 runs for 70 metres.
Yeah, bizarre.
I'm how did he do so much and run for 70 metres?
Yeah.
But he was good.
It was much better, much better. And yes, he still has some errors, obviously that the goal kick at the end, he should have converted. Was he perfect? No. But that version of Latrell for me was substantially better, and I genuinely believe if he's not on that field, Rabbitohs get pumped. They're not even in the game. It took him carrying 5 blokes over the try line to get him in the game. That, and that's just him. We speak about it every single week. For some reason, when you get involved early and take some tough carries, these things happen. And that's what he did. He just said, get on me back, boys. He got over the try line. What are your thoughts, Matty?
Since Latrell's come back, he's only been not involved in 1 try. He's a freak. But Yeah. It's just a bad season for South, though, isn't it?
No, as in, what do you think of his performance this week compared to last week?
Oh, yeah, he's much better this week. Much better this week. I don't know. I think you're right, Timmy. Like, he just looked more involved, even though, again,
Kicking game was good. Those high bombs that he was kicking up.
Yeah. I thought he was great. I don't know. It's hard with Latrell because everyone kind of just wants to rip on him at all times.
Well,
but
like I put the post up for the score, who's your player of the match, and the amount of people ripping in Trell, it's like, guys, you all listened to this podcast last week. We were critical of Latrell. Like, I was critical of Latrell last week. When he deserves it, he should be critiqued. He should have been more involved in the game last week, all that, blah, blah, blah. But after the game on the weekend, how can you possibly say he was the problem when without him, you guys are genuinely nowhere near the Cowboys without him. And it doesn't mean that he was perfect at all. He had a couple errors, all that stuff. He was much better this week, and people are still. So that's what is the hard thing is like, people are still, even when he does well and he's one of the best players on the field, at least in the top 5. They're still having a crack at him, and so he sees that and goes, it doesn't matter what I do, I'm just getting pizzled. Whereas like last week, if people are saying he didn't play well, it's like, yeah, that's warranted. I don't think he did play well. It is warranted for him to be criticised. So, yeah, I thought he was much better. Last week definitely wasn't great. This week, I thought he was much better.
Yeah, I agree with you, mate. And that try that he scored, like we say it all the time that he can just do things that other people can't do. And quite often when I say that, I'm thinking about just his passing game, just out on those edges. Like he makes 3-on-3s look like 3-on-2s, just with the way that he name another player that's able to pass like he can.
Mate,
on that edge.
We've never seen a guy as big as him and as powerful as him have literally the silky ball skills of a 7.
It's incredible. It's wild. And then he scores that try where he had 10 tackle breaks. I reckon he got 11 on that try. That was unbelievable. They just couldn't get near him. And it's, you have a look at the rest of the weekend. The vast majority of games, except the Sunday games, are 1-score games. A guy like Latrell who can score something like that and create something like that out of absolutely nowhere, it's worth a stack in this game.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I thought he was much better. And just, what I loved about it is he was thinking run first.
Yeah.
That's all I want from Chelsea. I thought it was great. All right. Outside of that, I feel like, we never want to be like, I told you so, or vindicated or whatever, because coaching staffs and clubs see way more than we do. But Talis Duncan, gets 53 minutes. He was phenomenal. He must have been carrying some sort of niggly injury, because this is what we like. Is anyone surprised that Talis Duncan played like this?
Nope.
I couldn't make sense of it, mate.
So surely he's a lock in this side now. Surely.
His dad goes to games in the Could Be Anything shirt. He knows it.
No, he bloody knows it.
Something.
So Talis Duncan, 53 minutes, 19 runs, 188 metres, 66 post-contact, 3 tackle breaks, 22 tackles, only 3 misses, no errors. He ran for easily the most metres of any forward on the field. He ran for the most metres of any player on the field, let alone forward.
If he's not starting next week, I'm going to lose it. Like, seriously, because Cam Murray's out. Havili is a good bench player. He must be starting this weekend.
So, look, much better performance from the Rabbitohs. Still, obviously, nowhere near where they should be. Granted, they are absolutely they are smashed with injuries. I will say, Mamazalis, huge future ahead of him. But there were quite a few times where Cody Walker was trying to tell them to get to certain points on the field. And you could see him, whether it was Mamazalis or the forwards or whatever, and they just weren't listening to what he was saying. And Cody Walker's blowing up, going, just listen. So much so that there was one play where that happened, where he wanted them to get to a point. They didn't do it. He ended up getting the ball, and you could see he was angry, so he had no intensity, passed the ball off. Then I think the set continued. They end up getting to the point where he wanted on the field. Guess what happens? He scored the next play. And so, Mamazalis in the last set, the game's on the line, and he was he controlled the set and was passing to Talis Duncan, and neither Latrell or Cody Walker got the ball. And it's a really good lesson for Mamazalis that in New South Wales Cup, he's clearly a dominant. He must be a dominant 9. But when you get to NRL, whatever the half says, you've got to do what they say.
Yeah. So, again, I was at this game, but Damien Cook went to 13 when Mamazalis was on, that right?
I think so, yeah.
Because, Cookie played 68 minutes and Mamazelos was 55. Again, not a bad performance from the Bunnies all around. Like, it was much improved, great completion.
I honestly don't mind Cookie at 13 in today's game. I mean, I like him better at 9.
I mean, Cookie's an outstanding defender, but I don't think you need those two on together for that amount of time.
But is it because they're so decimated with injury, though? Yeah. I just think they're so fucked with injury.
Like, Davey Moali, 12 minutes injured or just...
Has to be injured.
Started and played 12 minutes. You never know with the Bunnies rotations, though, but... yeah, okay.
That last set of 6 you just pointed out there, Kemi, it reminded me, I forgot to mention it. When the ball was on the deck for the Cowboys to dive on it, with a minute to go, up by 6, and they kicked it twice up the sideline.
What he's doing there.
Todd Payton had any hair to pull out. I could not believe what I was watching there.
Yeah. So these little moments, like these top 8 sides don't do stuff like this. Like the dummy half, when the game's online, is not passing to Tallis Duncan instead of Cody Walker or Latrell Mitchell. So a learning curve for Mamazelos in those situations, which, again, this is why it's really important for players to have time on the field together, because that's how they learn what works, what doesn't work. I'm still not sold on Cookie not being the main 9. I still think he's the best 9 at the club. I don't mind the rotation of like bringing him either off or playing him in another position, but I do think that he should spend majority of his time at number 9.
That's what I was sort of alluding to before.
For sure.
Just like, if you want to have Mamazelos there, just play Cookie 60, give him a spell, bring Mamazelos on for 20-25. Look, if you need to play Cookie at 13 for sort of 5-10 minute sweep, but him playing big minutes at number 9 is still the best thing for this team.
Absolutely. I thought Milne was like, he's a forward.
Mate, he's a middle forward. Fiji's been telling you for years that's his best position.
And JD just refused. And you've been saying it for ages.
It's bizarre.
We've been saying it for ages. Like, with you obviously saying it first, like, JD just refused to play him in the middle.
Like, and this is with all due respect to Tane, put him in a position where he has to play tough and think less.
Yeah.
That's honestly, because that's when Tane plays his absolute best footy. The amount of times I've spent with him at centre or at wing where he has to make so many key decisions, it blows me away.
And also, if you put him in the middle, he's getting through too much work to do something stupid. You know what I mean?
You're almost distracting him with work.
Yeah, I'm being serious. Like, he's working, and also he gets it out of his system. He gets the contact. Yeah. Where he's sitting on the wing, it's almost like a rage meter, where he's just like, for every 10 minutes he's out on the wing, he just wants to take someone's head off. And then he just goes past the point and he loses his mind.
And you put him on for 30 minutes to go nuts. And when you feel it, you go, okay, that'll do us.
Yeah, get him up, blow it out of his system.
Yeah, go and
sit down, chill out. We'll get you back on if you need to go. And like, that's just the kind of player he is. Like, it works for him.
It's also great for squad balance these days as well. We talk about it so often, but mentioned like with Talakai at the Sharkies, to have a 4-forward bench and Talakai who can slot into the backs, to have him on the bench, and be like, if the back does go down, we don't need to carry an out-and-out centre or winger sort of thing. You can just slot him out there if need be, but with an eye to playing him as a middle forward.
One guy I want to give a bit of a rap to. Like, I know he hasn't been great this year, but I think Connor Matangi, throughout all this, he's had a dig. I like, again, you can find moments where you go, Keon, you were better at this last year. I think that he's had a dig most of the year. I really do.
I agree, and I think it's, at times like this, like when I was watching Keon last year, like you forget that he is just a young guy finding his feet in first grade still because of how well he played last year. But I think this year he's just gone back to basics, done what he's needed to do, and I think he has been a little bit underappreciated in a team that's struggling.
Yep, for sure. And lastly, Cody Walker. I thought he was outstanding.
Yeah, sitting there watching him play the other night, that's sort of, I was sort of 50-50 whether it'd be in my origin side or not, but I think right now I would go with Cody.
Yeah, try assist, 100 metres, 5 tackle breaks, 2 line breaks, a line break assist, 22 tackles, only 1 miss. It's been a tough year for the Rabbitohs, but like Cody Walker and Latrell Mitchell, they're under the pump. Everyone's talking about them, and understandably so. They're on a big wicket. There's no denying that. Him, Cookie, and Latrell. But Latrell and Cody on the weekend especially, like, they turned up. They had a rip and tear. You can't blame them for the loss, put it that way. Like, they were easily in the Rabbitohs' top 3 players. You can't really ask much more than that. Now, does that mean they had a great year before that? No, it doesn't mean that at all. But I think that people that are trying to pin everything on those two blokes, it's utter nonsense.
Yep.
The problems run way deeper than two players that on the weekend, especially Cody the last month or so, I actually think he's been quite good. On the weekend, they both ripped and teared and played some good footy. The problems are way deeper than, first of all, the problems are the friggin' injuries are crazy, but also clearly the coach, situation wasn't working, and clearly in the administration, there is still some problems going on in there. Before the season started, the biggest gripe that I think we all had, but I wrote an article, it's called South Sydney Symphony, and basically it was everything needs to be in harmony from the playing group to the coach to the administration. That is, you can look at individual performances of players and try and point the finger, but at the end of the day, the problem is this. The administration, the coach, and the players are still not on the same page. That's the biggest problem. That's how they're going to fix their problems, is by making sure everyone's on the same page. Guess who does that? Dwayne Bennett will do that.
Yeah, 100% with you, mate. Cody, last month in particular, times getting tough, in attack in particular. He's had some really great moments. So, despite the fact that the Bunnies won one game, he's still in the origin frame. And I think that says a bit that he's in conversations.
Yep. Okay, on to the next game. Don't forget, you can watch all rugby league on KO. Also, the NBA season. You can watch all the NBA games. Eastern and Western Conference Finals live with ESPN on KO. There's plenty of room for everyone, so get on board with KO. Now also available on Hubble. Now to the win of the round. Warriors defeating the Penrith Panthers 22-20. I tell you what, the one thing that we have been just consistently saying over the last month of rugby league for the Warriors is lack of intensity. They look like they're going through the motions. And so injuries, they're decimated by injuries. So what does this do? It brings in New South Wales Cup, Q Cup level players. But what do those guys bring when their careers are on the line, when they're playing for contracts? They bring intensity, they bring in the desire to win, and they proved to the players that are currently sitting out right now and the rest of the squad that our biggest problem isn't our roster, it isn't our game plan, even though there are some things that need to be tinkered with. It's the intensity that we were playing with it last year. Now we need to find that intensity again, and they found it on the weekend versus the Penrith Panthers. Yes, the Penrith Panthers were uncharacteristically poor, but at the end of the day, look at those two sides on paper. It was an absolutely incredible win from the Warriors. It's a great sign for the club when you're talking about depth and the culture that is being instilled in these young guys coming through. And it's also a wake-up call for some of the senior players to go, this is how it's done.
100%. I was over in New Zealand last week. I watched Marcelo Montoya play reserve grade. Paul Roach, that came on and played hooker for 70 minutes, he didn't even play last week in reserve grade. He was sitting on the sideline. For those guys to come back into this team, Leotau played in that game. He was fantastic as well. All these guys went over into first grade, 2 Magic rounds to take on the Panthers, and all brained it. So impressive.
Yep. Tuapiki come in, killed it. And we're talking about a Panthers side. So this is, they got their whole back line, full strength. Obviously got Cole in for Cleary. 7 is obviously Jerome Luai. We're talking about Samoa 7. They've got Leota, Kenny, Fisher. This is their forward pack. This is their team. I know everyone knows the team, but Edwards, Taruva, Tungo, To'o, Luai, Leota, Kenny, Fisher Harris, Garner, Martin, Yo. This is, outside of Cleary out, you're nearly at full strength here with the Penrith Panthers. 3-time premiership against, this is the opposition. Tuapiki, New South Wales Cup. Watene Zelezniak, gun.
Leotau.
There's an L for some reason. Leotau, rookie. Pompey, New South Wales Cup. Montoya got dropped in New South Wales Cup, back in. They're halves. Charles Nickel-Klukstad and Tomate Martin. Adam Fanua-Blake, obviously a gun. Wade Egan, gun. Bunty Afola, solid.
Wade played 12 minutes though.
Went off.
True, that is true. Barnett on an edge because they're decimated by injury. Now ended up playing a little bit in the front row as well, so he moved it around. Dylan Walker came up. So you look at these two sides compared to each other, it's genuinely night and day on paper. Yeah. Now I know they still had some of their key forwards in, but then the loss of Wade Egan almost erases that. It is a genuinely, it could be a season-defining win for the club.
It was so relieving, obviously not as a Warriors fan, but there's just a collective sigh across footy fans to be like, it was been so impressive what we've seen from the Warriors the last 18 months. And the last month you've just gone, It's just all gone to waste. Like, was it all just a hype moment? You know, they'd got up, everything was going well, but the wheels were falling off. And to have all those players out against a near enough full-strength Panthers outfit, it's a remarkable victory from them, away from home as well. I know Penrith were too, but they're still travelling to Australia. I'd love to know exactly what's just going through Webby's mind against his old team and just going, what his game plan was exactly on, we'll exploit them this way, and this way, because it was so special. And you boys already touched on it, but just the cut players that stepped up, particularly the two centres, they were tremendous in this. They caused so much havoc down the edges.
Mate, and the best thing about the win, I think the best thing, is the wake-up call to the rest of the squad.
Yeah.
It genuinely is. Like, put it this way, if they were full strength and they beat this Penrith side, we'd be sitting here saying, what a great win.
Yep.
So that is even more of a warning shot to the starting side of, guys, clearly, we haven't been honest with ourselves on how hard we should be ripping and tearing on the field. Clearly, we haven't held ourselves enough accountable that our essentially reserve grade backline can go up there and, you know, Egan goes down, everything, and get a win over the Penrith Panthers that, you know, essentially full strength outside Cleary. Now, granted, this isn't, you know, with Cleary, they are a much different beast. But as I said, even if the Warriors were full strength and they got this win, we'd be saying it's a great win.
I'll add another notch to it as well. Adam Fanua-Blake, who has carried a lot of what they've done this season, he's been their best week in, week out. He had his quietest game of the season. It was a bit weird, like
62 run meters.
Yeah, so 7 runs, 62 metres. He played 49 minutes. He always plays big minutes in his first stint, goes off for 10, 15 minutes, pending game situation. Then he comes back on at the end and finishes it and plays his, you know, around about 65 minutes. Came back on for a really short stint in this one. So it was 11 minutes, his second stint when he came back on, then went off for the last 10 or so minutes. It was his quietest game all year, and they still got the job done against Penrith.
He's probably injured. That's why he played such little minutes, and they're so decimated by injury. Because that's the only thing that could explain that. What do you reckon?
The other thing that impressed me about the Warriors is the game could not have started any worse. They kicked the kick-off out on the full and conceded a try in the first minute. So you throw that in on top of all the injuries, all that sort of stuff as well, and the players they were missing. That was a lot of ticker showing yesterday. And I got to say, Suncorp Stadium was absolutely rocking. There were so many Warriors fans that came across, and they really took over that whole Caxton Street. You could feel them all come down. They were so loud, and they were so chuffed with it all yesterday. So just a great result for rugby league.
Mate, when they won, it was like a grand final. They were so loud.
Yeah.
So loud.
What have we sort of said all year? That, you know, when Wade Egan's not there and when Chance isn't at fullback, they struggle.
Yeah.
Wade plays 12 minutes. Mate, the bloke that came in, Paul Roach, he hasn't played hooker since round 5.
He played 67 minutes or something.
Yeah, insane.
Mental. Absolutely mental.
What have you said to him over there last week, Roo? Clearly
Well, I think it was me going over there last week, Roasty being part of the fans, the squad
one
yesterday.
From one since he rebranded to the Hungy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Something in it.
Something in that.
Yep.
Okay. Now, in regards to performances, I thought Jazz Tavanga was absolutely outstanding. I thought that he played the best that you could hope what his skill set can deliver. Fast around the ruck with deceptive footwork, relatively strong in contact for being a smaller body. I thought the Penrith Panthers really struggled to handle him. It's honestly, it's probably the best I've seen Tavanga play in over a year. I thought he was outstanding, and I'm hoping that this can be his. Blueprint going forward. You know, I'm hoping that we see some games where he's got an error here or there, whereas this game I felt like he just kept it extremely simple. Run hard, tackle hard, don't look for any silly offloads or anything like that, and just get through your work. Mate, he was, I thought he was outstanding.
I love Jazz Tavanga. Even when he plays poorly, it's only because he's trying too hard. Like when he has bad games, that's all it is, that he's just trying to create something out of nothing. Was a hooker coming through. He's just turned himself into a tough front row forward, an undersized front row forward who just goes at the game. Such a good player. I was in Auckland last week, as I said, and as I was walking through the gym, Marata Nekore was doing his rehab. That was the most intimidating thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Big boy.
Oh my God, monster.
Yeah.
And that's him injured too.
Yeah.
Wild.
It's their injury list is substantial. Like I don't think they get, although it doesn't excuse that month of footy. I've some Warriors fans trying to excuse their month of footy with the injuries they've had, but I just go, I just disagree, because I think the Warriors, you know, before that month of footy was a premiership threat, And when I say premiership threat, I put them on the level of Storm, Penrith, Broncos, Roosters, and potentially even Sharks now. And I just don't see the Storm, Broncos, Panthers, or Roosters. I don't see them dropping those games all in a row like the Warriors did. They lost to the Knights, Dragons, got dominated by the Dragons, to Titans, and there's one other one. They lost to those 3 in a row. Dragons, Titans, Knights. I don't see Penrith, Storm, Broncos, Roosters doing that this year.
And, I know it's something we talk about occasionally, but even like when I was over there last week, just having a look at their schedule over the next few weeks, like, mate, the amount of times the Warriors are finishing games at 6 p.m. and their flights at 8 p.m. and they're skipping recoveries to go to airports, to get on planes, I don't think that surprised me. I just assume the Warriors, whenever they fly to and from, they're not sitting in business.
No way.
Those boys are getting jammed in economy, carrying injuries still in.
Really?
Yeah.
It's all economy.
Yeah. When you think about it, it makes sense because it would cost an absolute fortune.
Yeah. And another thing that people, because it's an international flight, you've got to be at the airport sitting around for ages compared to a normal flight.
Yeah, well, like I was talking, and I won't say who the player was, but there was a player a couple of weeks ago who was injured after their game, who they were trying to sort out, then they just had to go to get on the flight. He sat on the flight home to New Zealand in his boots, shorts and jersey still.
What?
Yeah.
Can you imagine after playing like 70 minutes in the middle, adding Fanua Blake, and then jumping on a plane 3 hours later and sitting in the middle of, in between two blokes on a...
Two other massive blokes.
Yeah, economy.
That's exactly
back
what
to
it is.
NZ.
Yeah.
Like, how's that for
Without a
recovery?
Craig Gower as well.
It's something that even though the Cowboys have only been in Queensland for most of this year, but when they do go to Sydney and that, it's a long trip from Townsville. So great stuff. I think that what it did prove a positive and a negative. Tomato Martin was absolutely outstanding. I think it proved that he's not a 6. I think he's an out-and-out 7. Watching him play, especially that second half, I just don't know if he has the running game in him to be a 6 in today's game, because I thought he was outstanding at 7.
Just to knock them all off in one hit, the spine. Tane Tuapiki dropped earlier in the season, comes back in, scores the match winner from him, kicked a clutch sideline conversion, just did not miss a beat. Chance Cookstad moves into 5'8". I don't remember ever seeing him play 5'8" at NRL level. Might have happened, but I don't believe so. Not only there, but like I sort of thought, all right, he'll play right edge where he does a lot of his best work from fullback. Played left edge. Tomorrow went to right. He was brilliant. And then Tomato Martin, who said as an out-and-out 7 running the show, was brilliant as well. What more could you ask for?
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible. Like, Tomato Martin goes to 7, kicks for 600 metres. Like, outstanding stuff. And just some of his silky hands. You know what else I loved? Is they were hitting short, hitting the lead runners instead of this out the back, out the back, out the back. And maybe that's a mixture of the fact that Chance was in at 6 rather than at fullback. But just they were building pressure around the ruck as well. Like, that's something that, I feel like they just fell way too in love with out the back. And Tomato Martin just said, I think it was actually 2 tries that were lead runners on the edges there on that tram line.
Oh, it was interesting. I think it might have been Tuapiki they spoke to after the game, and he just slipped in during it that, it was obviously Penrith. Webby knows them inside out, so he had a few things up his sleeve as well.
Yeah.
I just loved hearing.
Yeah, absolutely.
You add on top of it, so the Egan injury 12 minutes in the first half, they also lost Jackson Ford and Marcelo Montoya to HIAs and were off for extended periods. Like, they had everything go against them.
Nothing went their way. Yeah. Nothing whatsoever.
Yeah. Crazy. Incredible win for the club, and hopefully it's a turning point. Like, hopefully it genuinely wakes them up to go, you know what, like, this is the level that we have to kind of work at. They lost the penalty count as well, I think. What is that? Oh, about even. But 7 penalties to 6, ruck infringements 0 to 1, inside the 10, 1 to 1. So yeah, about the same with the penalty count. So it's not like they won, that battle wasn't like they had all these penalties that went their way. It was relatively even. So yeah, really, really good stuff from
at least they're
Warriors.
back at home this week and they play Sunday Arvo 4 p.m. So
yeah, that'd be so good at Mount Smart. Okay, on to the Penrith Panthers. Unfortunately, I feel like this loss has been kind of coming for about a month. Now, not this dramatic where they're playing a team as under strength as the Warriors were, but I do think that they've been quite flat for a while now. I think they started the year really well. Obviously, the loss to Melbourne, but then after that, they kind of really turned it on. the last month or so of footy for them, they've had a relatively easy draw. I'm trying to think. So they've had the Bulldogs, they've had the Rabbitohs, can you get up who they've played in the last month? And so that's kind of protected them from
Cowboys.
So like super soft draw. It's not their fault, but it's kind of protected them maybe from a loss or two.
Well, since their loss to Manly, they went by Tigers, Cowboys, Rabbits, Dogs.
Yeah, and so I think that because they are such a great organisation, even when they're not playing well, they can still get wins against bottom tier sides. And look, what's crazy is this Warriors side is still a bottom tier side, even with full strength because they're at the bottom of the table. So I don't think they expected to lose this game, but at the same time, I do think this has been something that's kind of been building for at least a month with the Panthers.
Yeah, and we'll get to there are certainly things that we can be critical of, which we'll get to shortly, but overall, we're finally starting to see this Penrith Panthers team have a bit of a lull and have a bit of, I say a lean period, but they've still won games in it. But you're right, they've looked a little bit gassed and just they've been up for so long. The reality is, for so long, teams hadn't gone back-to-back premierships because, we speak about it timelessly, but, you win a premiership, you become the hunted every week of the year, and at this level where the competition is so elite, you're going to lose games, you're going to run out of steam. Penrith haven't run out of steam for freaking 4 years. Yeah. They were due a little period where they go down a little bit. So, overall, I would not be concerned one bit for them. And that's the thing, even in a period where they have not been anywhere near their best, they've still won games. They've got points on the board, so they're not going to be scraping for wins to get to the 8 in the back end of the year. However, there are a few little things that we can nitpick at, but they, I don't think Ivan would be too concerned.
Well, I mean, I'm not about concerned, but he was pissed.
Pissed, yeah.
Holy. My biggest concern, not a concern, but the most obvious thing to me is they look like a tired footy side at the moment, and that may be by design. I wouldn't be surprised if the Panthers are not intentionally a bit flat at the moment to build into the year. But we have to remember they started last year. I don't necessarily think they started flat last year. They just looked clunky, obviously, moving into the world with Mitch Kenny. But the biggest stat for me that is very un-Panthers-like, 25 ineffective tackles compared to the Warriors' 7. Very un-Panthers-like. Usually they dominate the ruck. Offloads Warriors 11-6. Look, they ended up getting their completion rate back up to 78%, but they usually sit around the 85, 80%. So, I just think they look tired at the moment, and that's that. Well, not tired's the wrong word, flat, and it could be by design, but there's no denying that this team looks a bit flat.
Yeah, and whether you want to call it tired, flat, whatever it might be, as Timmy said, so they should be.
Yeah,
because we just haven't seen it up until this point, and mate, this game on Saturday night, Sharks who are high flying against Penrith, who I think it's pretty evident they were pretty pissed off the other night. Ivan,
You ever thought the fire was gone out of Ivan Cleary? Go and watch that post-match press conference. Holy.
Yeah. And the other thing about them, due to be flat and why it's so hard for premiership winning teams to get up for it the year after, they play so many extra games than everyone every year. Then you add in their rep contingent for the Kangaroos, the Kiwis, for Origin. They're playing so much more footy than every other club over the last 4-year period. So at some point, your body's just got to go, I just need a rest.
Yeah, and also their key player has essentially missed the season. Their number one guy, everything's based around, has, played 4 games maybe? And even, the game that he came back and played, a little bit flat, wasn't setting the world alight. So definitely, over the whole season, I'm still extremely confident we're going to get around finals time and go, oh my God, they're back. But they do look flat. There's just no denying it.
I'll say one thing, with the Nathan Cleary injury, devastating for the Blues, but the Panthers low-key probably aren't sweet. Doesn't have to play 3 more Origin games. He can get a bit of a rest.
Same thing happened last year.
It did, exactly.
It happens every year. It's happened the last 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
He's had an injury that's allowed him to sort of regroup.
They're probably going, he'll come back about round 20 odd whenever he's scheduled. Be fresh, firing, not bad for Penrith.
What do you reckon about Panthers?
Yeah, they just looked a little bit tired, I think, just a bit worn out, and you guys have hit the nail on the head, probably justified. One thing I was going to just ask your opinions on is that Dylan Edwards, maybe a little bit of a quieter game that he probably would have liked heading into Origin. Started pretty well, obviously, with the try. A little bit of unfair, probably feedback, I reckon, around how he went. But how did you think he went, and how do you think it kind of affects his Blues?
I don't think it affects his. I think he's done enough look, unless he comes out and has a Barry Crocker this weekend, I think he's done enough to put himself in like genuine between him and Tedesco contention.
Yep.
I think that, I didn't think he was even that bad. Like, It just wasn't fucking unbelievable. We're talking about a guy leading the Dally M's right now.
I don't think it really hurts him all that much.
Yeah, with you.
So with the Panthers, funnily enough, like, remember before their bye against Manly, I said they looked tired, but I thought it was more they'd peaked early in the season, dropped off a bit, the bye will refresh them. Maybe it's a little bit more than that. Maybe they are genuinely starting to feel the pinch of the last few premierships. It's going to be interesting how Ivan handles this, because if he, as disappointed as he is after that game, if he rides them hard now, maybe they end up getting fatigued towards the end of the year. So it's going to be interesting to see how he responds to that. In regards to performances, I thought Luai played quite well. His try just before halftime, I think it was outstanding. Try assist, 165 metres. I thought he was quite good. I think Leota and Fisher Harris have had a bit of a flat year so far this year. So it's going to be interesting to see how that kind of develops over the rest of the season. Outside of that, Toto with an absolute Barry Crocker, only 237 metres, 71 post contact.
Do you think he's in strife for the Blues?
So crazy. What about you boys? Who else?
Yeah, I was just going to give Brian Toto another shout out, mate. He's just off the charts. I agree with you what you say about Fish and Mosley also, but there's equally just a big part of me that is just waiting for this team to hit September, and then they go, all right, let's play.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
I have no doubt they will, and I think they'll just be looking just to keep their head above water for the next few months, especially until Nath comes back. Paul Alamotti came in as well, jumping in at centre. It looks like he could be there for an extended period, so I'm keen to see how he develops in this side.
What a turnaround for Alamotti. He backed himself. He went to a club with an incredible system. Still got some things he needs to work on, but if it is a long term that he gets that spot, what a life-changing moment.
Yeah. What I've seen with the Panthers over the last month in particular, I think their edge defence has been pretty uncharacteristically poor at times, and letting in some tries that they haven't looked like doing in recent years. And we talk about next man up mentality, where the Panthers have these players just come in and do a job, and it hasn't been overly different this season, but I think the chopping and changing of combinations. So Alamotti's come into the centres. He's played both edges. He's played on the wing. Nathan Cleary's been in and out. Schneider's been in and out. I think we're seeing a lack of the combinations defensively just get called out, where one bloke will shoot, one bloke will hold back. This is the sort of things we haven't really seen with Penrith in a long time. Alamotti is one of these guys who he was called out for one of the tries there on the weekend. I think that's hurting them. I think with every game they play, that's going to get better and better. But that's what I've seen decline over the last 4 to 6 weeks.
I do think they have missed Critter. I think there's no denying they've missed Critter. I think that in these moments where they're a bit flat, clearly he's a locker room guy that gets the boys up, gets them. I also think, although I agree with you in regards to combinations, that's 100%. The combinations have been changed so much. I think if Critter is there though, he's such a leader in the side. He wouldn't fix it, but his communication on the edge, I think, would help it appease a little bit, stop it a little bit. So just like the Api Coruscant, it did take them a while to get used to life with Api Coruscant. I do think that they are absolutely missing Critter right now, especially with Cleary out as well.
Yeah, and while I'm a bit critical of Alamotti around his defensive reads, but I think for a decent reason. And you look on the weekend, and this very much may have been part of the game plan, but Alamotti was... Where was he? He was taken off with 16 minutes to go, and Tyrone Peachey went into centre. Could be wrong. I thought he may have been dragged for a few poor defensive reads there, so they slotted in Peachey at centre. Maybe that was the game plan.
Yeah, maybe.
So
maybe Peachey gets that spot then.
So whether or not they do it this week or not, I'm not sure, but I wouldn't be shocked to see Peachey get it. I think probably Alamotti's done enough this season where you go, all right, mate,
give him a crack.
You've earned enough and done enough to get the first crack at it, but I think another poor game, I think Tyrone Peachey could be in there at centre.
That's fair. That's fair.
Reckon the Warriors had a game plan here or what? Liam Martin, right edge back row, made 49 tackles. Jack Cole, right edge, half on that side, 39 tackles. Isaac Tungo, right centre, 27 tackles.
Yeah. Good,
wow.
Good game plan. I mean, Webster, although hasn't been the best year for him so far, he continues to prove himself as a very good tactical coach.
It's like 112 tackles between those three dudes.
Very good tactical coach, Webster. I think that, pure speculation, but probably would sting Ivan Cleary a little bit that he's assistant coach. Well, I don't know. Maybe it didn't, but I guess for the yarn, it is a good yarn. Like the assistant comes and, out coaches him to a degree. And, we're talking about Ivan Cleary, who doesn't get mentioned in the GOAT category for coaches. But if we're calling a team the GOAT team, he has to be considered for the GOAT coaching roles. Well, I think Wayne Bennett still probably lands that position due to the premierships at multiple clubs.
And I know they didn't beat them last week, but the Doggies and Serraldo, the other old assistant, really got very close to a major boil over as well.
Okay, so look, Panthers, they're still the Panthers, guys. They'll be fine. We're now available. The Bloke beer is now available in Mr. Liquor and Liquor Stack stores. If you're in the store and you don't see Bloke on the shelf, just ask them, can you order some Bloke beer in? Harrigan's and Cameron Park with their footy and a fade on during Thursday night games. $30 will get you a schooner, a bloke, and a haircut. They are also hosting a watch-along of Origin 1 in conjunction with the Mark Hughes Foundation. Legends like Badiris and Hughes will be making appearances and talking all things Origin. Make sure to get in and grab a case of Bloke beer from your local, a beautiful, easy-drinking lager. It's the beer of rugby league, and it's beer for blokes that turn up for family, mates, and good times. Storm defeat the Eels 48-16. For a period in this game, I'm going, oh, wow, okay, the Eels are hanging in here, and they're looking like they might make this a bit of a contest, but the Storm juggernaut just rolled on. Eventually, they just could not go with the Storm, and the Storm just do what they do at Magic Round. I think that they've got the record for the most scored points at Magic Round. For the first half, pretty much looked like a relatively tight match, and then Storm just absolutely blew them out of the water, and it was a game over after about the 50th minute.
I think it was like for like. I think it was 2 or 3 years ago that these same two teams played in Magic Round, and literally the exact same game. Melbourne Storm just absolutely blew them away, put 40 on them or so.
Pappy absolutely lit the place up.
Yeah, lit it up. It's probably a few years ago now, actually, now I think about it. 29. Wow. Times move quickly. But yeah, life just flashed before me.
Time is relative.
Sure is. Once they start to roll Melbourne, though, fuck, they're hard to stop their momentum. They are a good footy side. Like, I still think some people I talk to don't have them in that absolute top tier still, but at the start of the year, I didn't think they had the pack to be able to win a comp this year. I definitely think that they can, Melbourne.
Yeah, the only question is their pack. If they answer that question, they absolutely can win a comp this year, because you look at when they get on a roll and Harry Grant is just scheming out a dummy half, they are impossible. They are impossible, because if they don't get you on the Harry Grant play, they'll get you on the next play. I love when they get a quick play of the ball and they are just flooding through the middle, and they basically they drag everyone into the middle of the field, and then they start hitting just inside or outside the half backs, where the spacing just becomes almost impossible to stop. Edge back rowers can't squeeze in tight enough, sevens can't get in tight enough, and all of that space around the goalpost or the tram lines is just exploited by the Storm. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing to watch. Harry Grant, for me, absolute masterclass. 2 tries, a try assist, 92 metres, 4 tackle breaks, a line break assist. I thought he was outstanding.
Yeah. He is such a good 9. He's so when he's on one of these days, and of course, it comes in the game where Cam Munster gets injured, Jerome Hughes is out. It's just Ryan Papenhuyzen's out. He had to step up in this game, and he certainly did deliver, Harry.
Timmy?
Yeah, well, isn't it crazy that they did basically all their damage without Papenhuyzen, Jerome Hughes? They scored 5 second half tries. It was 18, something or other at half time. Munster essentially didn't play the second half. Even on top of it, Harry Grant went off with 13 minutes to go. They absolutely put Parramatta to the sword without all these blokes. So it's cool, even if the pack is, thereabouts, the better ones in the competition, but are they top tier? Maybe, maybe not. The depth they've got in their spine at the moment, blokes coming in like Farlogo, Freak, Tyron Wishart has come in. I think he's been really good in recent weeks with injuries to Hughes, Munster. Big few weeks coming up for him with probably no Munster or Hughes next week as well before the bye. Whoever steps in is just killing it.
Wishy has been such a good signing for them.
He reminds me, when he plays in the halves, he reminds me a little bit of Dearden. Just give me the ball, I'll just have a dig. I'll just have a D.
When he first signed for Melbourne, they did like a leadership sort of quiz with him, just see like where he'd land. And apparently they do this with all their signings now, and he was just off the charts on it, and they just signed him. I remember talking to his dad and saying, "What position is he?" And he goes, "Mate, I don't know," and they don't know either, but he ticks the boxes they need.
And everywhere that he has to play, he's played fullback for him in the halves.
Wing.
I think I was going to say, spent time with the wing, hasn't he? Certainly in games that wherever he plays, he does a job for him.
And they love him down there. He's a very popular player in that squad.
And he's about to be, if Hughes misses this week, he's starting number 7 for him. So.
What do you reckon, mate? Storm.
Yeah, they were great. Just back on Grant, just watching him live, like just when he and from kind of behind the play rather than the angle you normally get watching at home. When he sees something and he wants to go, just his ability to change pace and stuff, he is unbelievable. He was so good to watch live over the weekend. The other one,
Former Tiger, actually, Harry Grant.
Came through a good pathway. Welcome back any time as well, Harry, by the way. The other one I wanted to give a shout out to was Eli Katoa. Now he's had a few runs in the team of the week and stuff like that as well, but he just did not stop running hard all game. I think it was in like the 70th or the 75th minute or something like that. He went straight at Kelma to Alungi and he nearly shot-putted him into the Milton McDonald's with buddy Tom and Eddie there doing a podcast. He was unbelievable. I just think he's had such a great year, Katoa. He's on fire.
And I don't think any of us could have expected a Storm with Nelson Solomona playing relatively quiet footy. Like, he has not really made an impact this year. And they're fine. They're fine at the moment. So if he can find some form, holy.
And they were fine before he was even playing too. There was no issues there. I think Blaw's been a fantastic little find. As you said, Eli Katoa's been brilliant. His career could have just completely fizzled out 2 or 3 years ago. Eli Katoa, and it's just done the polar opposite.
Eli Katoa is starting to give me some serious David Fafita vibes. I'm not saying he's as good as David Fafita, but just his confidence. You see it in his eyes now. He looks to me like a switch has flicked in his head and he's gone, I'm better than everyone out here. Like, I'm stronger, I'm agile. And when I say that, I'm like, things like, Fafita knows it because he goes to dummy half and goes, stop me if you can. Eli Katoa's starting to do that, where he just picks it up and goes, all right, if you can stop me, good on you.
Yep.
The way he's like chasing kicks and jumping over the top blokes, he's realised I am unbelievable.
Yeah.
And especially now that he's doing it without Hughesy, just putting him in really good spots, he's just going, no.
He's probably in the running for Dalian back row of the year, in my opinion.
Yeah, bloody hell.
Yeah.
Kickout's been outstanding. Fafita's been quite good. Crichton's been good. Olakawatu. But, Katoa, at the very least, should be in the conversation when it comes to Dalian back row of the year, in my opinion. At the moment, he's been so consistent. Very rarely, even when he has a bad game, he has a good game. He just has a couple of errors. So I think he's been outstanding. In regards to Bucks, look, Coates is just getting better and better. He is phenomenal on the edge there. I actually thought Warbrick had the best game of the season.
Yep.
When he made that break, the footwork he used and the pace, the speed he hit, I was like, I haven't seen Warbrick run with that kind of intensity all year long.
Warbrick and Remus Smith probably had their best games here for me.
Yeah, Smith was outstanding as well. Fa'alongo, to be able to bring him in and, geez, he's just like, he's so dangerous. So dangerous.
I said last week I thought they used him really poorly and they just did not give him any early ball and give him his one-on-ones. This week, Munster was the big one in the first half. Just straight away, didn't overthink it, just caught and just gave it to him. And the ability he has to turn a 3-on-3 to a 3-on-2 because he's so electric over that first 10, 15 metres, he was near unstoppable. Not in like just in subtle ways. He'd turn it through a 3-on-2, it'd be tip on, and they're away and gone down the sideline.
Yeah.
Gee, they used him so much better.
What about that play where they were going down the left-hand side and it went to him and the pass went behind him? And he had to turn to catch it, which stopped him, but it also stopped the defender. And after he caught it, his next 2 steps were so quick. He was already on the outside. Like, it didn't actually turn into anything, but the way that he turned a bad ball into a half opportunity was crazy. You mentioned Remus Smith there, mate. I look at Remus Smith and go, fuck, very good defensive centre, but yeah, I thought to myself, geez, it's rare for him to score 2 tries in a game. How many tries do you reckon Remus Smith has scored in his career? He's played 115 first grade games. How many tries do you reckon he's at?
35.
He's at 50 from 115 games.
Wow.
Wow, that's
He's only been at
pretty
Melbourne
good.
for 3 or 4 years.
That's really good, especially if he's played most of his game at centre at the Storm, not wing.
Well, he played the first 4 years of his career at
Dogs.
the Dogs, yeah. In a team that wasn't going too well.
One for you, boys. It'd be very interesting if Farlogo comes out and continues to kill it over the next 3-4 weeks, which is while Pappy's out. Probably get 1, maybe 2 more games at fullback before Pappy comes back. Probably will, because he's incredible. If Munster's out long term, which it sounds like he is, could Pappy come back in the halves alongside Jerome Hughes? I wouldn't be stunned if long term that's what Craig Bellamy's thinking. Obviously, Pappy plays his best footy at fullback, but if they're serious about keeping both of them there, well, like long term.
I mean, the only his ball playing is definitely up to it. It's just his defence. Like, can he week in, week out make 20 tackles in the front line?
If you were going to do that, I reckon I'd lean towards maybe playing Nick Meaney in the halves, moving the other boys around.
And so, where would you put
Then
Pat?
find a spot for Sewer on the wing or something, I reckon.
I'm not saying it's going to happen at this stage.
Yeah,
but
I don't mind considering Pappy at 6. I don't mind it.
Wouldn't shock me one bit if it was Pappy at 6, especially with Jerome Hughes, who's evolved into such a good game managing halfback.
And also, like, Pappy, because of all the injuries, he doesn't have that top speed that he had a few years ago. So you could probably put a bit of extra weight on him and just rely on his ball playing. And his ball playing has improved so much over the last couple of years.
And don't get me wrong, like I don't love when little fullbacks, when they do that and put extra weight on and play him in the halves, but it's an exception when they've got someone like Farlogo who, you could have both of these guys in the team in the spine. Pretty terrifying.
Yeah. So great win for the Melbourne Storm. Just, continuing to be one of the best teams in the competition. Now, onto the Eels. It's tough because it's unfair, the pressure on Brad Arthur, because they're currently missing Gutho and currently missing Moses. But at the same time, it's hard to ignore the noise and the pressure that is mounting, if you know what I'm saying. Like they are a shell of themselves, like genuine shell of themselves. And we've seen other teams without their 6 or 1 or their key player. Like, for example, you look at the Brisbane Broncos, you look at Penrith without Cleary, you look at the Warriors beating, Penrith on the weekend. You look at the Raiders, so they're players. There are teams currently without key players getting wins and beating decent sides. The Eels just, it's a bad time for the Eels. It is, and it doesn't look like it's getting any better.
Yeah, it's a tough little period at the moment. We're still those boys out for a few more weeks. I think Ryan Madison was out of this one as well. But I mean, when you still look at the squad, they should still be competing in games. They're still well and truly enough there to be able to compete. They find themselves in a weird little spot at the moment.
I looked at, like when we did our tips for this game, I thought, you know what, on paper, Parramatta's forward pack, granted it was before Maddo was ruled out. I said, on paper, man for man, they've got a better forward pack. They haven't been playing better footy, obviously, the forward pack, but I thought at the very least, I think I had Parra to cover, and I thought they'll put up a fight and, be in it through the middle. And it was just nothing even close to it. Mention the names that were out for the Melbourne Storm, and they still conceded 5 tries in the second half. There was no Munster. I said Pappy went off early. I've stood up for them a few times, but they're getting very hard to say much positive about, aren't they?
They get very hard to go, they're missing Moses and they're missing Gutho. Because this roster is still good. I don't know why they persist with Brown at 7. Is Sounders injured?
No, he got dropped.
He got dropped.
But so they keep chopping and changing the halves, granted sometimes due to injury. And you mentioned Gutho and Moses out. Blaze Talangi's been their best player the last 2 weeks at fullback. Nearly all their points have come off him. So, all right, that's not a major concern.
Dropped Sanders? What? I mean, that's when you have to go, there is pressure on Brad Arthur, because that decision makes no sense to me. Because, so first you debut Talangi in the centres, then you move him into 6, then you drop him, you bring in Asi, you drop him,
bring in the Colonel,
you bring in Sanders, then Talangi goes to fullback, and then you drop Sanders and you bring Asi back in. That's coaching decisions I can't agree with.
Then even Dion Asi last year, I believe he spent time at centre. He certainly did in New South Wales Cup. This year in Cup, he's been played at halfback, 5'8", and fullback, comes in and out of first grade, like he'd be going, what do you want me to do?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Sanders on the weekend, the Colonel, scored a try, had 1 line break, 2 line break assists, 2 try assists, ran for 180 metres in New South Wales Cup in a 13+ win.
Finger licking good.
I don't understand it. You've got a genuine 7 that has played 7 all the way through. And yes, granted, defensively, he got found out a bit. But, bro, like, was it Olakawat? Who was he defending against?
Olakawat,
freaking huge.
Is it going to Canberra? Let's look elsewhere, or
Mate,
That's
your-
the only-
feels
like,
like it,
what
but-
else?
but, like, also, your job's on the line, bro.
Yep, 100%.
So who gives
Yep.
a shit about next
Yeah.
year? You need to win games now.
Like, I wonder if that directive's coming from above, though. Maybe that's the only thing I can make sense of it. Why would you not have Sanders in the side?
That is, maybe it is coming from above. But then it's like, well, that's unfair on Brad Arthur. He's bloody coaching for his job right now.
Yep.
I still think this 9 situation has, I thought Lussick started the year okay, like had one good game. Ever since then, I've just not been convinced with their 9 position.
I think Matty Arthur's going to be the one soon. I'm not sure if he's development or whatever, Matty. If you can maybe see if you can find anything on that, Matt Arthur. But he's come through the grades very quickly. I have no doubt that's why they haven't signed a 9, because they think he'll be the
But
guy long
I
term.
still believe
but
that's poor roster management. So, like, you don't just get to go, oh, you know what? We're not going to field the best possible squad we can because we've got a guy that's going to be ready maybe in a year's time. Like, surely there are 9s out there right now playing in New South Wales Cup or Q Cup that are decent.
or halves that you can chuck in there. Yeah, someone.
Like someone.
Yep.
Someone. Yeah. So that's why I'm really torn at the moment, because some of the things that Brad Arthur has done as a coach, some of his player development, best in game. But some of these decisions and this roster management. Now, I understand that they have a board that makes the selections when it comes to recruitment and that. But I really think after that grand final or that grand final year, they royally fumbled the bag when it comes to roster management.
Yep.
Like, they have absolutely missed a trick and missed an opportunity to springboard off that grand final appearance, because they've essentially spiraled since then.
Yeah, the one thing I will give him is that he's been very crafty in just that sneaky play to name Junior Borlo to start and then actually switch him off the bench for the 11th consecutive week, thinking he's going to pull one over opposition coaches. He does it every single week.
I don't get
What
it.
are you achieving?
I don't get it. What does he think that the opposing coach is going, oh my God, Junior's starting, what are we going to do?
Change the game plan.
What the hell? Yeah, look, unfortunately, I do think it's getting to periods where his job is genuinely under pressure. From my opinion, all the other times that I've talked about pressure, I've gone, no, that's crazy. They've been in a prelim, they've been in finals. They didn't make the finals last year. They've head into this year, and yes, they have key injuries, but there are plenty of other clubs that have key injuries. You know, there are so many players underperforming in this side as well. Like, Lane just unfortunately has just not hit the heights that we know he can. I think there is pressure. I think there's pressure. I think that if this continues, I don't think he'll be the coach at the end of at round 1 next year.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. Little wild card. Any chance Guthrie returns at centre or something? I reckon he comes straight back in at 1.
Well, it just all depends on Blaze Talangi and how he continues to play. Had a couple of errors on the weekend. Still played well though. Got through a bunch of work. Looks very dangerous. It really just depends on Gutho's body. If the reports were true that his body was getting a bit banged up and, you know, they were struggling to get through all the work at fullback, then maybe you do. But if he comes back and he is fresh and he is good to go, he's still the best fullback at the club.
So what, they take on the South Sydney Rabbitohs this week. I reckon the Rabbitohs would be looking at that game going, this
can
is
get
one
this.
for us.
That could be a critical one for Brad, because after that they got the Sharks, Dogs and Roosters before a bye. So not easy.
Yeah, wow. Again, I just don't get this whole sticking with Brown at 7. He's an out-and-out 6. Surely you put Sanders in at 7. I don't understand it. Don't get
Got
it.
dual position in Supercoach Campy. I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Shout out to Brad
We've
Arthur.
got our win.
Big picture stuff.
Okay, fair enough. The Dolphins defeat the Tigers 24-12. Jeez, I feel sorry for the Tigers because they're so much better than last year. They really are. But they just make some dumb decisions in key moments where you just go, what the hell are you doing? It kills them every single time. I thought they fought really well. But yeah, they are just a few key recruits away from being at a standard that, they are an NRL standard side, but they're just a tick below most sides in the NRL in regards to quality of squad and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and you can just see it by eyeballing them, can't you? Like they're so fucking close. Even if you add Caesar in, maybe it makes a difference. I thought they'd get unlucky. I personally thought that try that Hamiso scored off the intercept, I thought that was a knock-on for all money.
It's been a knock-on for 100 years.
Yeah, what the hell?
I can't believe that wasn't called.
They didn't even go upstairs, did they? I mean, that's the point of the bunker. They do it behind the scenes. They looked at it, but...
Is the argument it hit his chest, he wasn't playing at it? Since when have we been that pedantic about a very obvious knock-on? That's ridiculous.
I'm glad you said it, Ken, because I was going to work out how I was going to, sugarcoat it and put it nicely, but you said the exact word. The Tigers are so dumb in so many ways. Not just like Naden brain explosions, but just stupid penalties. I've got a few Tigers mates, and I watch games with them, and they just spend the whole time blowing up because they're just so over just the dumb shit in their game. And because you're right, they are better than last year, and there's a good football team in there, but they just don't give themselves a chance.
No, they shoot themselves. When you look at all these, they do all the hard stuff really well. So they completed at 90%. They had more offloads than the Dolphins. They had more kicking meters. They missed less tackles. They missed 29 tackles. The Dolphins missed 44. They had 10 ineffective tackles. The Dolphins had 25, so more than double. So all this hard stuff. They had 7 errors compared to the 13 errors of the Dolphins. All the tough stuff. The stuff that you go, as a coach, you're almost pulling your hair out trying to make your side do. They do it. But then in these key moments, it's just complete brain explosions where you're going, mate, why do you make it so hard for yourself? I don't get it. It is bizarre. It is genuinely bizarre.
And not singling any players out or anything, but you can't teach a player to be smart. You've got it or you don't. But it's their whole roster, do they just, I don't know.
Yeah, it's
as
bizarre.
a coach, you just pull your hair out and go, I can't.
How do I fix that?
Yeah, you can't.
You can't. It's just brain explodes.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. It just, they are much better than last year, substantially better. And you look at a lot of their losses, it's not by a lot.
Well, that's the thing. They're doing themselves no favours whatsoever, and they're losing very tight games.
Crazy tight. They're without Caesar, they're starting 7. They do all this hard work. They've improved so much. They just can't seem to get that win. Yeah. They just cannot seem to get the win that, by all, they deserve it with the hard work they do, but I don't know. Yeah, just silly decisions at key moments. So I really can't be too harsh on them. It's very hard to be harsh on the Tigers because all of the tough stuff they do quite well, but it's just these brain explosions that kill them. In regards to performances,
just before performances, I guess it ties into the halves, but their fifth tackle options. How many times on fifth tackle do you see the Tigers just lump it to a forward who takes a hit up, or it goes to fifth and it might be a half who just plays to a forward, or there was one last night. I think both halves were there and available, and it just ended up in safe ass hands. And you're just why is this happening?
It's bizarre. It is genuinely bizarre. And look, the thing is Jaden Sullivan, he's been in the NRL for a few years now, and also he's been a 7 for a very long time. So it's he knows that that's his job to get the ball. Now maybe he is calling for it and he's not getting it. I don't know. Whoever's fault it is, these are real simple things, really, really simple.
I have a theory. It is that I feel like watching the Tigers and Api Coruscant, that as a half, he would be difficult to play with. Appy is outstanding, and he's been really good this year.
Definitely would be hard to play with.
I just watch him, and at a lot of times, I don't think he knows what he's going to do, and he'll go up to pass to a half, and you'll see something out of the corner of his eye, and he'll dummy and take off or dart or whatever it might be. And that's what makes him such a great attacking player, because defences just have to be on edge at all times, because he will go at any minute. But I felt a little bit, certainly in this game, for Lockie Galvin and Bud Sullivan, because they're sitting there waiting for it, and Appy will just take off and do something completely different. And because those guys have played such little football together, they just don't have the combinations there. And even when Siege was there, like they're 3 new halves to the club playing with Appy. I said Appy's outstanding, but even at Penrith, he had combinations with Luai and Cleary. He played a bit of a different role there because he knew his main job was to get the ball to those two. When he got a quick play of the ball, he'd take off, people would follow. But at the Tigers...
Well, I think it's quite telling that in the last year he was there, he was coming off the bench.
Yeah.
And his role was tied forwards, get out, create chaos, get off the field.
And they started Kenny.
Yeah. And so I think that is quite telling that with Appy, you're right, he's a master. He is so good at it. But it's going to take time for those halves to get used to what he wants. Because on the flip side of that, the amount of times Appy gets out and you're like, who's with him? Like, get up flat, flood the middle. When Harry Grant gets out, the amount of forwards that are right next to him. And so I think maybe it's a mixture of both things. Like, do they need to tweak their game plan and say, okay, boys, halves, we just need you up flat at all times. And let's just play front foot footy. The out the back stuff, we'll do that maybe when we're close to the line. But during, regular play, let's just get up flat and play very tightly around the ruck for most of it, or even call them Appy sets, and they are just purely around the ruck. And then we communicate to Appy, unless it's an Appy set, you've got to you shovel the ball, just shovel the ball. Maybe that's the way they fix it.
I don't know.
But you're right. He would be, because he is so crafty, it would be super hard to. I mean, a good example is Sonny Luke is quite like Appy
very
Cotter's.
similar.
Yes.
And he really struggled with Cleary because he's a crafty dummy half that wants to see what the ruck's doing, and it takes time to build those combinations.
Was even back in the day at the Tigers, like I always thought Robbie Farah was very similar as well. Because he'd do so much around the ruck and it was so all built around him that I always thought halves with him always made it very difficult.
You'd almost want just 2 running halves with him, essentially. Like, that's why Hughes and Munster complement Grant so much.
As we were saying this, ignore the Canberra Raiders bias, but I feel like he would suit the Raiders so good right now. Because we've got such good forward pack. We've got 2 ball running 5'8", 2 aren't necessarily the most creative players of all time, but I think they would just push support, and push up with Appy in the pack. I think it'd work perfectly. Whereas I think, particularly with Lockie Galvin, who, despite being 18, 19 years old, whatever he is, he's dominant. He's very ball dominant and he wants ball a lot of times. But like, he'll be sitting back deep to have a bit of space and work with. And then Appy takes off and then they're freaking 20 metres away from each other.
Well, even when you guys went to that grand final, it's when Josh Hodgson was at his most dominant best. Just play through him.
And Lockie Galvin hasn't played enough footy professionally to know, I need to switch the way I play up yet. Like, that's going to take time. He's a rookie.
And that's these combinations, like, I'm sure they'll get there and they'll work it out, like Appy and Galvin and Bartle, Caesar, whoever, but for the moment, they just look on different pages.
Yeah. I liked them starting Alex Twal.
Yep.
I really like that. And I've been calling this for quite a while with the Tigers. I think that they should start Twal in the front row with either Clemmer or Stefano and bring either Clemmer or Stefano off the bench. Because Stefano played 49 minutes, Clemmer 49 minutes. I just think Alex Twal, he's such a toiler, and he's not crazy good laterally, but he's better laterally than Stefano and Clemmer. I would be starting Twal every week.
I know some of it comes down to injury and stuff, but Twal's the 4th number 13 they've had in 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Just need to settle on someone there.
Yeah, for sure.
They tried Beto, IPAP, Bole's probably been there at one point.
I think Seafarth might have, maybe, and then him. So
look, in Tigers' defence as well, they are missing Caesar, Papali'i, Bateman, Tupou as well, or is he just dropped?
Injured.
No,
Injured. So Tupou, Stafford Toa, is he dropped or injured?
Injured.
So they've got a few injuries. They really do. But yeah, just these key moments where you just go, what's going on? Who stood out for you guys in regards to it? Like, again, it must be super disappointing as a Tigers fan, but geez, they've improved. Like, they've improved so much from last year.
I thought Solomon Alamalo coming in had an awesome offload for the Justin Olam try. Like, had no right to get that one away. And I just thought he did a really good defensive job on Jermaine Asako there, just jamming on him, shut down that edge, which has been pretty lethal in recent weeks. I thought he impressed me.
I know we got sent to the bin. I thought Olam was outstanding.
he was great.
Yeah.
He went at the game. Yeah.
Outstanding, and that's what he was purchased for. Like, that's why he was brought to the club. Hyper aggression, get in their face. I know he got sent in the bin, didn't he?
Yes.
179 metres, 64 post contact, 9 tackle breaks, 2 line breaks, 5 offloads. It's a bloody good game from Olam. Yeah. Bloody good game. 13 tackles, only 1 miss, no errors.
Fanoa Bole off the bench I thought was good. I really like him. I think he's a really good footballer. Only played 42 2 odd minutes or something like that. Ran for 150 metres. He was solid.
Just on Olam, they're going to be missing him this week, and Naden. They both got suspended.
Jesus Christ.
And that's so both of them suspended. Like you said, Naden and Olam both went to the bin in this game. They had Samuel Afine go off injured. Like, you know, things went against them, but at the same time, they were things that was of their own doing.
Yeah.
Brain explosions.
Well, it's an interesting one. I really think that they need to see him and Twal as more. I know that they don't have the heights of your Clemmer and Stefanos, but I think they're just as important to the side. I think that they aren't really, for some reason, I don't feel like they're utilised enough for their mobility through the middle.
If you're a good club looking for a good value signing, I reckon Bollet, if he was to go to a good side, good system, I reckon he would do really, really well.
Like, put it this way, like I think that you should start with Twal, and you should have let's just say Clemmer with him, and then you should rotate Twal and Clemmer off for Stefano Bollet, and almost use those two as pairings of like, okay, you got your guy that can get through a bunch of work quite good laterally on both sides, plus your big bopper. I don't really like both big boppers on at the same time.
Stefano, we know how destructive he can be. Like, he can do the hard stuff in that first 20 minutes when it's in the grind, but he's so explosive. Like, when he comes on, if he does come onto a tying forward pack, he's got a little bit of footwork as well there, and like hitting the line with a bit of aggression. I like him coming off the bench.
I don't want him doing shit work.
Nah.
Like, I don't want him. It's kind of like, you know, you look at Payne Haas, like, when you actually look at his stats, especially since Kevy Walters got there, he doesn't do all the shit tackle work that he used to do before Kevy Walters got there. He actually, it's actually Paddy Carrigan that does a lot of that, and obviously Jensen. So, like, actually, it's gone way back. 2 secs. Like, I think he usually sits around 20 tackles a game. And so, like, even a guy like Payne Haas, who we know has a motor to handle that big work rate, the Broncos are going, like, I know they start him, but they're going, look, we don't want him doing all the shit work. On the weekend, 18 tackles compared to 33 from Paddy Carrigan and 22 from Jensen. And so, yeah, like, I don't want Stefano getting through all that work, because I just don't think that's his best asset. That's what I want Twal to want. Almost, I want Twal to almost be like what Jensen is to the Broncos. Just trying to look here at Stefano's tackle count. Yeah, 26 tackles. Now, he didn't miss any, but, like, I don't want him making any more than a 20 tackles a game.
Whereas Twal, I'm more than happy.
Mate, that's his strength.
Yeah.
Like, the best part of Twal's game is his defence.
Fuck, I thought he was going to score yesterday.
Oh, I know. The big fella. I love Twal. So, yeah, look, not too disappointing. Now, on to the Dolphins. Jeez. I tell you what, like, Fuller is incredible, and he might be the best thing that happened to Hammer's career, because Hammer came out with a point to prove on the weekend and looked absolutely electric. Absolutely. Like, when he hit the afterburners and scored that try, no one got near him. Like, when he actually was hitting full pace and was trying to... There were wingers that, like, didn't even get close to him. I thought Hammer was absolutely electric yesterday.
We went up to the Dolphins for the KO show a couple of months ago, and I remember when we arrived up there, everyone there was saying, mate, Hammer's going to explode this week. He's had a big week at training, blah, blah, and I sort of went, yeah, okay, righto. He just got slapped last weekend. We'll see how that goes. He came out and scored 3 tries. When I was there on Thursday, they all said the exact same thing. Hammer's been louder than ever this week, and they all said the exact same thing, I think, because now there's a bit of competition for his spot. And Miso's going to step up, and he just absolutely killed it on the last night. It's
genuine competition, because they're not going to drop Hammer, but they will shift him to centre if they think Fuller's got the edge on at fullback.
Absolutely. And it's not like Trey Fuller is playing pretty good footy. We're talking like 250 metres, 11 tackle, like big numbers. It could be the best thing for the Hammer's career that could have possibly happened to him, because I'm sure Hammer remembers when he was sitting on the bench watching Scotty Drinkwater play for the Cowboys and basically being told, mate, if you want to leave, you can leave. I'm sure it hasn't been smooth sailing for Hammer. Like, usually guys as talented as him, it's smooth sailing. You come in first grade, you tear it apart, it's life is good. Mate, he's had to find his way into the spot that he's currently in. I don't think he wants to lose it anytime soon.
And it wasn't that long ago. It feels like an age ago. It was only 18 months ago, realistically.
Oh, not long ago. I mean, it was only last year Cody Nikodima was fullback and he was playing centre. I thought he was absolutely electric at the back there. Katoa just continues to he is it is scary to see where this kid's going to end up. It is genuinely scary. I think that we're seeing the tip of the iceberg right now. When everything falls in place, when he gets that full-on forward pack with top-tier players around him, when he gets 3 or 4 years older and he starts leading Tonga, I think we're looking at this like the start of something extremely special, not only for the Dolphins but also for Polynesian rugby league. I know that's not a certain thing, but Polynesians that play rugby league, they've had sevens before, but I can't recall a seven that looked this good, this young. That's Polynesians that can play for Tonga, all the islands.
I've said it before and I stand by it. He's going to be a turning point in international rugby league. He is. I spent about an hour with him on Thursday, Kempy, and I've never met a 20-year-old as impressive as Isaiah Katoa. He is incredible.
Yeah, and the special thing about Katoa is he's aware of what he needs to do to be great. Sometimes when you're that age, you're actually not aware of the things you need to do to be great because you've relied so much on your natural talent. Mm. So it's almost like, I just keep being me and I'll be great, but that's not what happens. There are things that you need to do, a part of your game plan, a part of your preparation, your study, everything that need to make you great. And it feels like he is quite an intelligent young footy player that is aware of those things.
And credit to the Dolphins as well. They've put all the right pieces around him, getting Cody Nicarima there, an experienced ball player. They've moved his family up there. They're all living nearby. That they have laid the perfect platform for him to start his NRL career, despite the chaos of being at a new franchise. And I think it's going to pay huge dividends over the next few years.
Like, guys, think about what we're talking about here. We're talking about a 20-year-old, the face of a new club. Like, that is, if you are an Origin 7 that's won Origin series, that's hard enough as it is. Mm. He's a 20-year-old, untested, that currently has the weight of a whole franchise on his back, and he looks like he's not breaking a sweat pressure-wise.
When he signed this contract with the Dolphins, he was a very, very good SG ball player. And that's it.
Yeah, literally that's it. Which is like, we've seen some of the greatest ever SG ball, under-19 players, whatever, get to first grade and completely be terrible.
Especially halves.
So, mate, very exciting. I thought Jeremy Marshall-King was outstanding again. Yep. Who stood out for you guys?
I thought Ewan Aiken was unreal. He's had a really good season.
He's had a great season.
I remember us sitting here about 3 weeks before the season going, fuck, does Ewan Aiken get into the side? And I think he struggled to get into it at first, but ever since then, I think he's locked himself in there.
Mate, I think that he has the perfect body shape for a modern back rower. Yep. If you're not huge like a Kikau, I think he has he's great laterally, really strong in contact, got a great motor, can move out into the centres if he has to, good defence. Like, you look at this right now, 16 runs, 162 metres, 60 post contact, 3 tackle breaks, 28 tackles, 0 misses, 0 errors. That's a bloody good knock for an edge back rower.
When I was at the Warriors the other day in their gym, they've got on one wall, it's got every player of the year for every single year, and you look at some of the great Kiwi legends, and more recently it's Roger, it's SJ, Tohu. And 2020's just got Ewan Aiken sitting there. I forget he was there, but he's a good player, Ewan Aiken.
He's a bloody good player. And we talk about utility in squads now. Like, think about how much it changes their makeup as a team that he can play anywhere in the back line, essentially.
Lemuelu is exactly the same, mate. I think people forget, when he was he's only 25 years old. When he was in year 12, he was the fullback for either Palm Beach or...
That is actually fucking
It's insane. Wild, yeah. And now he's a starting second row in the NRL at a high click, in my opinion.
Who stood out for you, Timmy?
I was going to say Lemuelu, boys, and just a little bit of fascinating 12 months for him where he just hit the ground running with that back row move last season, and we thought, how good is this? Not so much kid, as you said, 25 years old now, and just sort of been up and down from him. He's had a few injuries and he's never really had overly down form, but just since the back end of last season, he struggled to sort of really lock down the 80-minute role because of injuries. And he thought, hopefully he's not sort of just sitting back and being a bench forward and coming on for impact stints. And it shows the trust that Dwayne Bennett has in him because, they've got a lot of players that they can play on the edge there. Kenny Bromwich, Felice Kaufusi, who moved into the middle this week to accommodate Lemuelu, who played 80 minutes, and he was brilliant in this game. So that is, to move Kaufusi to the middle, that is the sign that, okay, so moving forward, Ewan Aiken, Lemuelu, one explosive edge pairing.
Yeah. Marky Nichols, fantastic game. Isn't it like, again, the Dolphins are such a good example of it's not a talent issue at most clubs. It's a environment. It's a coaching. It's a club setup, because this Dolphins side, they have no right to be doing what they're doing. They have no right to be doing what they're doing. And yet they continue to win the games they should, and then they continue to, almost shock teams that are, top tier. At the moment, what's their run like for the next month? Because right now they've played 10 games. They've got 7 wins and 3 losses.
Wars, Raiders, bye, Sharkies, Storm.
So Sharkies Storm's going to be tough.
Raiders won't be easy. Warriors over there,
but very winnable, both games.
Yeah.
And then you got the bye, so you're looking at they could jag 6 points.
They've also got Storm round 16, so there'll be no Munster's already out, but no Harry Grant either. Losing any Origin players, so they couldn't get them at a better.
So they could let's say they lose to the Sharkies, they lose to the Storm, so we'll be super conservative, but they win the rest, so that's 3 points. They could be sitting played about 14 games, and they could be 10 wins, 11 wins or 5 losses, around there.
Well, then they go Dragons, bye, Bunnies, so it could be 6 points sitting there as well.
So you could be looking at what do you reckon? They could be heading into the back end of the season with maybe 12 wins and 5 losses. That's a real reality for them.
Who are they going to lose to? They'll lose Hamiso? Is that it?
Kafusi, I reckon, will make Queensland. I think they'll start.
You reckon Fleece will be there?
I think I will stay for the Origin preview. I would start him on my edge.
Okay.
Yeah. So they could be heading into the back end of the season, 12 wins, 5 losses, which is fucking, you're setting yourself up for a top 8 spot right there.
So, yeah, even if they, when they lose Hamiso during Origin, I mean, Trey Fuller comes in, though.
Still good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Got to nitpick one player, because I don't think I've ever bagged him as having a bad performance in my life, and I probably will never get the opportunity again. But Herbie Farnworth, an absolute Barry. Just everyone has one of those days from time to time. He just couldn't hold the ball, the poor bugger.
Yeah, 4 errors. Just one of those days, Herbie,
Oh.
where everything he's his second game back. He's probably fatigued. He's probably trying too hard. And it just didn't work.
It was just one of those off days where nothing goes right for you, the poor bugger.
I was when I was at the Dolphins on Thursday, he walked past. He was about 60 metres away. I've never met Herbie before, right? He walked past and he saw me and he gave me this big wave. He goes, "Hey, mate." And I waved back and Kat goes, "How do you know Herbie?" I go, "I don't. I'm pretty sure he thinks I'm roasty."
No, he would know.
Him
You.
the hottest number one. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, no, he would know you are. Herbie's good like that. He's, you know what? He is like the ultimate professional athlete. And from from all angles, extremely fit, and it's double-edged sword too, because he's the new generation where, don't get me wrong, I think he's a loyal guy, but at the same time he understands that he's a commodity, and he's going to get paid for his work, but he's also going to deliver, and that's what he does. He does deliver.
Did he play soccer growing up, or did he just come from England?
He played soccer. I think he was pretty good at it until he was about 14 or so. I think he played league that whole time, but he was pretty good at soccer as well.
I thought, I might mix him up with someone, but I thought Man U or someone were after him. I thought
that's right.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah,
pretty sure there was.
I'm not sure whether they were after him or he was in one of their academy or something like that. But I do know that there was yarns were that he was maybe in an academy when he was younger, something along those lines.
He was an association footballer as a youth and was part of the Man United development system before turning to rugby league.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily in Manchester United, but it would almost be, imagine a Q Cup club, I guess, that is affiliated with the Broncos maybe. It'd be similar-ish to that, I'd say. But, mate,
Freak.
An incredible athlete.
Yeah.
I'd love, I'd love to have him on the podcast and actually hear. Maybe he was part of the academy. You just never know.
I think he was part of the academy.
The actual development academy. Because, for example, the Broncos, they used to have this big development camp. So you can go to that camp and you would be considered part of the development camp, but you're not necessarily a part of the actual Broncos, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I'd love to hear the story, because if he was a part of the academy, brother, you'd be a bazillionaire if you stayed with soccer. If you're in Manchester United's academy at a young age.
As a member of the Man United and Burnley youth academies.
Burnley, okay.
Yeah,
Anyway, I'd love to hear the story, because I tell you what, he must love rugby league more than any man in the world, because if you can play in the divisions underneath the Premier League and get $1 million a year, more, you can get $3 or $4 million a year. But yeah, he is a phenomenal athlete, and he's a really good example of, like, don't get me wrong, I don't want to change the rules for Origin or whatever, but geez, I'd love to see him in Origin. Geez, like that grand final performance last year from him was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, so look, I tell you what, Dolphins looking good. And yeah, I can't wait to see Herbie, get back into his work, get a few more games under his belt, and who knows? He's a reigning Dally M Centre of the Year, hey? Him and someone else?
Him and Critter, I think.
Him and Critter?
Yeah.
Yeah. What an incredible... I almost... Every time I think about it, I cringe. 2 years ago, I was like, I just don't know whether he's like the top tier centre. I think he's more of a really good centre that's going to get through a bunch of work. How fucking wrong I was. How wrong I was. Holy shit. Another bad take I had, Tony Staggs, when he was coming through, I was like, I don't know if he's big enough or fast enough to be in the centres. Like, he seems a bit more like a utility. He's like one of the strongest fucking players in the NRL. Anyway, Dolphins looking incredible. What a performance. What a win. Great to watch. And yeah.
All right. Thursday night footy. Dogs, Dragons. Dogs, $1.63. Dragons, $2.29. The line, 3.5 points. Thursday night footy.
Okay. Dogs, Dragons. I am going to go Dragons.
Yep.
Yeah, Dragons.
Yep.
Ooh. I'm going Dogs.
Okay.
Dogs for me too.
Dogs were underdogs?
No.
Favourites.
Favourites.
Overdogs. Yep. I'm going the overdogs.
Yep. I'm going Dargans, I reckon. Fresh Dargans off the bottom.
Dargans.
Yep. North Queensland, now that, bear in mind the Tigers got a rev up at the start of the show, so they'll be a better side this weekend. North Queensland, $1.29. The Tigers, $3.63, 10.5 the line up in town.
Caesar back or next week, the week after?
Unsure.
I don't think he's back. He was
I
got
think
like
that's
4 weeks.
three or 4
something,
weeks.
didn't he?
Yeah, he's still got 2 weeks to go, I think.
Okay.
Oh my god. What's the line?
10.5.
Cowboys, Tigers to cover.
Yeah, Cowboys, Tigers.
Cowboys, Tigers.
Tigers off the back of a enormous speech. I mean, if they're not fired up after that, what are we doing? Really?
Kick him out of the comp if they're not.
I don't know about that, but have a good hard look at yourselves. All right, Manly versus the Storm, Battle of Brookie, out in Manly, $2.16 are the Seagulls. The Storm, $1.70, 2.5 the line.
Storm.
No Munster, no Hughes. What's the line?
2.5.
You're stressing.
Yeah.
Do it.
Manly.
Oh,
I'm going Manly as well. With the start.
I'm going to go Storm, Manly with the start.
2.5 points.
Yeah.
Big call, like that.
Yeah. I'm predicting a nail biter. All right, Raiders versus... Oh, here we go. We've got the Williams Guru Cup here. The Raiders, $4. The Roosters, $1.25. 10.5 is the line in Canberra on Saturday.
Roosters.
I'm going to be out this one. I'm going to go... What's the line?
10.5.
I'm going to go Roosters, Raiders to cover.
Yep.
Roosters.
You are disgrace.
What's going on? Do you need to have another snooze in a park or something? You feeling okay?
Hey, I got it right last week.
Wow.
I'm punting with my head, not my heart.
I'll go Roosters.
I'm going to go Roosters, Raiders. Start. All right, then we've got the Sharkies, $1.62. Panthers, $2.31. 2.5 is the line. Probably the game of the round.
Panthers.
Sharks, Panthers with the start.
Panthers.
Sharks.
Yep, Sharks for me as well. Bit of burley in the water, I reckon, this weekend. Rabbitohs, $2.26. Para, $1.64. Line, 2.5.
Para.
Para.
Thinking Mitchy Moses back, so I'll go para.
Not looking likely.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's essentially been ruled out of Origin.
Oh, shit.
Well, not of the whole of Origin, but...
Yeah. Yeah, I'll go para.
I'll go Rabbits.
I'm going Rabbitohs head-to-head. I think they showed enough on the weekend. I reckon they'll go all right. Broncos $1.22. Gold Coast $4.35. 12.5 the line at Suncorp.
It's Walshy sweet, Kempy. You got the word?
They said he. I don't have the word, but they said it was only going to be 1 week. Broncos, Titans to cover.
What was it, 12.5?
12.5.
That's a lot. Yeah, Broncos, Titans.
Broncos.
Bronx.
Broncos, Titans for me. And then to bring us home, the Warriors back at home, $1.97. The Dolphins, $1.87. I mean, there's not a lot doing with the line. It's a half a point. You want to give me a 1 to 12 or a 13 plus for either side with no penalty incurred?
Warriors 1 to 12.
Yep.
Dolphins 1 to 12.
Warriors 1 to 12.
I'll go Dolphins 1 to 12.
Warriors 1 to 12 for me.
There you go. That's Face the Music, brought to you by Sportsbet. Make sure to give us a follow on the feed. Also give Hammy a follow on the feed. You can see what we bet, and it's the best way to show Sportsbet what the bloke community is all about, and it takes 2 seconds. All right, we are done and dusted. Make sure Monday 6 p.m. winter drop for bloke. Be there. Limited numbers. Got the hoodies in these 2 colours. We've got the shirts in these 2 colours, and the shorts in these 2 colours. As usual, we've got the Origin preview that's dropping Wednesday, Arvo, and as usual, we'll go and fuck ourselves. Thank you.
Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.